सर मुझे बताइए आवाज़ आ रही है या नहीं। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। I, Anita Khalaq Abbasi, Secretary ACAMS 2020, welcome you all on behalf of Alhamd Islamic University in the first Alhamd Conference on the Management Sciences. Respected President Dr. Shakir Roshan, Chief Guest Dr. A.Q. Han, speakers, panelists, and scholars. I am thankful to all of you who join us in this precious moment. It's a great honor for us to have intellectual with us. I would like to request Mr. Kazim for Tilawate Kalame Pak. Over to you, Kazim, sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يقول يا ليتني قدمت لحياتي ويومئذ لا يعذب عذابه أحد يا أيتها النفس المطمئنة ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية وادخلي في عبادي وادخلي جنتي صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah, Mr. Kazim. I would like to request Ms. Sari Shirshad for the event address and the further conduction of the session. Ms. Sari Shirshad, please come forward for the event address, and we formally start the ACAMS 2020 session now. Thank you.
अभी नहीं गया होगा।
I, Sari Shirshad, lecturer Management Sciences, Alhamd Islamic University in Islamabad. Thanks to all participants for being with us. As I take great pride in welcoming all the attendees for the first Alhamd International Conference on Advances in Management Sciences ACAMS 2020. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, presenters and participants. Especially I am thankful to Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, who is known as Father of Uranium Enrichment Project. Sir, with due respect, I would like to thank you for your kind presence at this management conference. We felt great pleasure to have you among us. To have you among us on this occasion. Alhamd Islamic University was conceived by Alhamd Education System that was established in 1995 with the vision of promoting education in all the sector of the education. Alhamd Islamic University was the first private sector Islamic university in Pakistan. It has two campuses in Quetta and Islamabad. Alhamd Islamic University has organized its first conference on Advances in Management Sciences ACAMS 2020. It provides a forum to academics and professionals to share their experiences and knowledge in the field of management, business, and economics. This conference will bring together leading researchers in their domain of interest from around the world. This is the first Alhamd Management Conference which is going to held virtually due to this pandemic situation which is faced globally. I would like to thank all faculty members of Management Sciences, HOD Dr. Muhammad Zada, Additional Registrar Professor Shakil Ahmed, and administrative staff for their constant cooperation and support they extended throughout the process. Without any further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Shakil Roshan, Chairman, Alhamd Education System, and President, Alhamd Islamic University, to please say a few words with us and share his knowledge and experience with us. Over to you, sir. President of Alhamd Islamic University, Dr. Shakil Roshan, please sir, say a few words with us.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम। आ रही है आवाज, आ रही है मेरी?
जी सर। वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
अच्छा, कैसे क्लियर है विजन वगैरह और साउंड सब कुछ?
यस सर, सब कुछ क्लियर है।
अच्छा चलें, जब स्टार्ट लेंगे मैं बैठा हूँ इंशाल्लाह, ठीक है ना?
सर आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि सर आप स्टार्ट लें सर आपकी नाम।
अच्छा स्टार्ट हो गया।
अल्लाह गवाह है कि
अपना चीफ गेस्ट जो है वो आ चुके हैं। हेलो
जी सर, चीफ गेस्ट सर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं सर अभी 2 मिनट में।
अच्छा ठीक, स्टार्ट लेने मैंने तो मैं कहता हूँ जब तक आप तिलावत वगैरह या कोई चीफ गेस्ट आते हैं तो स्टार्ट उसको प्रॉपर लेते हैं ना, उनके हवाले से उनको वेलकम तो हमने उनको करना है। हम स्टार्ट मैं वेलकम कर दूं उसके बाद वो आए तो बेहतर नहीं है ना। जैसे ज्वाइन करते हैं इंशाल्लाह मैं वेलकम कर लूंगा और स्टार्ट लेते हैं, ठीक है? आप जब तक अपना कॉन्फ्रेंस का मजीद डिटेल्स जो है वो शेयर करें।
राइट सर,
ठीक है।
Alhamd Islamic University was conceived by Alhamd Education System that was established in 1995 with the vision of promoting education in all the sector of the education. Alhamd Islamic University was the first private Islamic university in Pakistan. It has 2 campuses in Quetta and Islamabad. Alhamd Islamic University has organized its first conference on advances in management sciences, ACAMS 2020. It provides a forum to academics and professionals to share their experiences and knowledge in the fields of management, business, and economics. This conference will bring together leading researchers in their domain of interest from around the world. This is the first Alhamd Management Conference which is going to be held virtually due to this pandemic situation. I would like to thank all faculty members of Management Sciences, HOD Dr. Muhammad Zada, Additional Registrar Professor Shakil Ahmed, and administrative staff for their constant cooperation and support they extended throughout the process. Due to connectivity issue, Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan is not connected yet. He will be with us within a few minutes, hopefully.
Can you read the program? Sarish, if you can read the program, the timing and the program of the conference.
Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. I am really sorry for inconvenience. This is Dr. Sher Ali. Actually, our chief guest, Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, is having some technical issues. So I am going to resolve those issues, I'm going to his residence, and within 15 to 20 minutes, he will be with us. I am really sorry for inconvenience. All the participants, I am really sorry for inconvenience. I'm personally going to his residence. Right now, he called me and he's saying that he's having some technical issues. So I'm going to his residence. This will take 15 to 20 minutes, please. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, it's okay.
Okay, just wait. It will take 15 minutes, inshallah.
Sure, sir. I'm so sorry for this connectivity issue, but we are hoping Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan will join us in a moment. Meanwhile, I will request to Professor Dr. Sayyid Tahir Hijazi Saab. He is Vice Chancellor at Muslim Youth University. He is researcher, academic, administrator, and trainer. He has published over 50 journal papers, 3 books, and many articles. He has over 35 years of university teaching experience, 12 years of academic leadership experience, and 100 of TV appearances. As a trainer, he is IFC World Bank certified master trainer. He has completed over 30 consultancy projects with UN, WB, ADB, ILO, USAID, and many more. He has worked in USA, Greece, and Pakistan. Please, sir, enlighten us from your great experience and knowledge. Over to you, sir, Professor Dr. Sayyid Tahir Hijazi. Dr. Sab, your mic is mute. Please unmute your mic.
Oh, you're not hearing me?
Sir.
Okay.
Thank
okay,
you,
let me start again. Thank you.
Okay.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I really appreciate Al-Hamd University for taking the initiative for this. Can you hear me?
माम को दे दे यार मेरी तरफ से इधर ला मैं माम को
First of all, I request all the participants to please mute your mics, please. All the participants, please mute your mics. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So this conference is a very good. It's a milestone in the life of the university, and I think it will go a long way. And I really appreciate Dr. Shakil Roshan and Professor Shakil. And can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For inviting me to speak on something which is very much current to Pakistan, that is the economy of Pakistan. And, okay. The question basically, I will start with the, let me show you a slide, if I can just quickly load that up. Give me a second. Share screen, okay. This one, okay. Now the question basically is, why Pakistan, why industrialization failed in Pakistan? And when I say industrialization failed in Pakistan, my first slide will show you that, you know, which is going to give you really a sort of a disturbing figure. Manufacturing as a percentage of export. India 61%, Bangladesh 83%, Pakistan only 14%. So what is happening? The industrial production, we have actually grown in the last 72 years. Okay, in the last 72 years, the industry we have developed is contributing only 14% to our export. So what we are exporting is actually raw material, what we are exporting is sort of industrial goods. So our industry did not came up to the expectations where all the other countries in industry has grown up. And I specifically started with India and Bangladesh because we actually, before partition, we were like one country. Now have a look, export comparison. On the left, you see Pakistan export starting in 1960 to something like 3 million, whatever, and going up to, I'm not sure if you can see the right sort of, okay, this for me, okay. Whereas Bangladesh, which started late in 70 actually, and now you see where Pakistan export has reached 25 billion, Bangladesh export has moved to 46 billion. This is again very disturbing that Bangladesh is a smaller country, was a poorer country, it was a more backward country, has got more problems than Pakistan, had got a smaller agricultural land and it's just growing faster. Now you can see the GDP comparison, 1960 and 2018. The GDP growth comparison between Pakistan and South Korea, for instance. This is very important because South Korea is another country which actually highly dependent on the industrialization. Now you see that over this period, where our GDP has grown a little bit, the South Korean GDP has grown much higher. So what is actually happening in this region where Pakistan, India, South Korea, China, Japan, if you can see that, we started with a very small, all of them started very small base. Kindly please mute your mic, please. Now, if you see on the left, on the side of this, this is actually, wait a second, let me take this. On the side of it, you can see that where on the one hand, this is actually Pakistan Pakistan GDP. This is, you can see the South Korea GDP, and you come up after 70 years, you see Pakistan GDP is still, as compared to other countries, very low, whereas South Korea GDP is much higher. So this is, again, another alarming situation. Now have a look over the export share to GDP, percentage of export share to, and again, I've taken the case of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, and you can see in India, the share of export to GDP is 20%, Bangladesh 15%, and Pakistan export is only 9%. So what is happening is that Pakistan manufacturing is not growing, Pakistan export is not growing, and we have not been able to handle this situation. But it didn't happen overnight, it happened over time. And you can see the manufacturing share of the manufacturing sector in Pakistan, with actually instead of growing, it has been going, wait a second, okay. This is actually increased a little bit and then it started falling, right, like this. So question is, what has happened? The answer is that a perverse type of industrialization took place in the last 72 years. What we mean by perverse type of industrialization means a degenerate system of industrial development. Some sort of a production which is dependent on foreign exchange reserves. Like we started Toyota car, Honda cars, so we take a lot of pride that Pakistan in manufacturing 4 and 5 various international brand cars. But every car of 30 lakhs rupees you buy, 20 lakhs goes out as a foreign exchange. So what is so fun to have a car in Pakistan which is branded from international? So this is like a perverse industrialization. This is industrialization which is not senseless industrialization, and that's what has actually happened. Number two, there are no benefit to the masses. There are 200,000 cars are produced every year, 200,000 cars for the rich people, whereas there are only 3,000 buses are produced in a year. Just imagine, the public transport is totally neglected. You can see the Karachi, where people are overloaded in the buses are 30 years old, you know. So what is happening? We have thought about rich people, not about the masses, basically. Instead of hundreds of local hydro dams, we focus on large dams, Tarbela Dam, Mangla Dam, and so on. And this country needed a lot many water reservoirs, lot many small hydro dams, which we ignored, and we went for a bigger one. And again, now we're going for the Basha Dam, and we are going for Dasu Dam, not going as a water reserve, we are going as electric dams, which is not a very good thing to do right now. And again, Basha Dam will take 10 years to be constructed, and it's got 1,500 billion rupees to be invested. So every time we are talking about big dams, because the leadership wants big things with their names. Industry, more capital intensive, that's what I'm saying. So labor is not used. Where labor employment was supposed to be the issue, that didn't happen. A perverse type of industrialization, import dependent on petrol. Now that you manufacture cars, you run the cars on the street, and then your petrol import bill goes up to $18 billion a year. They never thought about electric cars. They ignore forward and backward linkages. I mean, for instance, you see that in textile, we started yarn instead of cotton. You know, yarn, raw material was imported for the yarn. Synthetic yarn. Okay, so raw material was imported. So we again depended on the foreign exchange. Similarly, we have seen that a perverse type of industrialization took place because we only talk of higher income groups. Once you look at that, railway, India has expanded its railway. Pakistan railway has shrunk over the last 72 years. Many of the routes which was very important at that time is now more being run. And we also see that like in Islamabad, around Islamabad, you have got Fateh Jang to be connected with Islamabad. You have got Hassan Abdal and Mansehra to be, Havelia to be connected with Islamabad. You have got Gujar Khan to be connected with Islamabad. But these connections are not used for local transportation. This is, but you know, nobody is thinking about that. Already there are tracks, so we could have a very good connection. It's not happening. It's very interesting that we have got in Pakistan water channels. Just imagine, in Germany, there are 1,600 kilometers of water channels, and they are using all of them. And in Pakistan, we have got 56,000 kilometers of canals, and we are not officially using them as a transport channels. It's a free, it's a made roads, it's a ready mode, it's a A1 roads available, very low cost. Similarly, we have got Indus River, which is over 3,000 kilometers connecting north and south, and we are not using it. We are actually, it's a perverse sort of industrialization. We are not using our resources. We are depending on the foreign resources, on imported resources. Similarly, public sector projects operated at a loss. You can see PIA accumulated loss of 250, railway accumulated loss of 187 billion, only 50,000 this year. PIA only 54,000 this year. And then steel mill loss has increased to 200 million. State enterprise last year received 697 billion last year, and a total of 1,200 billion lost by state enterprises. So what is happening? We are going for big projects. We are not thinking about the economy of that. We are not thinking about the welfare of it. It's all a disarray. Now, we looked into the literature, and we have found out that there are, if you can see, there could be some propositions we can draw from these. For instance, the first proposition is that the historical context shaped markets. The historical context shaped markets that fostered the perverse industrialization process in Pakistan. This is what we thought, okay, we can say it is all because of history, because we actually came out of a society which was basically dominated by the British India. So we had big landlords creating a perverse atmosphere for industrialization. This could be a very good logic. We say that Muslims were historically less business people in subcontinent. So that's why we were short of entrepreneurs. We can say historically that interest financing was not accepted by Muslims, so they were not investing, borrowed. But all these things are ruled out because India and Bangladesh were also ruled by the same and got the independence at the same time. So how come we were the victims and they were never been the victim? The second proposition basically says the public sector controlled industrial strategy in action deviated from declared socioeconomic development objectives, thus adversely affecting the industrialization process. The second thing was very important, that actually the industrialization was taken up by the state, and the state started establishing all those things. For instance, PIA was made, and PIA was making a lot of profit till private airlines came into. And the day private airlines came into in competition, PIA started going into losses because PIA was not socially optimizing what it was supposed to do to provide cheaper tickets to the Pakistanis traveling from Pakistan to Middle East, where they were workers, or within Pakistan. So instead of giving a welfare to the people, they were making profit, and the moment their profit was disturbed by competition, they started going into the losses. So and they dominated. Originally, public sector was there to build confidence of industrialization and for private sector to invest in that. But instead of that, they started continuing that because it started competing for the profits and staying into the organization. Now, this is the most important thing, that public sector projects were heaven for civil servants. They were appointed in public sector, a lot of extra benefit, extra cars, extra servants, extra houses, extra rest houses, guest houses, and so many other extra benefits. And so they wanted the public sector projects to stay as it is instead of moving ahead. The third proposition, we said that, okay, forget about whatever is happening with the public sector. Let's talk about that, what is civil servant is supposed to be doing there, which they hamper the ability to formulate, implement more appropriate industrialization policy? That was a big question. The first thing is that the civil servants was originally developed by British India with the goal to have colonies run. Now the same civil servants with the skills of administration and ruling, when they became the decision maker, policy makers in this industrialization, so they were not suitable for that. That was the first bigger thing. Secondly, they were not educated to do planning. And it was realized repeatedly from time to time, and repeatedly it was brought in that reforms should be done, but it could not happen so far. Now you see something very interesting. A head of state in Pakistan on average stayed for 4 years, less than 4 years. I mean, you including martial laws. If you take out martial laws, the average age of a head of the state is less than 2 years. Now, the average duration of a minister for planning, a minister for industry is less than 2 years. If you look at that, from the beginning to today. But civil servant stays in the government for 35 years on average. I mean, if you ask civil servants, he will say, well, for so many years I was a subordinate, but you are Pakistani. It was your responsibility to look after that. And you see that, like, for instance, for Japanese economy, they used to be, they used to be interacting with the private sector, but they were always looking after the interests of the Japanese economy as such. So now what we see that state enterprises, which was regulated by and controlled by civil administration, the civil servants, it was a ground for bureaucratic bourgeoisie, corporate, and a lot of problems of corporate governance. Like, I give you a very interesting example that how the state enterprises are being run in Pakistan. There are 1,377 positions of Board of Governors members, and head of the Board of Governors are like the MDs or whatever, chairman of the organization. Out of 1,377, more than 80% are either serving civil servants or retired government servants. Instead of having engineers, managers, marketing experts, financial experts, instead of all that to be in the Board of Governors to be able to make right decisions, this has become another place. This has become another place for the civil servants to take rest, or to have an extra income, or to have an extra importance place, State enterprises are spread across the ministries with no sort of specialization. Some ministries are taking care of IT, whereas the others are taking care of the transport, and it's not like a cohesive sort of a model. Major decisions of the state enterprise are made by ministries with no professional management. Instead of taking the system in the organization, it's run like a file system in the government, in the organization, on internationally, and like in the private sector in Pakistan, things are moved like professionally, but it's not being done like that. So what we see is that in Pakistan, civil administration comprises the key role occupant. It's a key role occupant. It has the control over the decisions. Politicians came and gone, but they were on the seat, and they had the control how to really, run the country. And something very interesting, when I was listening to one of the recent some speech, somebody saying that you cannot speak against the Jews in America because America is controlled by Jews. You cannot speak against the bureaucrats in Pakistan because it is controlled by bureaucrats, So, I mean, this is one of the reasons why bureaucrats were always protected from all sides, and they were making the decisions of all the policies, and they were not actually the right person to make the decision. So what happened basically is that we see that, they have been violating a lot of things: rule, opportunity, capacity, communication, ideology, process. I will not go in detail about that. I would just try to bring it to the end so that we could take questions if there is any. And we say that When you talk about the civil servants, when they say whatever they're doing are doing in the best interest of the country, that's it. You cannot ask them why you are doing something wrong. You know, they cannot. They say we are doing in the best interest of the country. They are always influenced by powerful groups, mainly landlords. So we could never have land reforms to really cut down the landlord's influence on the government. Civil administrators usually receive only a generalistic type of education and training. They are not economists, they are not engineers, they are not doctors, they are not financial professionals. And we keep on ignoring that very vividly. And we say that they can do everything what they want to do. That's what is happening, that the whole industrialization process has gone down. Communication is a big problem in the government. It is English and it is Urdu. Officially it is Urdu, but practically it's English because it has been going on like that. And there's a gap between people and the government because the language barrier is there. There have been attempts done to convert the whole thing into Urdu and has not been done. Even the Supreme Court has made decisions. Then we see that ideology of the civil servants are basically status quo. And you see that again and again and year after year that in Pakistan, status quo is being done by government of Pakistan and civil servants, and we can do nothing about it. So what we conclude is that civil servants who are the key role occupant, they were doing this state enterprise, they were doing the policy for industrialization, they were in the control of the affairs, and they have not been able to promote industrialization as it was required to do. So thank you very much. And if the organizers allow, I think we should take before questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Syed Tahir Hijazi Sahab. Sir, it's a great contribution in our conference. Thank you so much. Now we are privileged that Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan Sahab has joined us, and we are extremely sorry for internet connectivity. I'm requesting to Dr. Shakil Roshan, Chairman of Alhamd Education System and President Alhamd Islamic University, to please say a few words and share his knowledge and experience with us. Over to you, Dr. Saab.
Thank you, Ji.
Sir, can you please close your video sharing, screen sharing, Sir Syed Tahir Hijazi Sahab?
Are you listening?
Yes, sir, we are listening you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman Rahim. Respected guests, speakers, panelists, and participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I welcome you all on behalf of faculty, staff, and administration of Alhamd Islamic University on its first Alhamd Conference on Advances in Management Sciences, ACAMS 2020. I cordially welcome our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, Professor Dr. Syed Tahir Hijazi, Vice Chancellor, Muslim Youth University, Islamabad, Guest of Honor, Professor Dr. Suhail Shahzad, Dean, University of Peshawar, other academicians, scholars, presenters, and participants from Pakistan and around the world. Today is a shining day for us that we have an intellectual and dynamic legend, Mohsin-e-Pakistan, our global hero, Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan. He has changed the way to thinking and brought progressive change in articulation of policy, for the implementation in context of regional stability. He is a peacemaker, brave, courageous, and has a strong determination for youth to receive inspiration through moral integrity. I formally thank Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan for giving us his precious time. Thank you very much, sir. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the lives of most all over the world. However, it is becoming increasingly apparent that the mental health of younger population has been particularly affected. In this situation, it is a great idea to conduct virtual conference where intellectuals can gather and share their knowledge and keep motivating people, and most specifically students. It's a great opportunity and mental exercise for the students to think and keep working. Even there is lockdown, and keep motivating themselves. Alhamd Islamic University has grabbed this opportunity and has already conducted another online multidisciplinary international research conference in emerging technologies in the month of September this year. It is a great achievement on the part of our faculty and scholars to organize second international conference within a span of just 2 months. I applaud their effort and expect them to work more rigorously and arrange such conference in other disciplines as well. I once again welcome and thank you all in this conference. I end my speech with the golden word of our great poet, Hazrat Allama Muhammad Iqbal Rahmatullah Alayh, that नहीं है ना उम्मीद इकबाल अपनी कश्ते वीरां से, नहीं है ना उम्मीद इकबाल अपनी कश्ते वीरां से, जरा नम हो तो ये मट्टी बड़ी जरखेज है साकी. Thanks. Pakistan Zindabad. Alhamd Paindabad.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. At this auspicious moment, your kind presence as a chief guest will make the conference splendid. Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan is a famous Pakistani nuclear scientist and a metallurgical engineer. He is widely regarded as the founder of gas centrifuge enrichment technology for Pakistani nuclear deterrent program. Pakistan Nuclear Weapons Program is a source of extreme national pride, as its father, A.Q. Khan, who headed Pakistan Nuclear Program for some 25 years, is considered a national hero. Dear sir, it is to humbly invite you as our esteemed chief guest at first Alhamd Conference on Advances in Management Sciences. Over to you, respected sir.
Ms. Sehrish, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, please.
मोहतरम जनाब डॉक्टर शकील रोशन साहब, मुअज़्ज़िज़ ख़वातीन व हज़रात, हाज़रीन व नाज़रीन, अस्सलामु अलैकुम। आपसे बात करूँगा, अंग्रेज़ी बोल बोल के मैं थक गया। पूरी 60-70 साल से अंग्रेज़ी रोज़ बोल बोल के मेरी बेगम भी बेफारा नहीं है, और हम घर में भी अंग्रेज़ी बोलते हैं, और बच्चियों से भी जो इंग्लैंड में पढ़ा है, अमेरिका में पढ़ा है, तो क्योंकि अब पाकिस्तानी जब मिलते हैं, जब भी कहीं जाता हूँ किसी कन्वोकेशन वगैरह में, तो मैं कोशिश करता हूँ थोड़ी उर्दू बोल लूँ, तो ऐसा ना हो कि उर्दू भूल जाऊँ, तो जब मुनकर नकीर आएँ तो फिर मुझे उनसे कहूँ कि आप अंग्रेज़ी में मुझसे सवाल कीजिएगा। तो مجھے بہت ہی خوشی ہوئی کہ آپ نے مجھے دعوت دی اور میرے لیے باعث عزت ہے. مجھے اس پر فخر ہے کہ میں نے پاکستان کی کسی طرح سے کچھ خدمت کی. چھوٹا سا پہلے بیک گراؤنڈ بتاؤں کہ میں بھوپال کا رہنے والا ہوں. ایک مسلمان ریاست تھی سینٹرل انڈیا میں, اور ہمارے یہاں اسلام کے اوپر بہت زیادہ زور دیا جاتا تھا. تو بچپن سے ہی ہم نمازی کیا تو میں کچھ عرصے سے کراچی آ گیا. وہاں سے میں نے بی ایس سی کیا. 3 سال میں نے کراچی میں ملازمت کی, انسپیکٹر ویٹس اینڈ میجرس کی, اور اس کے بعد میرا جی چاہا کہ باہر جا کے تعلیم حاصل کروں. تو مجھے برلن میں داخلہ مل گیا. میں برلن چلا گیا 2 سال کے لیے. وہاں سے چھٹی پر ہالینڈ گیا. میری بیگم سے ملاقات ہو گئی. اس وقت یہ لوگ ساؤتھ افریقہ سے واپس آئے تھے. تو ہماری دوستی ہو گئی, منگنی ہو گئی, اور ان کی دعوت پر میں پھر ہالینڈ شفٹ ہو گیا ٹیکنالوجیکل یونیورسٹی میں, اور وہاں سے میں نے ماسٹر کی ڈسٹنکشن کے ساتھ 1 سال اسسٹنٹ رہا. اس کے بعد میں لیون چلا گیا, مجھے فیلوشپ ملی. میں نے وہاں سے پی ایچ ڈی کی. واپس مجھے دعوت دی گئی ہالینڈ میں ایک میں کام کرنے کی, جو کہ انریچمنٹ پر کام کر رہی تھی, اور انگلینڈ, جرمنی اور ہالینڈ مل کر اس کو بہت ہی خفیہ پروجیکٹ تھی جس کو کام کر رہے تھے. اس میں مجھے انہوں نے دعوت دی کہ آپ اس پہ کام کریں, اور اگرچہ کہ میں فارینر تھا, پاکستانی تھا, انہوں نے مجھے اس کام پر لگا دیا, اور میں نے 4 سال وہاں کام کیا. میں نے 71 کی جو جنگ تھی اور جو ہماری فوج کی ذلت ہوئی تھی اور شکست ہوئی تھی, وہ دیکھ کر میں کبھی نہیں بھولا تھا. اور جب 74 میں انڈیا نے دھماکہ کیا تو میں نے سوچا کہ آپ پاکستان کی جو کہاوت ہے کہ فوجی کے گوشت کو کھو گئی, تو وہ ہماری, مجھے شک ہوا کہ اب ہماری گوشت کو کھو گئی ہے باقی. تو میں نے بھٹو صاحب کو ایک خط لکھا کہ جی اگر آپ نے میچنگ ریسپانس نہ دی تو 10 سال تو پہنچے, شاید 5 سال میں باقی جو پاکستان ہے یہ بھی نہیں بچے گا. تو انہوں نے فوری مجھے دعوت دی کہ آپ آئیں اور مجھ سے بات کریں. میں دسمبر 74 میں کرسمس کے وقت پاکستان آیا, اور میں نے ان سے ملاقات کی. ان کو میں نے بتایا کہ میں بہت اہم چیز پر کام کر رہا ہوں, آپ اس پر کام شروع کریں, یہ ہمارے ریچ میں ہے. اگر آپ صحیح طریقے سے اچھی ٹیم بنا لیں اور اچھے لوگ اس میں لگا دیں اور ان کو سہولتیں دیں. تو ان کا جو ٹھیک ہے, مجھے اٹامک کمیشن کے لوگوں سے ملایا گیا. میں نے ان کو بتایا کہ کس طرح یہ کام ہونا چاہیے, کیونکہ کیسے میں واپس چلا گیا. میں دسمبر یعنی کرسمس 75 پر پھر آیا. پھر ان سے ملاقات کی تو انہوں نے کہا کہ ذرا جا کر دیکھیے کہ کتنا کام ہوا بھٹو صاحب نے. میں نے جا کر دیکھا تو کام کچھ بھی نہیں ہوتا, ایک مذاق ہو رہا تھا جو ہمارے یہاں کا رواج ہے. لوگ چائے پی رہے ہیں, گپے مار رہے ہیں اور چلے گئے ہیں, اور ایک شخص بٹھایا ہوا تھا جس کو کچھ نالج بھی نہیں تھی اس چیز کی, اور نہ ہی اس کو فزکس کی نالج تھی اور نہ ہی ایسے کاموں کی. تو وہ تو 8-10 لڑکوں کے لیے بیٹھا ہوا تھا اور 2 اسٹینلیس اسٹیل کے پتیلے جوڑ رہا تھا. تو میں نے پوچھا یہ کیا کر رہا ہوں, تو کہہ رہا تھا کہ میں لیکوڈ نائٹروجن کنٹینر بنا رہا ہوں سیلف سفیشینسی کے لیے. میں نے کہا کہ یہاں تو ہسپتال میں اتنے ڈیبر رکھے ہوتے ہیں, وہاں سے جا کے اٹھا لا. ہر ہسپتال میں ایک ہوتا ہے لیکوڈ ایئر کا یا لیکوڈ نائٹروجن, پھر باہر ہے. میں جا کے بھٹو صاحب کو بتا دیا. انہوں نے مجھ سے کہا ایک دم آل آف اے سڈن کہ جی آپ واپس نہ جائیں. میرے لیے بہت بڑا دھچکا تھا اور چیلنج تھا, کیونکہ آپ دیکھیے گا کہ میں بڑی اعلیٰ نوکری تھی میرے پاس, مجھے گھر دیے ہوا تھا, گاڑی دی ہوئی تھی, اچھی پوزیشن پہ تھا. میں ہالینڈ کو بیلجیم میں کامن مارکیٹ میں سائنس ٹیکنالوجی گروپ میں ریپرزینٹ کرتا تھا. میں انگلینڈ جاتا تھا, پورے یورپ میں جاتا تھا, امریکہ جاتا تھا کانفرنسز وغیرہ میں. میں نے بہت پبلیکیشن کی تھی اور بہت اچھی, جس کو لوگوں نے بہت سراہا تھا. MIT کے ہیڈ آف ڈپارٹمنٹ نے, کیمبرج کے وغیرہ وغیرہ, اور بہت سارے آرٹیکل امریکہ میں, انگلینڈ میں, جاپان وغیرہ میں, جرمنی میں شائع کیے تھے. بہرحال تو میں نے ان سے کہا کہ ہم تو سب چھٹی پر آئے ہیں, صرف چند سمر کلوتھ لے کر, اور یہ تو ممکن نہیں ہے میں چلا جاؤں 3-4 مہینے میں آ جاؤں, کہ نہیں رہتا آپ واپس ہو جاؤں. تو خاص نہیں سکتا کہ میں ایک مرتبہ واپس گیا تو ارادہ بدل دوں گا, اور اس معاملے میں باقی وہ سچ تھے. اگر میں واپس جاتا تو یہاں کے جو حالت دیکھے تھے, میں شاید ارادہ بدل ہی دیتا. پھر میں نے کہا میں آپ کو کل بتاؤں گا، بیوی سے پوچھ کے. میں نے جب آ کے بیگم سے پوچھا بتایا تو بیگم نے پہلے تو کہا کہ نہیں سوال ہی پیدا نہیں ہوتا، ہم چلے، ہماری جو چھوٹی بچی ہیں وہ تعلیم حاصل کر رہی ہیں، ایک 7 سال کی تھی، ایک 5 سال کی. تو میں نے کہا ٹھیک ہے آپ جیسے کہتی ہیں چلتے ہیں. تو کہ نہیں بیٹھ جاؤ تھوڑی لیٹ میں سوال ہو. مجھے بتاؤ کہ میری بیگم جو میں نے آپ کو بتایا نا وہ ڈچ اوریجن کی ہیں لیکن انگلش اسپیکنگ ہیں. تو انہوں نے کہا کہ نہیں بیٹھ جاؤ، مجھے بتاؤ کہ اگر تم پاکستان میں رکتے ہو تو پاکستان کے لیے کچھ کام کر سکتے ہو. تو میں نے ان سے عرض کیا کہ اس میں کوئی مبالغہ نہیں ہے کہ میرے علاوہ یہ کام کوئی پاکستان میں کیا پوری دنیا کا کوئی شخص نہیں کر سکتا پاکستان کے لیے قیامت تک بھی. تو ان کا پھر ہم رک جاتے ہیں. ہم رک گئے اور بڑی مشکلات پیش آئیں. ہمیں پوری کوشش کی گئی کہ ہمیں واپس بھگا دیا جائے، لیکن جو انہوں نے قدم جما دی اپنے ملک کی خدمت کے لیے ہمیں ساتھ انکار دیتے کہ ہم نہیں مانیں گے. تو یہاں رک گئے. بہرحال پروجیکٹ وغیرہ صحت کی اتحاد نے مجھے سہولتیں دیں اور پروجیکٹ کو الگ کر دیا ٹرمنل کمیشن سے اور مجھے ہیڈ بنا دیا. اور وہاں میں نے پوری ایک ٹیم تیار کی اور کام شروع کیا. اب جو بات ہے مینجمنٹ کی، میں آپ سے کہوں کہ جب میں ڈیلٹ میں تھا تو وہاں ایک پروفیسر نے جو مینجمنٹ سائنسز کے پروفیسر تھے، انہوں نے ہمیں ایک لیکچر دیا تھا 1 سال. اور وہ ایسا لیکچر تھا کہ وہ آپ کہیے کہ جس طرح کلام الہی ہے نا اس طرح کی ایسی نصیحتیں کی تھیں جن کو میں نے اپنایا اور میں اس میں کبھی فیل نہیں ہوئی. میری سکسیس کا راز ہے وہ اسی میں ہے. انہوں نے جو سب لب لباب تھا وہ یہ تھا کہ جی یو ٹیک کیئر آف یور اسٹاف اینڈ دے ول گیو یو دیئر بیسٹ. بس یہ لب لباب تھا. تو جب میں یہاں آیا تو میں نے اپنے اسٹاف کا بہت خیال رکھا. میں نے ان کو ہر سہولت دی جو ان کو چاہیے تھی. ان کے بچوں کے لیے بسیں دی کہ وہ اسکول جائیں اور آئیں میٹرک تک. ان کی بچیوں کے لیے گریجویشن تک دی. ان کو ٹرانسپورٹ بہت اچھی دی، وہاں کھانا اچھا دیا اور تنخواہیں اچھی دیں. اور گورنمنٹ سے کہتے غلام صاحب ہمارے پروگرام کے ہیڈ تھے، فائنانس کے انچارج تھے، تو بہت ہی نفیس انسان تھے اللہ بخشے. انہوں نے بہت سہولت دی. تو وہ اس طریقے سے کام کیا. اور میں اپنے چند ساتھیوں کے ساتھ ہمیشہ یورپ جاتا تھا اور ہم وہیں بیٹھ کے اسی وقت فیصلہ کر لیتے. ہم کبھی نہیں کہتے تھے کہ جی آپ کوٹیشن جو بنائیں اور ہمیں بھیجیں اور پھر ہم فیصلہ کریں گے، کیونکہ اس کو کافی ٹائم لگ جاتا تھا اور وہ ہم ٹائم سے بچانا چاہتے تھے. مجھے پتہ تھا کہ یہ جو چیز ہے یہ ٹائم، یہ ریس اگینسٹ ٹائم ہے. اگر ہم اس میں ذرا بھی فیل ہو گئے یا ڈیلے ہو گئی ان کو پتہ لگ گیا تو ہم یہ کام نہیں کر سکتے. میں نے ایک ایسی ٹیم بنائی جو ایک ایسی اعلیٰ ٹیم تھی کہ جو کہ نہ ہی اس سے پہلے پیدا ہوئی تھی پاکستان میں، اور میں دعویٰ کرتا ہوں کہ قیامت تک بھی اب ایسی ٹیم پیدا نہیں ہوگی. اتنے مخلص محب وطن وہ لوگ تھے اور اتنے قابل جن کو میں نے ساتھ ملایا تھا کہ وہ دن رات کام کرتے تھے 18 20 گھنٹے. اور ویکینڈ پہ بھی سیٹرڈے سنڈے کو بھی آ جاتے تھے کہوٹا اور کام میں لگے رہتے تھے. میں بھی چلا جاتا تھا. جب میں دیکھتا تھا تو سب موجود ہیں، سب کام کر رہے ہیں. میں کہہ رہا کبھی چھٹی بھی لیا کرو اپنی بیگم بچوں کے لیے، کیونکہ صاحب یہ کام زیادہ اہم ہے. انہیں احساس تھا کہ اس کام میں ملک کی سلامتی کا انحصار ہے. تو اس طریقے سے ہم کام میں لگے رہے اور ادھر ادھر جاتے رہے. آپ دیکھیے آپ کو پتہ لگا کل ہی ایک ایرانی کو قتل کر دیا. اس زمانے میں جو اسرائیلی تھے وہ سب لوگوں کو قتل کر رہے تھے. انہوں نے 7-8 لوگوں کو سائنس کے جیسے ایجپٹ وغیرہ کے راستے سب کو قتل کر دیا تھا. میں نے کبھی بھی ایک لمحہ بھی ڈر محسوس نہیں کیا. میں نے کہا کہ ہم تو پکے مسلمان ہیں، جو اللہ تعالیٰ نے لکھ دیا ہے، جو کتاب میں لکھا ہوا ہے پیدائش کے وقت سے اسی پر عمل ہوگا. گھر بیٹھے بھی موت آ سکتی ہے اور باہر بھی آ سکتی ہے. تو میں کبھی نہیں ڈرا. میں اپنے ساتھیوں کے ساتھ ہمیشہ گیا اور پورے یورپ میں گیا. لندن بھی جاتا تھا، پیرس بھی جاتا تھا، جرمنی بھی جاتا تھا، آسٹریا بھی جاتا تھا، سوئٹزرلینڈ بھی جاتا تھا، ہالینڈ بھی جاتا تھا. سب جگہ جاتا تھا اور میرے ساتھیوں کے ساتھ. اور زیادہ تر ہماری ٹیم 4-5 لوگوں کی ہوتی تھی. ہم جو فیصلہ کر لیتے تھے اور یہاں پہ اچھا کام چلتا رہا اور بہت تیزی سے ہم نے کام کیا. آپ کو تعجب ہوا کہ جولائی 76 میں یہ پروجیکٹ ہوئی. میں نے کہوٹے میں جس پلانٹ کو لگایا تو مقصد مجھے بھٹو صاحب نے پوچھا کہ آپ بتائیے کہ آپ نے یہ کیوں جگہ سلیکٹ کی. میں نے تو انہوں نے پوچھا کہ کوئی جگہ آپ نے سلیکٹ کی؟ تو میں نے کہا جی ہاں کہوٹا. تو غلام صاحب کہنے لگے کہ سر ایسے کرتے ہیں کمیٹی بنا دیتے ہیں جو اس بات کو چیک کر لے کہ یہ جگہ صحیح ہے کہ نہیں ہے. تو بھٹو صاحب مسکرائے اور انہوں نے کہا کہ ہاں صاحب، جس شخص نے جو کچھ کام کرنا ہے اس کو وہ جگہ پسند ہے. نہ آپ کو اس بارے میں کچھ پتہ ہے، نہ مجھے اس بارے میں پتہ ہے. تو بات ختم ہو گئی، اس کو کام کرنے دیں. تو دیکھیے 1 منٹ میں اس طرح فیصلے ہوتے تھے اس وقت. تو انہوں نے پھر مجھے کہا کہ آپ کو کیا پاور چاہیے. میں نے کہا کہ مجھے فری ہینڈ چاہیے. تو انہوں نے کہا کہ آپ کو یہ بنا کے رائٹنگ میں یہ بورڈ میں بنا رہا ہوں، ان کو آپ وہ بتائیں اور ان سے اپروول لے لیں. میں ان کو پرائم منسٹر کی پاور دے رہا ہوں. تو انہوں نے مجھے کہا، میں نے وہ بنا کے لے گیا. اس میں نے کہا کہ گریڈ 20 تک کی آفیسر تک کی مجھے اجازت ہو کہ ڈائریکٹ بھرتی کر لوں، اس کی چھٹی کر دوں سکتا. تو غلام حسین صاحب نے دیکھ کے کہا کہ ارے ڈاکٹر صاحب یہ پاور تو پرائم منسٹر کے پاس ہے، ہمارے پاس بھی نہیں ہے. تو ایک دن قاضی صاحب نے وہ اٹھایا، اس پہ دستخط کیے اور ان کے سامنے پھینک دیے کہ اس پہ دستخط کرو. اگر PWD بنانا چاہتے ہو تو ڈسکس کرو، ورنہ جو پاور ڈاکٹر صاحب مانگ رہے ہیں وہ دو، اور ہم تو بیٹھے ہوئے ہم نگرانی کر لیں گے. تو یہ میں تھوڑی سی بیک گراؤنڈ آپ کو بتا رہا ہوں کہ پروجیکٹ کس طرح کامیاب ہوتی ہیں. اب اس طرح ہم نے کام کیا. کہوٹا اس لیے میں نے سلیکٹ کیا تھا سر کہ ایک تو یہ کہ مجھے چاہیے تھا کہ سینٹرل گورنمنٹ کے قریب ہوں، میں کنٹیکٹ کر سکوں، کبھی مجھے انتظار نہ کرنا پڑے. دوسرے یہ کہ مجھے آرمی کی ضرورت تھی. تیسری کہ مجھے یہ ضرورت تھی کہ وہ علاقہ ایسا ہو کہ جہاں فارنرس نہ جاتے ہوں، آنے جانے کا راستہ نہ ہو. ہوتا یہ تھا کہ بڑا شہر قریب ہو جس میں انجینئر اور سائنٹسٹ رہ سکیں اور جن کے بچے یہاں رہ سکیں. ہم 1 گھنٹہ جانے کا لگتا تھا. صبح ہم 7 بجے 7:30 بجے نکلتے تھے، 8 ساڑھے 8 بجے پہنچ جاتے تھے. وہاں سے 5 بجے نکلتے تھے، کبھی 6 بجے نکلتے تھے، گھنٹے گھر میں پہنچ جاتے. شام کو گھر کے والوں کے ساتھ تو ہوتے تھے، بچے تو تعلیم حاصل کرتے تھے، صحیح میڈیکل فیسلٹیز تھیں. یہ بہت بڑی چیز تھی جس سے پروجیکٹ کو میرے خیال سے کامیابی میں بہت بڑا رول ادا کیا. لیکن میں جو آپ سے عرض کر رہا ہوں وہ یہ ہے کہ سب تھوڑی بہت ساری کتابیں لکھی گئی ہیں آپ یہاں پر. وہ بھائی نیشنز فیل باہر والے لوگوں نے لکھی ہیں یہ وہ. لیکن جو سب سے پرانی کتاب ہے وہ سیاست نامہ ہے اس کا، نظام الدین طوسی کا. وہ دیکھ لیجیے، اس میں بڑے اچھے مثالیں دی ہوئی ہیں کس طرح حکومت کرنی چاہیے. شیخ سعدی کی بوستان ہے، وہ دیکھ لیجیے. حضرت عمر رضی اللہ عنہ کا نظام تعلیم دیکھ لیجیے گا، نظام حکومت دیکھ لیجیے گا. اس سے بہتر کہیں آپ کو نظام نہیں ملے گا. اس کے علاوہ عمر بن عبدالعزیز کا دیکھ لیجیے گا، اس سے بہتر آپ کو کہیں انتظام نہیں ملے گا. تو یہ چیز تھی. اور موجودہ دور میں ہمارے یہاں بہت سارے لوگ ہیں. پہلے ایک صاحب سے مشرف کے ساتھ جو 8 سال رہے اور وہ گورننس لا رہے تھے. اچھا وہ تو نہیں آئی. اب 2.5 سال ہو گئے نئی حکومت کے ساتھ گڈ گورننس لانے میں، اور تو 10.5 سال تو ہو گئے تو گڈ گورننس نہیں آئی ابھی تک. میرا اپنا خیال ہے کہ اگر اللہ تعالیٰ مجھے موقع دیتا تو میں 3-4 مہینے کے اندر، 5 مہینے کے اندر ایسی گورننس لا دیتا تو لوگ پھر اس کو یاد رکھتے، افسوس کرتے. تو یہ وہ بات تھی کہ ہم گڈ گورننس کے لیے ڈھونڈتے پھرتے ہیں، اور اگر کرنا چاہیں تو کر سکتے ہیں. یہ دیکھیے اس زمانے میں بھی جو ایک شخص ہے جو بہت ہی اعلیٰ منتظم ہے اور جس نے بڑے اعلیٰ کتابیں اور وہ مضامین لکھے ہیں، اکثر نیوز میں لکھتے رہتے ہیں، اس سراج الدین عزیز ہیں کراچی کے. میٹروپولیٹن پہلے BCCI میں ہوتے تھے، پوری دنیا میں ان کی پوسٹنگ وغیرہ رہی، انگلینڈ میں، امریکہ میں، چائنا وغیرہ میں. تو وہ انہوں نے کتاب لکھی ہے بہت ہی اچھی، وہ مجھے بھیجی تھی انہوں نے. یہ ہے آرٹ اینڈ کرافٹ آف مینجمنٹ. یہ پاکستان میں اویلیبل ہے. اچھا اس کے علاوہ انہوں نے کئی مضامین لکھے ہیں نیوز میں. تو اگر آپ سراج الدین عزیز کے نام سے نیوز میں دیکھیں، ٹک کریں تو ان کے جو مضامین ہیں، اور یہ کتاب جو آرٹ اینڈ کرافٹ آف مینجمنٹ، اس کے علاوہ ایک اور کتاب ہے جو ان کی بہت ہی اعلیٰ کتاب ہے، وہ ہے ہارٹ پارٹ. تو میں نے ان کی کتابوں پہ اکثر تبصرے لکھے ہیں. میں شاید آپ کو علم ہوگا کہ جنگ میں ہر منڈے کو اور نیوز میں ہر منڈے کو ایک کالم لکھتا ہوں. پچھلے تقریباً 12 سال ہونے کو آ گئے اور وہ چھپتے ہیں اور کافی ہر دل عزیز ہیں. میں زیادہ تر سیاست کو اوائڈ کرتا ہوں، تو سیاستدانوں پہ چھوڑتا ہوں. میں یہ سوچتا ہوں کہ وہ باتیں کرو جو عوام کی دلچسپی کی ہیں اور جو ان کے کام کی ہیں. اور بہت سی ایسی چیزیں ہیں جو مذہبی بھی ہیں اور دوسری جیسے بوستان اور گلستان وغیرہ کی شیخ سعدی کی نصیحتیں ہیں، وہ بیان کرتے ہیں کہ جو 80% لوگ جو کتابیں نہیں خرید سکتے یا نہیں پڑھ سکتے، اس کم از کم اخبار تک ان کی پہنچ ہے اور وہ اخبار پڑھ لیتے ہیں، بہت سی چیزیں سیکھ لیتے ہیں اور لوگ اس کو بہت سراہتے ہیں. تو یہ بات ہے. جو ایک چھوٹی سی بات آپ نے چاہ رہا ہوں یہ کہ خواہ آپ ہارورڈ سے پڑھیں، خواہ آپ لندن اسکول آف اکنامکس سے پڑھیں، اسٹینفرڈ سے پڑھیں، آکسفورڈ سے پڑھیں، کیمبرج سے پڑھیں، پی ایچ ڈی کی ڈگری لائیں، مینجمنٹ وغیرہ، یہ سب فیل ہو جاتی ہیں. یہ کوئی کام نہیں آتی جب تک کہ آپ کو اللہ تعالیٰ نے صلاحیت نہ دی ہو کہ اس کی اپلیکیشن بھی ہو. کتابیں ہر شخص پڑھ کے پاس کر سکتا ہے. آپ نے دیکھا کہ تندورچی کا بیٹا بھی جا کے ڈگری لے آتا ہے پی ایچ ڈی کی، وہ اینٹیں کے بھٹے بنانے والے کا بھی لے آتا ہے، لیکن وہ زندگی بھر بھٹے بنانے والے ہی رہتا ہے اور تندورچی رہتا ہے. وہ اس کی وہ پرورش نہیں ہوتی جو ہونا چاہیے. اسی طرح یہ جو لوگ کتابیں پڑھ کے ڈگریاں لے آتے ہیں، یہ بڑا آسان کام ہے. آپ کیمبرج سے لے آئیں، آکسفورڈ سے لے آئیں، وغیرہ وغیرہ لے آئیں. دیکھیے میں نے برلن میں پڑھا، دنیا کی بہترین یونیورسٹی ہے جس میں کہ 9-10 پی ایچ ڈی وہ نوبل لاریٹس ہیں. ڈیلفٹ میں پڑھا جہاں 3-4 نوبل لاریٹس، اور لیون میں پڑھا جو کہ اس وقت بھی یورپ کی نمبر 1 یونیورسٹی ہے، اور 600 سال میں صرف 27 لوگوں کو انہوں نے اپنا ڈسٹنگوش الومنس بنایا. اللہ تعالیٰ کا کرم ہے، مجھے اس پہ فخر ہے پاکستانی ہونے کی حیثیت سے کہ ان تین یونیورسٹی کے ویب سائٹ پہ انہوں نے ڈسٹنگوش اسکالرس کی جو لسٹ بنائی ہے اس میں میرا نام موجود ہے، اس میں میرا فوٹو لگا ہوا ہے، اور وہ کہتے ہیں کہ یہ فاؤنڈر آف پاکستان نیوکلیئر پروگرام وغیرہ وغیرہ. تو یہ وہ ہے کہ تو اس میں یہ ہے کہ یہ جو ہے کہ مطلب یہ کہ جاہل سے کم پڑھا لکھا بہتر ہے، اور کم پڑھے لکھے سے زیادہ پڑھا لکھا بہتر ہے. اور جو انسٹیٹیوشنل ٹریننگ ہوتی ہے یا پڑھائی ہوتی ہے اس سے یونیورسٹی کی تعلیم بہتر ہے. لیکن عقل و فہم جو ہے نا وہ اللہ تعالیٰ دیتا ہے، سمجھا؟ اور وہ عقل و فہم جو ہے وہ کام آتی ہے، وہ اللہ تعالیٰ اپنے پسندیدہ لوگوں کو ہی دیتا ہے. اب شیخ سعدی تو آکسفورڈ اور کیمبرج کے یا ہارورڈ سے پڑھے ہوئے نہیں تھے، یا حضرت عمر بن عبدالعزیز یہ تو ہارورڈ آکسفورڈ کے نہیں پڑھتے، لیکن آج سے اس وقت دیکھیے کہ ان کا نظام حکومت کیسا اعلیٰ درجے کا تھا. یعنی حضرت عمر فرماتے تھے کہ اگر فرات کے کنارے ایک کتا بھی پیاس سے مر جائے تو عمر اللہ تعالیٰ کے سامنے جواب دہ ہوگا. حضرت عمر بن عبدالعزیز کے زمانے میں انہوں نے کہا، رمضان کا مہینہ آ رہا تھا، کہ زکوٰۃ بانٹ دو غریبوں میں. تمام گھومے پورے عرب ممالک میں کوئی زکوٰۃ لینے والا نہیں ملا. انہوں نے کہا صاحب کوئی زکوٰۃ نہیں لے رہا. آپ نے کہا کہ افریقن ممالک میں چلے جاؤ، وہاں لوگ غریب ہوتے ہیں. وہاں گئے، وہاں سے بھی لے آئے، جو تھیلے بھر کے لے گئے تھے واپس لے آئے. ان کے ساتھ وہاں بھی کوئی زکوٰۃ لینے والا نہیں. حکومت جو تھی حضرت عمر کی پاکستان سے 8 گنا بڑی تھی، اور وہاں سے مدینہ سے لے کے تو آرمینیا تک پھیلی ہوئی تھی، یہاں ملتان تک پھیلی ہوئی تھی، ادھر سینٹرل ایشیا تک پھیلی ہوئی تھی. اور آپ دیکھیے نہ اس زمانے میں موبائل تھا، نہ واٹس ایپ تھا، نہ یہ ہم جس طرح باتیں کر رہے ہیں یہ چیز تھی، نہ ٹرین تھی، نہ ہوائی جہاز تھا، نہ ریل تھی. لیکن مزہ نہیں کہ کوئی چڑیا پر تو غلط مار لے. ایسے نظام حکومت تھا کہ کوئی بھوکا نہیں تھا، کوئی پیاسا نہیں تھا، کہیں جرم نہیں ہوتا تھا. یہاں روز آپ ٹی وی دیکھتے ہیں، شکلیں دکھاتے ہیں کس طرح لوٹ رہے ہیں، مار رہے ہیں، اور ہم مدینے کی ریاست بنا رہے ہیں. ماشاء اللہ، یس مدینے کی ریاست کی ہم تصویر پیش کر رہے ہیں. بچوں کو ریپ کیا جا رہا ہے، قتل کیا جا رہا ہے. تو یہ بات تو میں یہ کر رہا تھا کہ ٹھیک ہے انسان پوری کوشش کرے. ایک تو یہ بات ہے کہ سچ بول اور ایمانداری سے کام کرے، لیکن گڈ گورننس کا خواہ ریسرچ ہو، خواہ ایڈمنسٹریشن ہو، یا آپ پڑھانے والے ہوں، یا کہیں آپ کو اللہ تعالیٰ نے اعلیٰ عہدہ دیا ہو، اس میں یہ بہت ضروری ہے کہ اللہ کی طرف سے عقل و فہم ہو. اور اگر آپ کوشش کریں خود اللہ کو یاد رکھیں اور اس کی یہ دعا کریں اور اس سے درخواست کریں کہ آپ کو ہدایت دے اور آپ کو راستہ دکھائے، تو اسی میں کامیابی ہوگی. کتابیں پڑھنے سے کچھ نہیں ہوتا. یہ ہارورڈ سے ڈگری لے آئیں. یہاں ہارورڈ سے اور اسٹینفرڈ سے اور آکسفورڈ کیمبرج سے اکنامکس سے سینکڑوں سے ہزاروں لوگ ہر سال کامیاب ہوتے ہیں، لیکن آپ نے کسی کا نام سنا ہے؟ کہاں جاتے ہیں؟ سب غائب ہو جاتے ہیں۔ ہمارے یہاں جو آتے ہیں یہ وہ ہوتے ہیں جن کو ورلڈ بینک یا IMF جو ہے وہ پہلے اپنے پاس ریکروٹ کر لیتی ہے، جو وہاں سے ڈگری وگری لے لیتے ہیں، ان کو وہ ٹرین کرتے ہیں کہ کس طرح ڈیولپنگ کنٹریز کا بیڑا غرق کریں۔ پھر ان کا نام یہ ہوتا ہے کہ جی وہ ورلڈ بینک میں کام کر رہا ہے، IMF میں کام کر رہا ہے، پھر 5 سال میں کام کر رہا ہے۔ وہ کام یہ نہیں کہ سیکھنے کے لیے پلانر، وہ ہے امپلیمنٹر، وہ امپلیمنٹ کرتا ہے ان کی پلاننگ جو وہ بنا کے دیتے ہیں کہ جی اب آپ پاکستان جائیے، انڈونیشیا جائیے، ایران جائیے، تاجکستان جائیے، ازبکستان جائیے، کہ اب جو ہم نے آپ کو سکھایا جو یہ پالیسیز ہیں ان کو امپلیمنٹ کیجیے اور ان کا بیڑا غرق کیجیے۔ پاکستان میں بہت اچھے لوگ ہیں، اللہ تعالیٰ نے بہت اچھے لوگ دیے ہیں۔ میں لاتارا یونیورسٹیوں کا بورڈ کا ممبر رہا ہوں، سنڈیکیٹ کا ممبر رہا ہوں، اور میں نے بڑے اچھے اچھے لوگ دیکھے، لیکن بڑے سے بڑا پروفیسر آپ میں سے ماشاء اللہ بہت سارے بڑے ذہین لوگ ہیں، اگر آپ بڑے خوش قسمت میں کہ آپ کو تمغہ امتیاز ہی مل جائے، لیکن اگر آپ بھرامچی ہوتے، طبلہ اچھا بجاتے، یہ گانا گاتے، تو آپ کو ہلال امتیاز اور نشان امتیاز مل جاتا، سمجھا، یا آپ 2-3 ٹیکے لگا لیتے۔ تو یہ وہ بات ہے کہ جہاں نہ تعلیم یافتہ کی قدر ہے، نہ سمجھداری اور نہ ان کو استعمال کیا جاتا ہے صحیح طریقے سے۔ اب یونیورسٹی کا ہے سوال کہ جی ایک یہاں ابھی ہری پور میں یونیورسٹی بنائی گئی، اس کا کہا جی کہ بڑی اعلیٰ یونیورسٹی بنی اور یہ ہے وہ ہے سب کچھ، اور وہ 2 سال میں ہم نے بنا دی۔ دیکھیے انسٹیٹیوٹ بنایا میں نے GI کے، میری پلاننگ کی، میں نے اس کے سب بلڈنگوں کے نقشے بنائے، میں نے کنسٹرکشن کرائی، میں نے لیبارٹری بنائی، سب کچھ 2 سال میں صرف۔ اور وہ انسٹیٹیوٹ آج بھی ملک کا سب سے بہتر انسٹیٹیوٹ ہے دنیا کے، آپ اس کو بنا سکتے ہیں۔ آپ میں نے کراچی میں 2 انسٹیٹیوٹ بنا ہے، آپ جا کے دیکھیے، ایک بنایا مینٹل ہیلتھ کا اور ایک بنایا ہے انسٹیٹیوٹ آف بایو ٹیکنالوجی جینیٹک انجینئرنگ کراچی یونیورسٹی کے اندر، میں نے بنا کے ڈونیٹ کر دیا۔ آپ ان کو ذرا دیکھیے کہ ان کا اسٹینڈرڈ انٹرنیشنل لیول پر۔ تو یہ وہ چیزیں ہیں کہ میں یہ نہیں کہتا کہ جی میں بڑا عقل مند ہوں اور 30 مارکا ہوں اور اڑتی چڑیا کے پر گن لوں گا یا اس کو گرا لوں گا۔ بات یہ ہے کہ اللہ تعالیٰ کا کرم ہوتا ہے، ہم ہمیشہ اس کا شکر ادا چاہیے کہ اگر اس نے عقل و فہم دی ہے تو اس نے دی ہے، اگر رہنمائی دی ہے تو اس نے دی ہے۔ ہم یہ کہ اگر ہم تھوڑی نیک نیتی سے کام کریں، اللہ اور رسول کو یاد رکھیں اور اس کی ہدایت حاصل کریں اور اللہ تعالیٰ سے ہمیشہ نصیحت حاصل کرنے کی کوشش کریں تو اللہ تعالیٰ کامیاب کرتا ہے۔ یہ باتیں مارنا اور یہ بننا کہ جی ہم اب گڈ گورننس لا رہے ہیں اور یہ کر رہے ہیں، مینجمنٹ کر رہے ہیں، یہ کہیں نہیں ہوتی، کوئی نہیں کرے گا۔ آپ دیکھیں تمام ادارے جو ہیں فیل ہو گئے ہیں اس ملک، جو کام کرنے والے تھے ان کی چھٹی ہو گئی۔ IT کا جو ہے اعلیٰ درجے کا ہمارے پاس لڑکا تھا عمر سیف، آپ دیکھیں کہ کیسی چھٹی کر دی۔ جو گپے مارنے والے ہیں، خوش آمدی ہیں، وہ ماشاءاللہ گلے لگ کے بیٹھ جاتے ہیں، کمر سے کمر ملا کے بیٹھ جاتے ہیں۔ تو یہ وہ باتیں ہیں جس کا کہ ایسی چیزوں میں اثر ہے۔ میرا ہلکا سا مشورہ ہے جو اتنے تجربے کے بعد اور اتنی سکسیسفلی اس پروجیکٹ کو بنانے کے بعد کہ وہ ملک جہاں 70 سال بعد بھی ایک سوئی نہیں بنتی آج تک، جو ایک موٹر سائیکل نہیں بنا سکتے، جو ایک چھوٹی سی کار نہیں بنا سکتے، جن کی سڑکیں ٹوٹ جاتی ہیں جو بنتی ہیں، جہاں ہم نے 6-7 سال میں نیوکلیئر ویپن بنا دیے، جو کوئی کم ٹیکنالوجی کی جو میزائل بنا دی، جس کی وجہ سے آج ہم تو نہیں چھڑا رہے، ہم تو اپنے ویسے جھکے بیٹھے اللہ تعالیٰ کے آگے ہاتھ جوڑ دیں کہ لوگ سینے پھیلائے پھر رہے ہیں، کان کے بغل میں ڈنڈے دبائے ہوئے کہ ہم کوئی دیکھے گا کہ آنکھوں میں آنکھیں نہیں لا سکتے، آنکھیں نکال لیں گے، یہ کر لیں گے، وہ کر لیں گے۔ تو اس ملک کو ہم نے، یعنی میرے ساتھی نے اور میں نے، میرے رفقۂ کار نے، ہم نے 6-7 سال میں ایک نیوکلیئر پاور بنا دیا، اور بہت پاورفل نیوکلیئر پاور۔ ہم ہندوستان سے زیادہ نیوکلیئر پاور میں طاقتور ہیں، اور ہماری میزائلیں جو ہیں ہندوستان کے ہر شہر کو تباہ کر سکتے ہیں، اسی لیے ہم بچے ہوئے ہیں۔ ہم جب چاہیں ان کو ہر شہر کو ایک ہوتا نہیں 5-5 مرتبہ ہم اس کو تباہ کر سکتے ہیں۔ تو چھوٹی چھوٹی جھڑپیں کرتے رہتے ہیں، وہ سڑک پہ لوگ مار دیے، گولہ گاری کر دی، وہ بھی اس وجہ سے کہ ہم اس کا منہ توڑ جواب نہیں دیتے۔ جاولوں کے زمانے مجال سے کوئی کر لیتا۔ تو یہ وہ باتیں ہیں۔ میں آپ سب کو تہذیب شکرگزار ہوں، بہت بہت شکرگزار ہوں۔ کاش میں وہاں موجود تھا آپ کے پاس پرسنلی.
ڈاکٹر شکیل کا شکریہ ادا کریں.
اور میں ڈاکٹر شکیل صاحب کا شکیل روشن صاحب کا تہ دل سے گزار ہوں کہ انہوں نے مجھے دعوت دی اور اس میں بات کرنے کی. میں ہمیشہ یونیورسٹیوں میں جاتا ہوں جب فنکشن ہوتے ہیں، لیکن یہ کورونا کی وجہ سے ڈاکٹروں نے سخت منع کیا کہ نہ جائیں. اور یہ تو اسی طرح جس طرح ایک کہاوت ہے نا کہ کسی کا سائے لگا تو کوئی بیمار ہو گیا، یا خواتین کو احتیاط کی اجازت دیتے ہیں کہ اپنی سائے پڑے تو وہ حاملہ ہو جائیں. یہ وہ چیز ہے کہ احتیاط کی ضرورت. تو میرے ڈاکٹر جو ہیں وہ مجھ سے کہتے ہیں کہ جی آپ ہرگز نہ باہر نکلیں نہ کسی کو آنے کی اجازت دیں. لیکن مجھ سے وہ لیپ ٹاپ کام اسٹارٹ نہیں ہو رہا تھا، تو میں نے عدنان صاحب کو فون کیا کہ یار آپ کسی کو بھیج دیں. تو انہوں نے ہمارے دوست صاحب کو بھیج دیا، فہیم صاحب کو بھیج دیا. یہ ادھر بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں اور ادھر ہمارے پاس پروفیسر شیر علی صاحب بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں. تو یہ آ گئے، لیکن اس عرصے میں میری بیگم نے میری مدد کر دی اور اس کو چھوٹے لیپ ٹاپ کو آن کر دیا تھا. تو میں وہ تمام باتیں سن رہا تھا جو آپ نے دیکھی. میری نیک خواہش آپ کے ساتھ ہیں، اللہ پاک آپ کو کامیاب کرے. ایک بات یاد رکھیے، میں ملا نہیں ہوں، میری گاڑی نہیں ہے، لیکن میرے بہت پیارے دوست تھے. میری جنایت تو مجھ سے کہ نہیں جماعت اسلامی میں شامل ہو جائیں. قاضی صاحب پھر آپ کی شرط تو لگائیں گے کہ داڑھی رکھو؟ تو کہنے لگے ہاں وہ تو داڑھی کی تو بات ہے. تو میں نے کہا کہ اگر ہم نے یہاں نہیں رکھی ہے تو آپ ہمارا سینہ چاک کر کے دیکھیں وہ 1.5 فٹ کی داڑھی ہے ہمارے پیٹ میں. اور اللہ کا کرم ہے، اس کی ہدایت ہے کہ ہم 5 وقت نہیں، ہم 8 وقت کی نمازیں پڑھتے ہیں ہمیشہ سے بچپن سے، کیا باہر رہیں یا یہاں رہیں. اور ہم 5 وقت کی نمازیں پڑھتے ہیں، عشاء بھی پڑھتے ہیں، چائے بھی پڑھتے ہیں، تہجد بھی پڑھ لیتے ہیں، کلام مجید بھی پڑھتے ہیں. لیکن ہمارا یہ نہیں کہ ہم جا کے مذہب کی باتیں کرنے لگے ہر جگہ. میں جب کنووکیشن میں جاتا ہوں بچوں کو ایک ہدایت کرتا ہوں صرف کہ آپ کچھ کریں یا نہ کریں، کم از کم صبح اٹھتے ہیں فجر کی نماز پڑھ کے اللہ تعالیٰ سے دعا مانگ لیا کریں. اگر وہ بھی نہیں ہوتا تو رات کو سوتے وقت نماز پڑھ لیں، تو کم از کم 1 یا 2 پارے میں ترجمے کے پڑھ لیں. آپ یقین کیجئے کہ اگر آپ ترجمے سے کلام مجید پڑھیں گے نا، اللہ تعالیٰ آپ کو جو سکون دے گا اور جو ہدایت دے گا، وہ کوئی ہدایت، کوئی آکسفورڈ کیمبرج نہیں دے سکتی آپ کو. اس میں جو ہدایات ہیں وہ سب سے بہتر ہیں اور سب سے کیا کہیے معتقد ہیں، بہت ہی یعنی حقیقت کرنی ہے. تو یہ کیجیے گا. اور بچوں کو میں یہ ہدایت کرتا ہوں. میں 15 برس یورپ میں رہا، میری بیگم فارنر ہے. میں آپ سے یہ بتاؤں، میں یہ نہیں تھا کہ میں ملا تھا، میں تمام بڑی بڑی کانفرنس میں بڑا سینئر آفیسر تھا، بڑی بڑی کانفرنس میں گھومتا تھا، انگلینڈ جاتا تھا، امریکہ جاتا تھا. میں نے کبھی شراب کو ہاتھ نہیں لگایا. مجھے یہ بھی نہیں پتا آج تک کہ بیئر کا مزہ کیا ہوتا ہے. لیکن یہ نہیں کہ میں وہاں جاتا ہوں کہ کوئی جائے تو میں وہاں جا کے گاڑیاں رکھ کے کہوں کہ میں مسلمانوں ٹخنے سے اوپر شلوار پہن کے مسجد جا رہا ہوں. نہیں، میں وہاں ایسے ہی تھا کہ ان میں گھل مل گیا تھا. میں ان کو یہ احساس ہوتا کہ میں انہی میں سے ہوں. میں ان کی زبان سیکھ گیا تھا. میں جرمن فلوئنٹلی بولتا تھا، میں ڈچ فلوئنٹلی بولتا تھا، میں فرینچ بولتا تھا. میں ان کے ساتھ بیٹھتا تھا تو انہیں یہ احساس ہوتا تھا کہ جی ہم میں سے یہ، وہ کبھی بات چیت کرنے میں، ڈسکشن کرنے میں وہ یہ ہچکچاتے نہیں تھے اور وہ چھپاتے نہیں تھے. اس طرح ان کی باتیں سن کے میں سیکھتا تھا کہ وہ کیا کر رہے ہیں اور کس طرح ہونا چاہیے. اگر آپ نے ذرا بھی اپنا حلیہ بدل لیا اور آپ لگا کہ آپ دہشت گرد ہیں یا بڑے مسلمان ہیں اور یہ ہیں وہ، تو آپ کے سامنے بات نہیں کریں گے، آپ کو صحیح طریقے سے پڑھائیں گے بھی نہیں، آپ کی طرف دھیان بھی نہیں دیں گے. وہ سوچیں گے پڑھاؤ کتاب سرٹیفکیٹ لو اور چلے جاؤ اور گھر جاؤ، پھر تم بیڑا گرک کرو اپنے ملک کا، ڈگری لے جاؤ، تم اوپر کہیں لگا دی جائے گا اور بیڑا گرک ہو جائے گا. دیکھیے پروریکٹر صاحب بیٹھے میں سر عبد القادر صاحب.
ڈاکٹر شکیل روشن صاحب، پریزیڈنٹ الحمد اسلامک یونیورسٹی. آپ سر چیف گیسٹ کا ایک دفعہ پھر شکریہ ادا کیجیے پلیز.
جی بہت بہت شکریہ ڈاکٹر صاحب. آپ محسن پاکستان، آپ تمام ہمارے لیے نوجوانوں کے لیے آپ فخر پاکستان ہیں. آج الحمد اسلامک یونیورسٹی کے لیے بہت بڑا دن ہے. آپ جیسی شخصیت نے ہمیں وقت دیا اور اس کانفرنس میں اور ہمارے ادارے کو اس یونیورسٹی کو عزت بخشی. اللہ تعالیٰ آپ کو زندگی اور صحت دے. آپ ہمارے لیے مشعل راہ ہیں, آپ نوجوانوں کے لیے مشعل راہ ہیں. آپ کو دیکھ کے, آپ کی باتیں سن کے, آپ کی لائف دیکھ کے نوجوان ہمت لیتے ہیں. تو میں ایک دفعہ آپ کا پھر بہت بہت شکریہ ادا کرتا ہوں اقبال کے ایک شعر کے ساتھ, حضرت اقبال کے آپ کے لیے, کہ کوئی اندازہ کر سکتا ہے اس کے زور بازو کا, کوئی اندازہ کر سکتا ہے اس کے زور بازو کا, کہ نگاہ مرد مومن سے بدل جاتی ہیں تقدیریں. بہت بہت شکریہ جی, جزاک.
ایک چھوٹی سی بات عرض کروں روشن بھائی, کہ جب میں آیا تو مجھے یہاں پر انہوں نے F81 میں, جو کہ بہت ہی بیکورڈ علاقہ تھا, اس میں ایک چھوٹا سا گھر کرائے پہ دلا کے دے دیا. نہ مجھے اس میں فرنیچر دیا, نہ پردے لگائے, نہ مجھے گاڑی دی. مجھے 6 مہینے کے بعد 30,000 روپے کی تنخواہ دی. اور جب میں 25 سال کے بعد ریٹائر ہوا, درجنوں ایٹم بم بنا کے, میزائلیں بنا کے اور ویپنس بنا کے, تو میری پینشن تھی 4,467 روپے. لیکن یہ اس سے کوئی فرق نہیں پڑتا, اللہ تعالیٰ کا کرم ہے. میں کبھی کھلے آسمان کے نیچے نہیں سویا, کبھی بھوکا نہیں سویا. یہ جو گھر میں جس میں بیٹھا ہوں, شیر علی صاحب بیٹھے ہیں اور ہمارے فہیم صاحب بیٹھے ہیں, یہ میں نے 1.5 لاکھ روپے کی زمین خریدی تو خود اپنے پیسے سے. میں نے اپنا گھر خود بنایا, تعلیم کے لیے خود ان کا خرچہ اٹھایا, اور اللہ کا کرم ہے. ہر حال میں خوش ہے. مجھے اس بات کی خوشی ہے کہ جو محبت آپ لوگوں نے مجھے دی ہے, پاکستانی قوم نے, پوری دنیا کی پوری دولت اگر کوئی مجھے دے تو میں وہ نہیں لوں گا. اور یہ مجھے محبت عزیز ہے. مجھے جرمنی میں, ہالینڈ میں, بیلجیم میں نیشنلٹی مل سکتی تھی, کہا انہوں نے کہ بن جا. مجھے ابو دھابی کے کراؤن پرنس جو ہیں, انہوں نے 2 سال 3 سال تک مجھے اتنی خوشامد کی کہ میں ان کی شہریت لے لوں, کہ ہماری ان کی امارات کا نام ہو جائے. مجھے بنگلہ دے رہے تھے بار بار, مجھے سعودی عرب میں بار بار کہتے کہ بنگلہ لے لو, ہماری شہریت لے لو. میں کہ جی میں جیسا بھی ہوں پاکستانی ہوں, میں نے پاکستان میں مرنا ہے, آپ کی شہریت لے کے کیا کروں گا. جہاں تک یہ مشکلات کا ہے, یہ اللہ تعالیٰ کا نظام ہے کہ عزت بھی دیتا ہے, ذلت بھی دیتا ہے, سکون بھی دیتا ہے اور تکلیف بھی دیتا ہے. میں اس کی پرواہ نہیں کہتا. رسول اللہ کو کتنی تکالیف ہوئی, حضرت ایوب کو کتنی تکالیف ہوئی, حضرت یونس کو کتنی تکالیف ہوئی, تو ان کے مقابلے میں مجھے تو 1 ملین کی بھی برابر کوئی تکلیف نہیں ہے. ٹھیک ہے, میرے ساتھ کچھ شرارتیں کی, میرا ہی ضمیر صاف ہے, میں نے کوئی غلطی نہیں کی, میں نے کوئی بے ایمانی نہیں کی. اگر میں کرتا, میرے پاس اتنی بڑی ٹیکنالوجی تھی, میں ارب پتی ہو جاتا. مجھے آسٹریلیا سے آفر آیا تھا, پروفیسر مجھے لینے آیا تھا حالیں کہ آپ آ جائیں, ہم آپ کو 1 لاکھ روپیہ مہینہ تنخواہ دیں گے, پوری فرنیش گھر دیں گے اور کام کریں. میں نے حساب لگایا کہ میں اگر ان کے پاس گیا تو 3 سال میں ان کا پلانٹ لگا دوں گا, تو زیادہ سے زیادہ ان کا خرچہ ہوگا 30-35 لاکھ ڈالر, کچھ بھی نہیں ہے. لیکن یہ جو ابھی یورینیم بیچ رہے ہیں $1 پر کلو گرام, پھر یہ وہ انرچ یورینیم 3% وہ بیچیں گے تو $500 پر کلو گرام. تو تھوڑی سی انویسٹمنٹ جو تھی نا, وہ ان کے لیے بہت فائدہ مند ہوتی. مجھے یہاں سے کوئی فکر نہیں ہے. میں اپنے ساتھی میں جب باہر نکلتا ہوں, میں نے ایک دن مشرف صاحب کو چیلنج کیا تھا کہ آپ بھی چلیں, ہم راجہ بازار اور میں بھی چلتا ہوں. مجھے ایسا ہوگا کہ قمیص اتار کے آپ کو دینا پڑے گی اپنی ستر پوشی کے لیے, سمجھے صاحب. تو یہ ہے, اللہ کا کرم ہے, ہر حال میں خوش ہیں اور اللہ کو یاد کرتے ہیں, توبہ استغفار کرتے ہیں اور اس کا شکر ادا کرتے رہتے ہیں.
آپ ڈاکٹر صاحب فخر پاکستان ہیں, آپ پاکستان کے ماتھے کا جھومر ہیں, آپ نوجوانوں کی شان ہے جی. آپ کا مقابلہ آپ کے ساتھ نہ کوئی سربراہ کر سکتا ہے, نہ تا قیامت پاکستان کے لیے کوئی. آپ عالم اسلام کے ہیرو ہیں جی, ہم تو آپ کو دل و جان سے مانتے ہیں. تو آپ نوجوانوں کے لیے مشعل راہ ہیں. بہت بہت شکریہ, بہت بہت شکریہ, بہت بہت شکریہ,
بہت بہت شکریہ آپ
جزاک اللہ.
Miss Saharish, continue please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saab. I really feel I don't have words to say you thank you. But on behalf of Alhamd Islamic University, I must say thank you for sharing your precious and tremendous experience with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Saab. Our goal is to bring together bright minds to give talk that are idea focused and on wide range of subjects to foster learning, inspiration and wonder and provoke conversations that matters. Now I would like to invite our first invited speaker, Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq Khan, who is Assistant Professor at Department of Management Sciences, Capital University of Science and Technology, Islamabad, and also represents its Department Quality Enhancement Cell. He supervised 3 PhDs plus 35 MS theses. Dr. Khan has written 2 books. Dr. Khan has 11 publications in reputable national and international journals and presented his work paper in 35 plus national and international conferences. I am honored to invite you to speak at topic Rethinking Business Education. Over to you, sir. Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq Khan.
डॉक्टर साहब ये सर बात करना चाह रहे हैं कुछ जी मिस सहरिश
जी जी जरूर जरूर डॉक्टर साहब
जी सर आप प्लीज
जब ये ऑन कर दिया
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay, thank you very much.
आ नहीं रहा
आ रहे सर
बेगम दर आ रही
जी आ रही है
रोशन भाई
जी 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 बिल्कुल डॉक्टर साहब
मैंने सोचा कि जरा मेरी बेगम को देख लें
जी जी मेरी मुलाकात है आपसे भी है
में वो जो कहावत है ना
जी जी
कि हर अच्छे शख्स के लिए और बुरे शख्स के लिए खातून होती है इसके पीछे तो ये मेरी बेगम साहिबा है तो हम माशाल्लाह 58 साल से हम शादीशुदा हैं तो हम 56 साल से शादीशुदा हैं 18 साल से जानते हैं और ये जितना काम है मेरा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक का कंप्यूटर का आर्टिकल लिखने का टाइप करने का यही काम करती हैं एक तरीके से सेक्रेटरी का एडिटर है तो जितनी भी गलती वलती करता हूँ वो खुद ठीक कर देती हैं सब बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मैं तो आपको दिखाता हूँ
Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan. Thank you.
थैंक यू जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया
Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, please continue.
Thank you very much. Honorable Professor Dr. Shakir Roshan Sahab, Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan Sahab, and Honorable Keynote Speaker Dr. Sayyid Tahir Jai Sahab, faculty members, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am very grateful and feeling pleasure to talk with a galaxy of scholars and panel of experts on rethinking business education. At first, Alham Conference on Advances in Management Science, Alham University, Islamabad. And thank you for organizing committee to invite me for this talk. Rethinking business education, in fact, is the demand of time. As Honorable Professor Sayyid Tahir Ejazi talked about the industrial failure, we have to put it priority that either we have to rethink our business education or we have to accept the failure in future as well. Here is the agenda of my presentation. First, we will discuss why rethink business education, and then we analyze the problem gap. Then we place you, propose you an action plan to fill the gap and provide you ultimate solution for the dilemma. So why rethink business education? Because from 1999 to 2020, the unemployment rate in the Pakistan is going to be increased. And every year it is increasing. And right now it is a 4.45%. That is a huge unemployment in the Pakistan, and not only in management or business graduate, but all over the Pakistan. The first reason. Second, we have to rethink business education because there are no startups are going to be executed or launching in Pakistan by the business graduates. And evidence shows that there is a great and strong relationship between the entrepreneurial activities and the economic growth of a country. So third reason is why we need to rethink business education, because academic institutions producing business graduates are a little bit confused. BBA has to ask whether we have to do MBA after BBA, and when they move toward the BBA, they have to again inquire about which MBA we need to go. And then they have to decide whether we have to go for MSR or we have to go for MBA. And what should be the track for the PhD? The MBA business education has reached at a road cross where the graduates are confused. And we have to, I have identified some facts that we need to rethink our academia curriculum to miss this confusion, or we are confused in the time of agricultural economy, we were confused at the time of industrial economy, and we are confused in the time of knowledge economy. So there is something missing in our curriculum, or we are providing education to the graduates, then we need to identify that loophole so that we can fix it. So we have to understand the gap first. There is an academia industrial gap all time. There's a great reason either the academicians are not want to interact with the industry, or the industry do not want to take on board an academia. So we have to fill this gap first. In order to understand, to fill the gap, academia design curriculum to fill the gap so that an entrepreneurial activity or economic growth can be boosted. But the academia design in the academic institutions and the universities have left some gap, and they give the academic curriculum design to the faculty to implement the academic curriculum. But again, there is a gap, and you can see over here the implemented curriculum and the attained curriculum, there is a mismatch. Because of this match, the management graduate or business graduate are unable to play their role in the market. They failed in the industrial era, they fail in the knowledge economy because they do not know where to go. And I think so, the basic reason, here are these 4 gaps. We can see them in a graphical view. Gap 1, there is a gap 1. The global expectations from business graduate and the local expectations from business graduate. Gap 2, intended curriculum and the expectations of the market. Gap 3, intended curriculum provided by the university to the faculty to implement, and the implementation is not are not compliance with the curriculum intended to implement. That is gap 3. And gap 4, teachers try their best to implement the curriculum, but students remain unable to attain that curriculum. So you can see in the bigger blue graph over here, this is the big gap, the knowledge and skills demanded by the market. And it is small blue line, you can see the knowledge, skills attained by the graduates. So this gap needs to be filled by the academic institutions. यहाँ अल्लामा साहब का एक शेर मुझे याद आ रहा है कि तू इधर उधर की ना बात कर, ये बता के काफिला क्यों लूटा, मुझे राजनों से गिला नहीं, तेरे राहबरी का सवाल है. In my opinion, the basic root cause for not providing the right school and skills and capability to graduate is the academic institutions. Either we have some gap because I see in the curriculum of HEC, MBA, BBA, MS curriculum, and there were a list of 25 professors, deans, directors, and not a single member is from the industry. And that is the basic flaw that we need to incorporate industrial experts. When we are going to design the curriculum, we need to include the employers, we need to include the alumni. So here is the action plan. How can we fill the gap? Current state to desired state. And our desired state is that our graduates have to manage the companies, have to manage the industry's operations so that they can boost the economy. We want to see peace, pleasure, prosperity on every face. So first of all, we have to move toward the objective-based curriculum, where we have a special place for stakeholder interest, and every program, BBA, MBA, MS, or PhD, we need to have some objectives. And again, that leads to program education objectives, program learning objectives, and course learning outcomes. And a continuous assessment of these attainment level, we need to evidence. We have to prove it that what we have delivered, student has attained it. And it is a continuous process. Every circle will lead to new improvement in the education system and capabilities of our graduates. Stakeholder of higher education, there are a lot of stakeholders. We need to focus our curriculum toward the stakeholder. Stakeholders include the alumni, employer, government agencies, NGOs, and the other stakeholders need to be taken on board when we are going to develop our curriculum, so that it can be a comprehensive curriculum to develop the personality of business graduates. In this regard, we have to focus on the Bloom taxonomy that give a very appropriate sequence of steps so that we can step by step develop our graduates to capture the market opportunities. And it is time to make them professional. They not have to capture, but they have to create the opportunity in the market. For that purpose, we have to use the appropriate content. What we are going to deliver to the student is aligned with the career or not. And we have to appropriate level for the appropriate content. And we have to provide the same compliance environment, and we have to use the appropriate method and appropriate style to communicate, to transform the curriculum in our graduates. So they can lead this, they can step up on this ladder, and from remembering to creating opportunity, they have to complete their journey in the alignment. And this alignment is very much important. Every institution's faculty member has to design a sequence of lessons. He knows the last lesson, current lesson, the next lesson. He has to plan 16-week lesson on fingertips, along with the knowledge and skill need to impart to the business graduates. And for that purpose, they have to adopt this kind of teaching versus practice methodology. You can see the green color, teacher has to spend on teaching and mentoring. And in the green, white color and the green color, that leads to the student as well. At the stage 4 in a course, the 95% course should be led by the student by practicing the few concepts and teaching or mentoring ideas in the market. For example, हमें अच्छी तरह याद है, एक एग्जाम्पल के तौर पर कोट करना चाहूँगा, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सैयद ताहिर एजाजी साहब हमें एंटरप्रेन्योरियल स्किल सिखाने के लिए, प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए, they have make it obligatory. We have to spend a week in Sunday market so that we can see the real world from very close, and then we will be able to apply the latest methodology in our business processes and in business operations. Student engagement is very much important, that can bridge the gap. If we will not involve students, they will get bored and they will not ready to take initiative which we want to make them. So research shows that positive engagement of students is a academic success and achievement for the students. So we have to focus on the student participation so that they can involve in the activities. For that purpose, we will be able to impart skill, knowledge, and attitude and values in our business graduates. This is the triangle of success that comprised of knowledge, skill, and attitude that will make our graduate a comprehensive business graduate who will not only be able to compete at a local scale, but will be able to compete at a global scale. We need to respect the student diversity. We have to give them respect in the classroom, in academic institutions, not only in classroom, but the administrative support as well. We give them respect to the diversity. We don't care whether it is a gender, based discrimination, age, religion, or race. We do not. We only focus on that he or she is our student, and we have to give them respect so that they can boost their confidence and move further. We have to respect the student participation. Instead, they will give a lame excuses. Instead, they will give full ideas. But with the passage of time, when we create a culture of participation, they will give fantastic business ideas. So we have to use innovation, technology, and top priority in our curriculum so that the people can involve. For example, we use different games, virtual gamification method in which students virtually participate in entrepreneurial activities, or cooperation activities, or coordination activities, and learn without applying any cost. Ethics are critical. We need to impart in our students that ethics are very, very critical. We need to communicate them that reliability, trust, principle, morality, responsibility, commitment are gauges that will rise you in all over the world and provide you a competitive edge. We have to impart in students that these ethical gauges should be your notable strength. People have trust on you, either you are a supplier, either you are a buyer, either you are a customer, either you are a vendor. And we should not leave the aspect of morality. We need to be responsible in every walk of life. If we will do these things on priority, hopefully our student morale and our student standing in the market will rise. And here is the ultimate. I will talk about the business graduates are the ultimate solution for the growth of economy, society, and environment. They need to be cared and nurtured on top priority by the strategic and sensitive laboratory for human capital, the university. University is not a common institution. University is a strategic place where the leader of the future are developed. So we need to focus on it on top priority and take care of our graduates from all aspects. That's it. Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. From audience, anyone want to ask question from Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq? They can ask now. From audience, if anyone have a question. Okay, I think they don't have any question. To continue this research conference, now I am inviting Dr. Tayyiba Rafiq Makhdoom. He is Assistant Professor, University of St. Badin campus, to present her research paper. Topic of her research paper is evaluating the significance of employee turnover and its effect at manufacturing organizations and industry-wise analysis. Over to you, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum. I hope all of you are listening to me. I am Dr. Tayyiba Rafiq Makhdoom, Assistant Professor at Badin Campus, University of Sindh. And I am really grateful to conference organizers of Alham University for giving me this opportunity. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Let us first remove the existing screen sharing.
Okay. So,
Dr. Ishfaq, please, can you remove your screen sharing? Okay, thank you. Now, ma'am, you can share your screen.
Okay, yes, I can now.
Okay, thank you.
As it has been already announced that the title of my research paper is Evaluating the Significance of Employee Turnover and its Effects at Manufacturing Organizations and Industry-Wise Analysis. Employee turnover is a very crucial factor for organizations, and it has been intensified due to technological revolutions, and there has been immense rivalry among organizations which result in employees' exit. High employee turnover indicates that dissatisfactory factors are found in organizations which are basically displeasing the employees. It also signifies that the incurrence of high cost on recruitment, training, and development. Developing countries tend to suffer more as brain drain has intensified the problem. Nevertheless, the employees' turnover of non-executive staff has been paid scant attention and gives an impetus to pay heed towards this dearth of knowledge, such as in-depth comprehension for the attitude of blue-collar workers was emphasized by Schmitz in 2014. So this study aimed to analyze the industry-wise difference in employee turnover and its effects at manufacturing organizations functioning in site area code tree, which will help in policy making for reducing turnover rates. Site area code tree is a hub of organizations, hub of industries situated in Jamshoro district, Sindh province. And there are 136 small to large scale organizations situated in site area code tree, which have their membership in Code Tree Association of Trade and Industry. This site is the second largest industrial area in Sindh province after site area Karachi. There are total 80 industrial units situated, out of which 70 are functioning and engaging approximately 27,000 to 30,000 employees. And industries located in site area code tree cater to residents of various districts of Sindh province by providing job opportunities at large. Even residents of other provinces also work there. Thus, it is considered as hub of employment. However, there has been dearth of studies pertaining to difficulties and problems of industrial units of site area code tree. So the objective of this study is to identify the effects of employee turnover at manufacturing organizations of site area code 3, and to identify the industry-wise difference with regard to employee turnover and its effects at manufacturing organizations of site area code 3. So in-depth the literature was reviewed, extensive literature was reviewed, but because of shortage of time, very few authors are cited here. Anantnan Aero-Qasimi in 2013 emphasized the importance of employee turnover and its effect on organizations. The management need to know the various existing ways to address critical problems associated with employee turnover. Long et al. In 2012 opined that proliferation of direct and indirect expenditures may affect the strength and steadiness of organizations and cause disruptions due to high levels of turnover. And most of the literature about effects and impact of employee turnover was theoretical, so very few research studies were empirical. Those 6 factors were identified as effects of employee turnover from the review of relevant literature. So Giallucci argued that employees essentially become experts in their role and knowledge, so skills can be lost due to turnover. Dace and Shah identified cost of learning and lost knowledge of organizations as a result of employee turnover. According to Shamsuzuha and Shumon in 2007, until the replacement of levers is made by organization, the productivity of organization falls down. Mabendisa in 2013 described disruption and decline in service delivery as effect of turnover in the Department of Home Affairs in Eastern Cape. According to Kwame et al. In 2017, decline in service quality is the result of labor turnover on organizational performance. Ton and Huckman in 2008 opined that repeated work setting can improve organization performance. So for employees who replace the employees, it will not be easy to produce quality product or service. Meleku in 2014 argued that high rate of employee turnover can result in clients' mistrust and demotivate employees for remaining loyal to organizations. Even it also discouraged potential employees for become part of organization. Ampuma and Kujor in 2015 found that an organization with high turnover has difficulties in attracting new employees. Shamsuzuha and Shumon in 2007 opined that the new employees take time to assemble with new system and get along well with the peers and to be comfortable in new environment. On the other hand, Mobley in 1982 asserted that employee turnover has negative implication from organizational social perspective. Guerrino and Martin in 2007 asserted reduction in wages become because of in turnover increases profit of organizations, while Power and Chakravarti in 2014 labeled cost of overtime payment to existing employees as one of the effect of employee turnover. I hope all of you are listening to me. I am not very much sure. Please.
Yes, ma'am, we are listening you. Yes, ma'am, we are listening you.
So this was all about literature. It was very detailed one, but because of shortage of time, I have cited only few authors. And the methodology, this was an applied and descriptive come explanatory study, and approach was deductive, and survey was used for collecting data. And before survey, sequential interviews were also conducted for identifying the factors. And mixed method, this is a mixed method research, and time horizon was cross-sectional, and closed-ended questionnaire was used, and semi-structured interviews were conducted. And these are certain factors which were identified from literature review and from the results of interviews conducted. These 7 factors were identified from interviews. When interviews were conducted, waste of training, risk to confidentiality, low productivity, machine maintenance problem, decline in quality, low cohesiveness, and reduction in salary expenses. These factors were identified from the results of interview, and these 6 factors were identified from literature. And these are 2 factors which were not identified from literature, but they were only identified from interviews. And this is only one factor, spoilage of image, which was not identified from interview. It was only identified from literature. So hypotheses for the study are 2. First hypothesis is basically claiming or asserting that these 8 factors, waste of training, risk to confidentiality, low productivity, machine maintenance problem, decline in quality, spoilage of image, low cohesiveness, and reduction in salary expenses are significant perceived effects of employee turnover at manufacturing organizations of site area code 3. And the second hypothesis is basically asserting the significant difference in terms of these factors. There is a significant difference with regard to employee turnover and its effects among the industries at site area code 3. So instrument was developed. Instrument has total 37 items, and each variable has 4 items, and one question about observed annual turnover was also asked. And these 4 items were measuring the response on 5-point Likert scale, 1 for strongly disagree and 5 for strongly agree. And questionnaire reliability was also tested. Basically questionnaire was translated into Urdu for the convenience of respondents, as the respondents are less educated or uneducated. So therefore the questionnaire was translated into Urdu. Validity of content and questionnaire was reviewed and confirmed by industry experts. The questionnaire developed for this study was pilot tested on sample of 40 respondents, as 40 is the 10% of the estimated sample of the study. Lee et al. In 2012 suggested to calculate Cronbach alpha value for the variables, and for this questionnaire, Cronbach alpha was also tested, and it was between the suggested range 75% to 95%. Exploratory factor analysis and confirmatory factor analysis was also performed for knowing the validity of the scale. So the three items were deleted because of having low factor loading, and again model was run, and after running the model, the constructs achieved construct validity and convergent validity and discriminant validity, both were achieved after deleting 3 items that were having low factor loading. The simple random sampling technique was used as done by Rajapaksha in 2015 and Ampuma and Kujor in 2015. Sample of the study composed of existing employees, operative and executive workers, and line managers of manufacturing organizations of site area code 3. So how sample was determined? Basically, it's determined with use of the formula. Number of organizations were 20 and estimated population was 27,000 to 30,000. Confidence interval was 95%, margin of error was 5%, and response distribution was 50%, and estimated sample size was calculated 380. So this is how the questionnaires were distributed and data was collected. There were total 12 mills situated in site area code 3 was selected. 3 textile mills, 3 oil and ghee mills, 3 flour mills, and 3 paper mills. These industries were selected because they are the major industries and they are prominent industries in this area. And 40 questionnaires were distributed in textile and oil mill, and 30 questionnaires were distributed in flour and paper mill. Because textile and oil mill have more employees, there were more questionnaires were distributed in these factories, and flour mill and paper mill have little less employees, therefore less questionnaires were distributed. And 108 questionnaires were collected or returned from textile mill, 111 from oil mill, 60 from flour mill, and 82 from paper mill, out of which 19 questionnaires were incomplete, therefore discarded. So the valid sample is now 342, 105 from textile, 102 from oil, 57 from flour, and 78 from paper mill. So this is 81% response rate, because total 420 questionnaires were distributed, out of which 342 were collected or returned. It is 81% response rate, and 80% response rate was termed valid and good enough for similar kind of study by Mohammed et al. So afterwards, ANOVA was used to analyze the industry-wise difference among the factors selected for the means identified in this study. As we can see that employee turnover has F value which is less than 3, and P value is more than 0.05. We can say that there is no significant difference in terms of employee turnover among the industries situated in site area code 3, because for being significant difference, the F value should be more than or equal to 3, and P value should be less than 0.05. Waste of training, there is a significant difference in terms of waste of training among industries of site area code 3, because F value is more than 3 and P value is less than 0.05. So there is significant difference in waste of training among the industrial units in site area code 3. Risk to confidentiality, in terms of risk of confidentiality, there is significant difference in terms of risk of confidentiality, because F value is more than 3 and P value is less than 0.05. So there is significant difference about perceived effect of employee turnover as risk to confidentiality among the industries situated at site area code 3. So again, low productivity, there is F value is also less than 3 and P value is also more than 0.05. So there is no significant difference in terms of low productivity among the industries. Machine maintenance problem also have F value less than 3 and P value is more than 0.05. So there is no significant difference in terms of machine maintenance problem among industries of site area code 3. Decline in quality also have F value less than 3 and P value is more than 0.05. So there is no significant difference in terms of decline in quality. Spoilage of image also have F value less than 3 and P value is more than 0.05. So there is no significant difference in terms of spoilage of image among the industries of site area code 3. Low cohesiveness also have F value less than 3 and P value is also more than 0.05. There is no significant difference. Deduction in salary expenses, P value, F value is very near or close to 3 and P value is less than 0.05. So we can say there is significant difference in terms of reduction in salary expenses in the industries, among the industries situated in site area code 3. So we can see here that about only 3 factors. Waste of training means waste employees think employees of all these industries, flour mills, textile mills, paper mills, and oil mills, they have different views about waste of training. On the other hand, they also have different views about risk to confidentiality, because there was found significant difference, and there was also significant difference among the opinions of employees of respondents in terms of reduction in salary expenses. Apart from these 3 factors, other factors were same. There was no significant difference in their responses. So site area code 3 is an aggregation of industries and an avenue of employment which caters to residents of several districts and contribute to GDP of the country. In this study, the effect of employee turnover were identified with empirical evidence. The objective was to analyze the industry-wise difference among the industries in terms of employee turnover and its effects, which was achieved by comparing mean scores of different variables across the industries. The industry-wise difference in terms of effects of turnover implies that industries should develop specific strategies and policies for reducing turnover, specifically for these three factors which were identified different, though general policies may also be formulated and implemented, as majority of the effects of turnover are not significantly different across the industries. Seeing the effects of employee turnover on other factors that are harmful for organizations, it is imperative to take some corrective measures by improving human resource practices. So there are certain limitations. Only non-financial factors were taken in this study, while no factor of financial performance was taken that can be highly affected factor. So there are certain financial factors that can be affected. Only non-financial factors were identified here. So for further studies, some financial factors can also be taken. Only negative effects of turnover are emphasized. Even data collected from interviews also pertain to negative effects of turnover. Only negative factors are identified, that because of turnover, only some problems occurs, but there can be some good things occur, because there is also functional employee turnover. When bad performers leave organizations, it can be good for organizations. So such factors need to be identified. That can be done for future studies. This study used observed employee turnover rather taking actual turnover. Because of confidentiality of organizations don't disclose their data. So it is very difficult to discover the actual turnover. So for further studies, it is suggested, but again, it depends that how researchers can get access to there. So observed turnover was used here. For future studies, actual turnover can be taken and the effects or consequences can be measured. Sample of this study composed of large number of less educated or uneducated employees. Therefore, the study suffered less cooperation and may be affected by inadequate responses of respondents due to their less understanding of the terms and conditions. As I have already told you that respondents were less educated or uneducated, so their responses might be inadequate or might be means hiding something. So for such a study, qualitative study can also be conducted by having a focus group or in-depth interviews, as their real responses can be collected. So this was all about my presentation. Any question, any suggestion?
Thank you so much, Dr. Tayyiba Makhtoom Sahiba, for your precious time and presentation. Anyone want to ask question from Dr. Sahiba?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
you can ask.
This is Dr. Fawzia Atlas from Women University Sawabi. I just want to ask Ms. Taiba that if
Ma'am, we can't hear you clearly. Ma'am, we can't hear you clearly. Maybe you have some internet issue.
Organization is bad. Can be done by the.
Ma'am, we don't understand your question because you have some, I guess, internet connectivity issue. Can you please write your question in chat?
Yes, anyone else?
Hello.
Hello, Ji.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm Dr. Fawzia Atlas from Women University Sawabi. I just want to ask you, if the organization is not bad, but the employees are still leaving the organization, the turnover is very high, how the organization can overcome it? The employees are leaving because the outside opportunities are better.
Of course, alternate job opportunity is a very attractive thing. People are leaving because of that. Of course, if organization is already good, but it shows that your competitor are also means they are much more better than you. Your organization is good, but if employees are still leaving and joining other organizations, it shows that other organizations are working tremendously. So you again want to improve. It is again appealing you, or it is again instructing you that you must improve more. Employees are leaving, there would be some problem, whether inside the organization or whether some attractions outside the organization. So it is clearly saying that your competitors are giving them more incentives, giving them more rewards, therefore they are going there. And it's very simple.
Okay, I ask another question. That you developed the questionnaire by yourself or you adopted from someone?
Few items were adopted, but more items were developed, because I have already told that there was very few studies about effects or consequences of employee turnover. There were studies about causes of turnover, but there are very few studies for effects or consequences of employee turnover. Therefore, few items were adopted, but more items were developed.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. To carry on conference, now we have absentia research presentation. Mr. Said Muhammad, lecturer at Higher Education, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Mr. Said Muhammad, lecturer at Higher Education, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, PhD scholar, School of Business and School of Business, Xinjiang University, China. His research topic, which is going here, absentia presentation here is the family network support and disparity among rural and urban women.
Hello everyone, this is Said Muhammad, principal author and presenter of this paper. I'm working at Higher Education, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and also a student, a PhD candidate, School of Business, Zhengzhou University, Henan, China. First of all, thanks to Alhamd Islamic University for organizing Alhamd conference on advances in management sciences, and they gave an opportunity to present our work. So the title of the paper is the family network support and disparity among rural-urban women informal entrepreneurs, empirical evidences from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. These are the co-authors of the paper. The outlines, background of the issue, problem statement, rationale, objectives, methods, results, discussion, and conclusion. So now let's come to the background of the study. Family occupies a central position in the startup and running women businesses. They are often treated as separate but are considered as intertwined for one another. Family network can create more opportunities in the emergence of new markets or provide support in accessing to the existing markets. Women participation in economic and business activities has enhanced the employment ratio as well as boosting the living standards through supporting their families financially. However, the development has been always unequal. The problem statement, women business has grown considerably, but a little attention have been given that how family network support women informal home-based entrepreneurship. In a country like Pakistan, the family network is necessary as women are considered as household wives, while men is responsible to feed their families. So women have a lot of responsibilities at home, and the finding of a study showed that women do 2 to 3 times household work more than their men. Women economic participation has been increased recently. They want to be engaged in entrepreneurship voluntarily, and the reason is to support their families. Family network support is necessary, especially in the startup process, as the startup process needs some resources and also timely decision making. Family network can create more opportunities in the emergence of new markets, or to provide support and accessing to the existing markets. So due to some cultural restrictions, especially in the rural areas of Pakistan, where people are less educated and the society is also male dominant, and the women free mobility has also been restricted, especially in the rural areas of Pakistan. The religious, the culture, and tribal factors also affect women's status, as majority of the population are Muslims. Rationale, in short, we can conclude that empirical studies showed that family network support plays a vital role from the startup to the access market for sales. That's why family network support deserves greater attention in the literature on entrepreneurship, and especially in women. In the Western and some Asian countries, families are limited to small members. They have a limited families, but the case of Pakistan is different from the other cultures. The objective of the study is to know the women entrepreneurs, socioeconomic characteristics, and family network support. The second objective is to examine the family network support and geographic location disparity among entrepreneurs. Methods. So study design and setting. Cross-sectional study design was used to collect primary data from women entrepreneurs. District Mardan was selected due to the because the second most populated district of the province, with a population of 2.3 million. The participants of the study were the women who engage in home-based businesses. For the processing of the data, we have collected responses from 504 respondents. Data sources. Structured questionnaire was used, keeping in view the study objectives. Data relating to the family network support of women informal entrepreneurs were obtained in the period of June to August 2019 through self and interviewer administered questionnaire. Sample design. By using a sample of 391 women entrepreneurs were taken by using proportionate allocation distribution sample method. Data analysis. IBM SPSS 26 was used to analyze the collected data to describe and understand the coded sample, the frequency analysis of the responses, mean and standard deviation of the continuous variables were undertaken. A chi-square test was also conducted in order to identify the association and differences among the study variables, differences in groups among the study variables. Now let's come to the results and discussion section. So for the descriptive statistics of the variable, age was measured in years, and the results showed that 36, the mean age of the respondent was 36 with a standard deviation 8.88. Education was also measured as a continuous variable and as a year of schooling. The findings show that 4.965 as a mean of education with 5.11 standard deviation. Here it's the education, it's quite low as compared to the other countries, and that's why, because most of the women, as the women literacy rate and education rate is low, especially in the rural areas. The geographic location, 41.9% of the respondents, they belong to the urban location, and 59% belong to the rural. So now let's come to marital status. So most of the respondents were married, 82%, and 18% single. They offered some products and services to the community, to their customers, and cloth. Most of the respondents, 22%, were engaged in cloth business, 21% in the grocery, 9% in the dairy by offering milk like these dairy products, and 11% were busy in hand embroidery, stitching 16%, cosmetics 8%, and beautician and meat 5%. So as far as experience was also measured in years as a continuous variable, and it shows the mean experience 8.32 with a standard deviation 5.86. Monthly income, so 15,533 its mean income from these activities. It's in Pakistani rupees, PKR. Household size was also measured, and the mean household size was 7 with the 2.28 as standard deviation. It also showed that their family financial status, and 39% belong to average family financial position, and 31% lower than average, and 28% better than average. To proceed it further, the family network support in finance. So in the start off, it's 62%. They have support in the startup, and in the working capital 67%, and in the expansion 72%. So here we can see that their family also wants to support these women entrepreneurs, and especially in the here 72% in the expansion phase. Also, their family network helps in sales and marketing to promote their product, to gain more customers, And in the village market, which is a very local market, at 91%, 92%. And in the local market, it's 52. And in the regional markets, it's a little far, and it's 23. So here, if we see, these entrepreneurs focused on the village market, means local market. So now let's come to the bivariate association to apply chi-square test. So here the disparity among the location, urban and rural. So it's age, we have divided into different groups, age groups. Here we see from 18 to 28, so in the rural 57%, 29 to 33, 62%, and also 34 to 37, 57%, and 56%, 38 from to 44, and from most, if you see, 45 to 70 years, 62.1%. So most of the respondents from the rural location, they were from 29 to 33. Education qualification. So if we see here, education and no education. Here, 63% of the women entrepreneurs in the rural location, they are uneducated. So it's quite alarming, and that's why they want to engage some sort of businesses, support their families. Marital status. If we see a marital status, the 61% were married and they belong in the rural. Products or services they offered. So here we can see that as a cosmetics business, 69% in the rural areas, and the beautician has a new trend, like beauty parlors. It's 71% are from the urban areas. That's a new trend, and also expanding to the rural areas as well. So the business experience, if you see here, 63%. In the rural, they have 15 to 30 years. It means they were engaged from a very long time in these informal activities to support their families. Monthly income. So the results showed that 62.8% of the rural women, they have 10 to 15,000 monthly income in PKR. Household size, if you see the rural areas, here in the rural areas, 67.6%, 9 to 15, their family size. So in the rural areas, their family size was higher than the urban. Family financial status. So if you see here, the 81% of the people in the rural, actually their family status is lower than average. So in the startup, if you see 65%, 65, 66%, they have family support in the startup. Here 63% also in working capital, and 62% in the expansion. If you see the family network support in sales and marketing, so 70%. If you see here, 70% in the urban, and 62% have support in the rural areas. Here 64% in the local market and 68% in the regional market. Let's come to the discussion section. A study narrated that women hope Women's hope and motivation to start their own business is to balance work and family responsibilities. The high merit ratio showed that women entry into these businesses were necessarily determined to support their families. To finance their idea of startup, family support is a good choice, and they don't have access to the formal finance. In the village and local market, they often sell on credit to attract their customers. And the main focus of these women is on village market, which is the local community or the small area in which their homes are situated. The local or district or regional market are also focused with when they meet the demands of the village customers. So first, their priority is to entertain their village or local customers. The findings showed that they need the family support to access these markets for the survival and enhancing their sales. They can use some references to trade in the regional market. So after satisfying their local market needs, they will also focus on the regional market, and for that they need their family network support. Limitation of the study. The family network support is not only limited to these two aspects. The findings of the study can be generalized with caution as the primary responses were taken from one district. Conclusion: when disparity is a major issue in the society, a significant difference was found in the products they offer. The family network support to finance and access to markets was reported statistically different in the rural-urban locality. The family network support was found more in the rural as compared to urban. The support helps in promoting their sales by accessing different markets. Actually, here the income is considered as a whole family income. The contribution to the income can attract family network support. Future direction. Studies should explore the other aspect of family network support like work-life balance and human capital. Another venue for research to explore the influence of the family network support on the decision-making of women entrepreneurs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Alhamd conference on advances in management sciences first session has completed. Now I am heading over the second session to Dr. Muhammad Zada and Mr. Adnan, and once again welcome you all in management sciences conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rish. Alhamdulillah, our first section of conference is completed successfully. I am Dr. Muhammad Zada, Assistant Professor in Department of Management Sciences, Alhamd University, Islamabad. I will proceeding further second section. Our distinguished guest is speaker is from Indonesia, Dr. Mutmainah, who has well-known researcher from Indonesia. She has published many papers in different journals, and also she has hosted different activities, she participated in different conferences. Has research interest is in English language of teaching and application of technology. I am inviting her to present his innovative talk on smart digital classroom management. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Before I present my presentation, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Indonesia. I'm very happy and delighted to be here. Thank you for the great invitation from Alhamd University. Thanks to the President, Professor Dr. Shakil Roshan, all of the committee and moderator. So allow me to share my screen. This is clear, and am I audible? Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay. Well, So let's say welcome
Excuse me,
everybody.
ma'am, your picture is not clear.
What?
Your picture is not clear.
My picture?
Yes, yes. Screen picture. I am talking about your presentation PPT. Screen is not clear. Please continue, madam.
This my PPT is clear?
Yes, yes, right now it's clear. Please continue.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, so good afternoon, everybody. So let's say welcome to all of the participant keynote speaker. I'm very happy to be here with you. And this is my identity. My name is Mutmainnah. And I am lecturer at the Faculty Teacher Training and Education at Al-Azhariyah Mandar University, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. And this is some of my identity, my organization, and then my research ID. And feel free to cite and visit my research guide, my scopus, and everything here. Well, okay. Before I presentation my topic today about the smart digital classroom, let me show you some of the phenomena that happening today during the COVID. Yeah.
Please share your full screen.
Excuse me, Dr. Mutmainnah.
Yeah.
Please share your screen. You don't have full screen share. Please share it full screen.
Full screen.
Share it, please.
Please share it again.
This is clear?
Yes.
What about now? This is clear?
Yes.
Okay. I continue. I apologize. This is maybe about the connection.
Yes.
Well, let me continue. Okay. I choose my topic today. This is based on the phenomenon that happening today during the COVID-19. You can see here the data from a British Council. This is about remote teaching, and then when we are practice, namely physical distancing and social distancing, we are lost our physical classroom, and then we are doing our activity in the virtual. So right now, you know that mostly the teacher in the world, not only in Indonesia, and this is, you can see here the data, the questionnaire from the British Council, more than 9,600 teacher reply from 150 country. They have same problem, how to teach, how to use, or namely here, how to integrate the technology in learning and teaching process, and then how to teach our student or train our student by using technology, or we must be adapt, namely with the information, communication, and technology culture. Well, in Indonesia, this is happening in my country, same with another country. We have so many challenges here during the COVID-19 in education sector. Well, divided into 5, the challenge is highlighted to COVID-19, not only in education sector, but this is in economy or business or the management. So let's have a look one by one here. The first one, let me see about the productivity. You know that in fact, during the COVID-19, our productivity, we must be adapt with the new culture, with the ICT culture, and we must redesign our curriculum by using or inject technology and infuse hybrid or blended learning environment. And then in education sector, our education right now, we are going to be to a transformation our education. We are practicing namely remote teaching, virtual classroom, a distance education, and we are integrated technology in education sector. When you are combined between technology and pedagogy, this is namely cybergogy. I use one of the theory here in when we are practice by using ICT in the classroom, namely cybergogy and mobile gogi. I will explain in my presentation. So the next one, when we are practice namely physical distancing and social distancing, you can see here we are massive because our activity, our daily activity, we are delivering by using the internet. So also we are use a social media for interaction and to building the community, which is actually the blessing of COVID-19. Yeah, I say this is the blessing one of the COVID-19 because we can meet here by using the virtual platform, for example, by using Zoom or Facebook, and we are building our community, our communication into the some of the application. And then what about the in economy and management business? Right now, you know that education right now becoming a commercial. So we can use a social media and then we can support our economy again and survive during the COVID-19. And the last one, this is about the digital era. Why right now? Because we know that our society, we are in the 5.0. Everything we are can doing right now in home, and then use namely internet by using the smartphone, the mobile or the device to doing our to supporting our activity or our daily life. And also we need to facilitate our student with industry revolution 4.0, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creative. And the last one about the pedagogy evolution. You know that our pedagogy right now, we are into the evolution 3.0. So this is my topic today. We are going to talk about and discussion, and I will share my experience to you about the how to manage our classroom. This is the smart digital classroom management. And I divided our topic today into the pedagogical innovation. How will you manage a smart classroom, and designing, how to design it and creating digital material. You know that in education, not only how to transfer knowledge, but education, this is the holistic approach. I know most of our audience today, our participants today, we are practicing teaching and learning. And one of the methodology in teaching, namely pedagogy. In pedagogy right now, how you can designing your material, how to you are designing and manage your classroom with the condition today. We are in the virtual era. So, well, let's back again about the education. This is not only about the transfer knowledge, but this is how to teach our students with the skill, improve their I mean that here competent, and also teach them with the habit and the character, belief, a character, and many more. So let's talk one by one for supporting smart digital classroom management. We must go back to the basic principle in our education, namely this is pedagogical innovation. So let's have a look at the data here, the impact of COVID-19 on learning autonomy. You can see here everything by using the internet. And I'm just want to show to you about most of our required change in industrial system. This is in the strongly agree. You can see here we should utilize information, communication, and technology in many aspects in our daily life, in our classroom. in our community. And also, yeah, we lose our bank to be together because we are practice namely physical distancing and social distancing. But you know that most of the student and the teacher must be right now autonomy or independent in learning. Well, we must understand about the condition today. The future is now. We must becoming a digital teacher, and in our classroom right now becoming a digital classroom, and we are in the digital world. Because we are in the digital world, everything right now must be supported by the virtual, and then we must adapt and we must upgrade ourselves to support the digital era, or namely this is digital vaccine about digital society. So this is the education right now. You must know our student, the student condition before you manage your classroom. Mostly our students, they are in the millennial or Gen Z and Gen Z generation. They are use a social media. Mostly they are interaction. They are community in the social media, and also they are believe. Most of in the next future in education, they are really actually believe more being virtual, and also they say that online degree will be acceptable as a traditional college degree. So this is a good for management or in business. We can building up our education in the future by delivering internet or in the cloud. Well, let's have a look about the cybergogy. I choose one of the theory from Wang and Kang when you wanted to integrate technology, when you wanted to combine between technology in learning and teaching, technology and pedagogy. This is namely cybergogy. There are three factors here in cybergogy, namely cognitive or the theory behaviorism. This is we need to construct new knowledge for the student, and then we must know about our student learning style. We must go back to our student condition, what they wanna in our learning and teaching, and then you can design your material based on what they want. And the next, because we are practice namely physical distancing and social distancing, you know that we are building our social constructivism, our social community into the social media. So we need to namely here to collaborative in learning. And then the last one, the level of present in cybergogy theory. This is about how to emotive factor. You need to know what is actually your student feeling during in your virtual classroom. Maybe for example, when you are use namely Google Classroom or WhatsApp to delivering your learning and teaching process, you need to know what is your student feeling. And then this is about the digital pedagogy. This is actually not about the application, not about the technology, but actually this is about your pedagogy, how you are designing, how you are create your curriculum, your material to achieve namely a Bloom taxonomy. And I totally agree with all of the keynote speakers presenting before me that supporting about the Bloom taxonomy and how to achieve the learning outcome based on the higher thinking skill to supporting 21st century skill. And also this is, you can have a look here about the using a social media. Why the next future in education, we need to be development about information, communication, and the technology. And you know that. Hello? Yeah. So you saw, hello, I'm not audible? So then most of the work and the company infused with the technology. This is supporting our student the next career after they are in the university. So this is the personalized learning environment to supporting a smart digital classroom. As you know that we need to know we have this is a teacher center with the learner voice and choice, learner center with teacher and learner as designer, and a learner driven with the teacher as partner in learning. So the conclusion in this about the personalized learning environment, when you are teaching, this is not about you as a teacher, but this is about your student, what actually they want to know, what actually they want in your material. And you can design your content based on your student condition, based on what they want. So let's have a look about the innovation, pedagogical innovation. When you wanted to practice innovative pedagogical here or pedagogical innovation, actually we need to be how to support with the ICT, information communication infrastructure. So the next, how we manage our smart classroom based on condition today. Let's have a look about the learning evolution right now. This is the condition, the evolution of learning from some of the era. Let's have a look about the traditional, the last 2 decades, this is in the production. And now, right now, knowledge is a navigation, not only about transfer, just giving the student, you are the, I mean that here teacher as the center, but right now, how you manage your student, your classroom with the student center learning approach, and focus the learning with navigation with the available knowledge for your student. You can collaborate with your student to design and to manage your classroom based on what your student want. So let's have a look about the intersection between pedagogy and the technology right now. In my country, in Indonesia, we are redesign our curriculum based on the condition today, namely Merdeka Belajar or independent learning or freedom to learn. And we need our student can access resources from many things in the internet, because you know that this is support with the student how to increase their skill to problem solving in their learning activity. So this is the evolution of digital classroom in the educational sector. As you know that everything right now we are going to the virtual, so we must available the material with the electronic material or e-material or digital material. So the next in the future of education, but this is happening actually today about the intelligent campus. Maybe you know the Coursera. This is from the Stanford University. You can get the training and course in the virtual class, and then this is we are going actually namely in education sector intelligent campus. Everything will be in the cloud, so we must support this condition. We are as a teacher must becoming a digital teacher. The student, we must support and motivate them to becoming a digital student or digital learner. And the material, we need to design right now our material to supporting virtual era. This is designing with the electronic or digital material. So this is the will be happening for the next future in education. So we must prepare ourselves to support the condition in education. So this is some of the application that you can use your classroom to manage your classroom. This is the fundamental digital skill for 21st century teacher to record and edit audio, create interactive video content. This is so many here application that you can be used to manage your classroom. And this is some of application to make your learning and teaching teaching class to be more practical, effective, and efficient. This is based on the to achieve anomaly bloom taxonomy. You can use some of the application here to supporting the Bloom taxonomy. For example, remembering, yeah, you can use, for example, here by Google, to understanding by using Skype, applying by using Pinterest, analyzing by using Taxada, and the many more. Well, this is divided into when you wanted to improve your student skill, and this is the emerging technology that you can be used to supporting your student skill. For example, in communication, you can use a Facebook. Yeah, this is a social media. In collaboration, critical thinking, creative and innovation. Information literacy, you can use Satero, for example. Media literacy, you can use YouTube. Technology literacy, you can use Animoto or Instagram. Flexibility and adaptability, you can use a Blogger. This is, for example, you can choose one of that that familiar with your student. Not familiar with the teacher, but the student, because our subject today, this is the student. So, let's to supporting virtual era, to supporting everything now we are going into the digital. So I want to share to you how to designing and creating a digital material. This is our ministry actually supporting the condition about the virtual by freedom to learn. This is need to more in the classroom, more discussion with the student, discussion. We need giving to our student with the opportunity to teach in the class, to explanation, to presentation, and then start with the social enterprise project into the class, and then identify the student talent, and then need to be more support and motivate our student. This is, I think, that good management in your classroom. Well, this is the example of the independent learning, and then you can ask your student to joining this course to improve their competence or their knowledge. This is the example, Coursera or FutureLearn. This is the website, the platform that can they join. This is a free actually, and then this is at web, and also this is from Elsevier webinar, and the next sorry. Yeah, and also
excuse me, doctor, please summarize. Our time is
yeah. This is the last. And then to designing the materials, you can use research and development in education or R&D here, and this is the step of R&D. There are 6. This is you can analyze what is your student need. You can identify what is your student learning style, and then you can formulate the state objective, and then you can select the method, the media, and the material based on what is your student condition, and then the familiar technology with your student. And while this is about the target need, you need to know what actually the student necessity, their like, and they want before you designing your material. Then this is the example of the syllabus that I can share to you right now. This is, for example, the method in learning and teaching process. You can use anomaly control citizen or project-based learning by J. Piazza, and then the activity in the classroom you can use a guardian and even interaction, and then to achieve the learning outcome anomaly taxonomy. You can adapt this. I mean that what is your subject in learning or your teaching material. And then this is I divided into 4 here, the lesson plan. What should be you doing based on the page here. For example, here in the project-based learning, when you use this method, And this is the phase in the context you are driving the question. In this phase, actually you are practicing anomaly Ghanaian and even interactional design. This is you can introduce the new topic. And then in the Bloom taxonomy, you still practice namely remembering and understanding or low thinking skill. And the example of digital tools that you can be used to supporting the student, namely here, Bloom taxonomy by remembering and understanding, you can choose one of these application. And then in this cover phase, you can ask your student to discuss. An interactional phase here, you can help them to discuss. And in the Bloom taxonomy, this is applying, analyzing, and you can use some of the application here, for example, by using Padlet. And the last one, in share, you can ask your student to conclusion, revision, and giving the feedback. And then you can ask your student to predict, doing the prediction. And the last, you can ask your student to create. This is evaluation and creating. So this is my digital product I want to share to you. You can feel free to visit the Google Playbook. And this is when you are wanted to design your e-learning. This is some of the application. There are three. You can choose here, Articulate Mobile, Lecturer Inspire, or Mobile Learning Android application. So this is the example when you want to designing your material based on the student one. This is my research, and most of the students, you can see here, they are choose by using a film and song. And I want to share to you how to use film in the classroom to achieve namely the Bloom taxonomy. I divided here into 5 phase activity: warm up, presenting, practice, production, and evaluation. You can adapt here. And then in warm up activity, we need to know before watching the movie, you can ask your student to understand about the material. For example, here I use this film about the best friend. I need my student to understanding and remember the film chronology. And after that, in the presenting, you can ask your student to create their brainstorming or a mind mapping. For example, in my class, I use brainstorming and ask my students to analyze the word relative best friend. For example, this is synonym and antonym because I am teaching English in my classroom. And the next phase, this is by using
your topic is too much interesting,
and then watch it. And in the production, you can
due to the time issue, we are requesting you please summarize it again, because our other participants
composition and the last evaluation, student will answer the question. Well, because we are limited with the time, this is my class when I'm applying. And then they are use their smartphone, the digital material available in student smartphone, and they can access anytime and anywhere. And then some of the activity here, they are in the group. You can see here my class, they are in the group. So they are in the outdoor because some of the students, they wanna learning in the outdoor. And everything I designing here based on what the student want, the student. And this is the gamification.
Thank you so much for your interesting and fruitful presentation. Really, it's great work. Once again, thank you for your time. Without wasting any time, I'm going to invite our next presenter, Dr. Wasim Bari Saab, for innovative talk on the topic how to publish research work in good journals. Dr. Wasim Bari Saab is assistant professor at Government College University, Faisalabad. He is a good researcher and he has published too many papers in different national and international journals. Let's welcome to Dr. Fazal Bari Saab for his Wasim Bari Saab for his presentation how to publish research work in good journals. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. We have already late in schedule, and I think so the audience also feeling some boring environment here. I was listening from the morning, and I was really happy to listen Dr. Aqib Khan. Actually, I'm not now here to give you a more boring speech. Rather, I will prefer if you guys have the questions relating to publication in impact factor journals. Because if I will speak in my way, there will be many issues which cannot be solved in such a short time. So I will prefer if you guys have a questions regarding writing, drafting, conceiving, publication, post-publication things, you can ask the question. If there will be no question, then I will discuss one or two things and then we'll be off, of course.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Audience, if someone have question, please kindly put up your question. Sir is here to answer you.
Assalamu alaikum. Sir, my name is Assalamu alaikum, sir. My name is Abdul Basit Rahil. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, of course.
Sir, my question is related to the research paper is how to access a good journal and how you can rate the journal's rating and also what are the precautions, I mean that what are the charges and what is the procedure to submit your research paper in a good journal. Thank you, sir.
Yes, it is very easy. It is very easy to find a good journal. You know the name Clarivate Analytics. The former name is Thomson and Reuters. You just click the website, go there, enter your abstract there, and you will find the list of the journals. And the list will be arranged. The first one will be most favorable, the second, third, and go on. This is the easy way to find the suitable journal. The second one, how much the money we should pay to the journals. Frankly speaking, in my introduction, Muhammad, I didn't remember the name. He was saying that my papers have been published in the national, international journals. Frankly speaking, I never published the paper in national journals. And the community of Pakistan very well knows that what are the reasons behind this. Because from the start of the research career, I prefer to write the papers in international journals because you get the quality there. Here in Pakistan, there's a lot of problems. So I recommend you, all of listeners, please target the international journals. SSCI journals are most favorable journals in our area. And the best way to search the journal, I already told you. Then there is a difference between the open access and the closed access journal or hybrid journals. In open access journals, if you are targeting some good publishers like the Sage, Emerald, Springer, like that, Elsevier, so they are good. You can go there. Why we use open access? It's only due to time constraint. Like the students, PhD students who are doing PhDs, they have a limited time frame. They need to publish the paper within time frame to get the degree on time. So that's why we need to pay the fee to the open access journals, especially good journals, SSCI journals. I never support to pay the money to the local journals or the third class journals. It's better to avoid those journals. It's better to avoid those journals. Second one, sometimes the faculty also are engaged in time frame and we need to publish the paper within the time frame. That's why we also need to go to the open access journals. Otherwise, I will always recommend, and I recommend all of you, please target the closed access journals, traditional journals, and it takes time. There are many misconceptions in the minds of Pakistani authors. First one, I already listened many times online conferences. the author said that there is a biasness with the international auditors. I think it's not like that. Actually, we internally have some gaps, we have some weaknesses, and because we are not ready to solve those issues, we blame on the auditors. This is not the way, this is not the game. We should actually consider what we are doing wrong. Actually, we are counting the papers. We need papers. We have no desire to write the papers. Because we have no desire to write the paper, that's why we are just counting the papers to get the promotion, to get the degrees and like that. And these kind of papers only can publish in some third class journals, in Pakistani journals or international third class journals. So avoid these kind of journals, target the high quality journals, SSCI journals, impact factor journals, and it takes time. Good quality journals only prefer the papers which have the good novelty in your paper, whether in the methodology, whether in the introduction part, whether in the discussion side. If you have no novelty, they will not ready to publish you. So write the paper slowly, conceive the paper slowly, develop the paper thoroughly, then submit to the journal, and I'm sure that you will get the acceptance. Thank you. Next, please.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Sir. Sir, mostly we prefer to publish our work in impact factor journals due to their credibility. Then as a researcher, why do we publish our paper in HEC recognized X category and Y category journals?
پہلی بات تو یہ ہے رجا صاحب کہ ایکس وائی کیٹیگری اب ختم ہو گئی ہیں. اب جو نیا ماڈل آیا ہے اس کے مطابق یہ ایکس کیٹیگری یا وائی کیٹیگری لوکل جرنل کے حوالے سے نہیں, اب یہ مکس اپ ہو گئے. دوسری بات یہ ہے کہ اگر کبھی ان جرنلز کے آپ والیومز جا کے پڑھیں, کبھی آپ ان کے ایشوز دیکھیں گے جا کے, تو آپ کو آئیڈیا ہوگا دے نیور بادر ایون دا ایبسٹریکٹ ٹو ریڈ. یہ ایبسٹریکٹ تک نہیں پڑھتے. جس پیپر کو کل کو کچھ سائٹ نہ کر سکے ہم, جس پیپر کو انٹرنیشنلی کوئی آتھر پڑھنا پسند نہ کرے, وہاں پہ چھاپنے کا کیا فائدہ. یہ بدنامی ہے ہماری انفارچونیٹلی جو ہمیں فیس کرنی پڑتی ہے. کبھی آپ ان کے والیومز اٹھا کے دیکھیں, یو ول بی سرپرائزڈ. ایون کہ میں نے یہاں پہ آتھر سے یہاں تک کہتے سنا ہے کہ بھائی اگر لوکل جرنل میں پیسے بھی دینے اور پڑھنا بھی ہم نے ریڈ بھی کرنا, تو پھر جمع کرنے کا کیا فائدہ. تو یہ جو تھرڈ کلاس کوالٹی ہے, یا تو ہم یہ کمٹمنٹ کریں کہ وی نیڈ ٹو امپروو, ہم اس کو امپروو کریں گے, ہم اسٹرکٹ جو ہے ریویو کرائٹیریاز لگائیں گے, ہم جو ہے وہ ایڈیٹنگ کے اوپر کمپرومائز نہیں کریں گے. ڈیفینیٹلی بینگ اے پاکستانی آئی مسٹ گو فار دا لوکل جرنل. لیکن کیونکہ ایسا کچھ نہیں ہے, پریکٹس میں ایسا کچھ بھی نہیں ہو رہا, سب لوگ جو ہیں وہ ایسے ہی چل رہا ہے, ایسے ہی سسٹم ہے, تو آپ لوکل کمیونٹی میں ضرور بیٹھے ہیں, بٹ یو ہیو ٹو ریکگنائز ان انٹرنیشنل کمیونٹی. تو وہاں پہ ریکگنائز ہونے کے لیے آپ کو اچھی کوالٹی کی پبلیکیشن چاہیے, اچھی ریسرچ چاہیے, اور اچھی ریسرچ کے لیے آپ کو اچھا ریویو چاہیے ہوتا ہے. اب اگر اچھا ریویو آتا ہی نہیں ہے, اچھا ریویو تو بڑی دور کی بات ہے, تو ہائی کوالٹی پبلیکیشن کیسی ہوگی. یا تو اگر آپ کے پاس لاکھ روپے ہے, یو گیٹ پبلش ود ان نائٹ. لوگوں کو ایڈوانس پتا ہوتا ہے کہ ہمارا پیپر پبلش ہو رہا ہے, اور وہ آتھر اکٹھے کرتے پھر رہے ہیں پیسے کلیکٹ کرنے کے لیے. تو ٹیم ورک میں یہاں پہ جو کنسیپٹ ہے کہ آپ کو آتھرشپ میں, یہاں تو پھر وہ جو پوچھتے ہیں ایک جوک کی طرح کہ واٹ از یور کنٹریبیوشن, اور وہ کہتا ہے کہ میں 10,000 میں نے دیا ہے. تو یہی کنسیپٹ ہے یہاں پہ سارا. That's why I prefer to publish in international journals. You will get the citations, you will get the recognition as well. Ji.
Thank you, sir.
Next, please.
Assalamu alaikum, Doctor.
Wa alaikum salam.
Sarish here. Sir, I wanted to ask you about some journals are more theory-driven focused, and some are on focused on methodology side. As a fresh researcher, what you suggest where we should more focused on, theory or methodology part?
Actually, your voice is very low, and I'm not able to listen you clearly. Please repeat the question.
Sir, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sir, I'm asking. Some journals are focused on theory part and some are focused on methodology part. As a fresh researcher, what you suggest where we should more focus on, like on theory or on methodology side?
Personally, I suggest to the new researchers, please develop the patience. Please develop the patience while developing the idea, while conceiving the model. Please keep patience and critically evaluate your paper, because usually I observe that the researchers, especially the new researchers, want to publish the paper within a night. They want to complete the paper within a week. This is not the way, this is not the procedure. And second one, whether you are focusing on the paradigm, whether you are focusing on the theoretical part or the methodology, all are important equally. Sometimes what happened when we submit the paper in a high quality journal and they send that paper into the review process, sometimes the reviewers are preferred some methodology, sometimes according to their expertise. But there is no such general criteria. You prefer the methodology and ignore the theoretical part, because all things are interconnected. How we can avoid one thing and prefer the other thing? And moreover, you need to develop the paper like a way that you need to show the novelty on every part of your paper, whether the introduction, literature, methodology, discussion, limitations, and even the your references in your paper. So it is not the way to prefer one thing and ignore the other thing. You have to, you need to prefer all the sections of your paper one by one, write slowly, draft the paper slowly, read again and again. And it may be take first paper, your first paper maybe take more than 6 months, even 1 year, but first paper is your learning process, and learning process always slow. So once you will draft your paper in 1 year and look all the matters in your paper, I'm sure you will get published.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
It's not a question, it's actually a comment. I think what you're saying is publishing in international journals of repute is a very good idea for your own career, because I've been doing that because it's easy to get recognition. That's fine. The issue, as a nation, we have got an issue which the Higher Education Commission is not addressing, is that we are publishing, we are writing papers for international market. We are writing paper for international journals. We are ignoring Pakistan. This is what is happening, that why scientific development or economic development is not taking in Pakistan, because we are only, being in English, we are only working for, Western world. So I think one thing I would like to, I already raised it to HEC that, they should give weightage to Pakistani journals, and they should, over time, there will be competition, there will be over time, quality will improve, and then you can raise the quality of the journal as such. And by HEC not recognizing Pakistani journals, it's actually giving it away that everybody should publish outside. So Pakistan is ignored. So Pakistan needs research on Pakistan for Pakistan. And I think you should just keep that in mind for the future. Just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, most I always consider the Pakistani for the investigation of organizations. The problem is, and our local, we are not the quality conscious in journals. In particular, some people are there, but in journal, our system is like that. We prefer to count the papers. HEC has no such criteria to categorize the quality work and reward those people who are working for the quality work. And most importantly, your point, I will prefer the HEC should introduce a index. Actually, if we want to go to Pakistan and Pakistani research, we need to introduce Pakistani index. And then HEC should bound the researchers to publish up to a certain limit of papers every year in that index. and there should be high quality criterias. And this way, I think so we can improve the Pakistani image in research specifically.
I think unless you actually restrict Pakistanis to write in Pakistani journal, the competition and the quality of the journals will not improve. So I
Yes,
think
of
as a nation, we should think about developing our own journals. We are not developing our own journals. We are developing Western journals.
Yes,
But unfortunately, with all the authors are not have to pay 100,000 rupees to the such a second-class journals.
Yes, sir. Somehow I'm agree with Dr. Saab. We have also some SCI category journals, like especially in life sciences. We have few journals. We need to promote these journals. If any other audience have question, please. We have shortage of time. Please quickly.
Please,
Sir, can I ask a question?
I also have a question. Please allow me, Dr. Tariq Jalis. May I go ahead?
Sabah Farooq, please.
Yes. So actually, I have a question regarding the authenticity of any journal. I mean, students are mostly confused whether the journal is authentic or not, because whenever we visit the website of any journal, mostly the impact factor is given there, but we are not sure that whether the journal is authentic or not. So what piece of advice would you give us?
I'm just sharing the link in the comment section. You all guys can see this and take into your safe place. This is the list here. Every time when you want to research, so you want to submit your research, you just click this link, and this is the Clarivate Analytics master list. You just put your abstract here, and you will get the most suitable journals, and all journals will be credible. Their further details will be there. You can check one by one, and it is very, very easy way good quality journals. Don't go blindly on the Google. There are many manipulated journals. Their impact factors are fake. They are just convincing the authors and getting the money from them. So don't go there. Just go on the master list, click there, post your abstract, and you will get the most suitable journals. And it's better to consult with your seniors. It will be helpful for you.
Dr. Tariq Jalis.
Yes, Dr. Tariq Jalis, please.
Dr. Tariq Jalis. Am I allowed, Dr. Tariq Jalis? May I ask a question, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. One of the comments we generally get from ISA Index Journal is, what is your theoretical contribution? Could you dwell upon it, please? Theoretical contribution?
Yes. Actually, when we talk about the theoretical contribution, it means that whether you are challenging the theory in your paper or extending the theory in your paper, both ways you need to highlight your contribution. When you are challenging, on what grounds you are challenging that theory, you need to provide the contribution in the contribution section, what the points you raise, and they are really valid according to literature perspective, one. And if you are giving the extension of any theory, you need also give the strong valid arguments on that part. And this way you will can easily highlight your contribution to the general public, and that will be your extension and will be guideline for the future research to the new researchers as well.
If you identify gaps, meaningful gaps, does it help towards a contribution of theory and knowledge?
Of course,
like if I use like multimediating variables and so on, which have not been used earlier in the studies.
Of course, it can be, but we need to check that whether the theory is really challengeable and there's really have a gap. Sometimes we face that some cultural issues, they are impacting on the theory. Sometimes we see the religious issues are impacting on the theory, and we also need to consider our methodology while evaluating the theory. Maybe we have some faults in our methodology. So that's why if we are correct in all parts of others, then we definitely can give the contribution, and it will be remarkable if we can do this.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Please, anyone?
Thank you so much, sir, for your precious time, and Really, this is very fruitful for all the participants because every researcher wants to publish in good quality journals. Then once again, thank you. Now we will
Welcome,
proceed
welcome.
further to our Dr.
I just
Mr.
have
Adnan. Okay, okay,
one
please, please, please.
all the participants, those are listening me, even after the conference, I regularly conduct the online session on the research methodologies and the publications. So you guys can may contact me regarding the publications, and we can help to each other for better improvement our publications and our research. Thank you.
Sir, please you share your I think contact number or link, social media link in comments. Many participants will be benefit from that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Adnan Ahmedabadi, Department Coordinator, Department of Management Sciences and Commerce, Al-Hamd Islamic University, Islamabad. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Zada, for handing over the conference to me. First of all, hello. Okay, first of all, an apology from my side, being the host, because there were some connectivity issues in the start of the conference. So, Alhamdulillah, now the conference is going good. Once again, I'll thank you all for making the ACAMS 2020 successful. Without taking any more time, I'd like to request Dr. Shahab Saqib for an invited talk. The topic of the talk is concept of green management. Dr. Saqib has obtained his PhD from Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. He has published a number of journals, mostly Scopus and Web of Science Index. He's the author of some chapters of the book as well. Over to you, Dr. Saqib.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. And can you see the screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
And congratulations to Al-Hamd University, International Islamic University, for arranging this successful conference.
Thank you, sir.
I'm periodically watching the activities in the conference today, and it's going very well. And in this pandemic situation, the way you people have arranged this conference and the way you have delivered it, so it's worth appreciating. So I may start formally for my talk. So actually, let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Shahab Saqib, and I obtained PhD from Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, and have also So okay, so no need of the video. Yeah. Okay. So actually, let's when the Anita Abbasi sent me different topics that what should I talk, so every topic was very interesting, and then I selected the green management, that this is a new area. And before that, it's luckily that before one of the professor he delivered lecture on how to publish, and in addition with that, I will connect my topic with that to publish it also needs a 60 topic, a hot issue. So that is the first thing that we should select, and then we should work on the quality of the writing and the quality of the data collection, and these things comes later on. So what the world want to see, what the people want to see, that is the best thing to publish the things. And what is my interest? So it's very interesting that first, if you select a topic with interest and the hot issue going around the world, and what is the hot issue in Pakistan, especially if I want to work on Pakistan, then sure that it will be selected and it will be published by a very good journal, and your target journal, what do you want? So in that connection, then the topic which I'm talking today, it's a green management. So the green management is a new topic, a hot area. And it is actually now restructuring the management style to the green management style. And that's why that today I want to talk about this issue and this topic. So these are some of the outline of my topic, that first of all, we have to, what is actually the green management? Then for what purpose these green management is introduced, objectives are what? And then particularly then from the green management, I will come to the case study of the green business management and what are the functions of those businesses which are working under green management. And then what are the common characteristics and what are the functions of the green management, business management, and what are the scopes? For example, the examples will be given there, that what are the different scopes that we can do in the green management. So the green management is actually working on 3 areas. It's the management style of the company organizations, and it is mostly working on the energy, water, and natural resource conservation. And besides that for any organization or for any for a company or organizations or profit earning institutes, that they are also, if they are working on the energy efficiency and like this, so they should also care about their employees' health, their employees' productivity, and those areas are also, besides that, they will be working on. And with that how we can actually protect our environment, so reducing waste, pollution, and environmental degradation, it should be also kept in mind. And with that, the policy and they should frame the policies, and they should work on different strategies they should adopt, that with that, how they can reduce the waste, how they can reduce the pollution, and how can reduce their environmental degradation. Actually, with that, let's have discuss these things, that we are actually working, and the physics. This is a physics law that mess can never be created nor destroyed. So, like in one way or another, for example, if we are earning. So if we are earning, so we are actually reshaping the wealth. We are converting the raw materials to the output, for example, and the different things we are making, but we are using one thing and we are making another. So we are making the profits, we are making actually wealth, but with that, at the end of the day, if we sum up the social cost and these are things, so it will be, the net benefit will be zero. Understand? So the net benefit will be zero. But just we are actually converting from the matter from one form to another form. So if we are working with that, for example, from if we reduce waste, pollution, and we protect environment, so in at the end of the day, for example, on global level, if you see then, so then we are also like protecting environment, and we are contributing as well as we are earning. So that's why the green management concepts is becoming very popular, and it should be like for any organization, it should be there, that they should also work on these issues. So, and what are actually the objectives of the green management? So number one is that environmental quality is the first objective, that they should think about the environmental quality, that how much they are contributing to the environment. There is like from their businesses, there is positive externality to the environment or negative externality to the environment. So then it should be think about. And then another one that like I already said that the businesses and the organization, they should also work on the population for the employees, like family supporting wages, benefits, and these things, safe conditions they should provide to the employees, to the labor, for example. And then like they should also provide the access training and career track in the new emerging areas like these and new techniques, new technology. With that, like diversify the gender, race, geographic and age, social, environmental benefits. And with that also economic benefits and minimization of wastes and creation of jobs. These should be actually in the green management, it should be included. So now why we should go green actually? We should go green because go green for the environment and go green for reduce waste and decrease the cost. And yeah, if we go green, so we can reduce cost as well. Of the production cost we can reduce. And there are several strategies and several policies of the multinationals also that how they can, if they are practicing the green management, so how much they are decreasing their costs. And also that the public image, reputation that can be increased and their sales can be increased because the people in the advanced countries especially, actually the witness of different countries that even the people they are now interested in the organic foods and they are going in a way that they are focusing on these things that this is environmental friendly things and like decreasing the plastic bags and these things. So then the people they have the common sense has been created in the people as well that we should also discourage from the common people and they can increase the sale if the company organization is focusing on these green management different techniques or different practices. So then they can increase their sale as well. And also like the care of employees is the foremost thing that they should care about the employees. And industrial growth and pollution, reduction of pollution is also in the objectives of the green management. And energy reasons to go green because we have already always it's the common problem of every person that there are limited resources and multiple wants. So energy crises are always there with any of the organizations. So if we go green, so then then these issues can be resolved. Like what actually green? So green is a symbol of harmony and balance. And like in the nature, if we see that the leaves are green, and if we see the trees, so if they are green, so it means they are growing. So it's a symbol of like the nature, and we can say that if the green leaves are there, so it's a symbol of life. So and it's a symbol of hope actually. So that's why that the green management techniques are becoming very popular around the world. So now the green business actually now coming particularly to the business side that what is that? So actually it is the enterprise which has the minimal negative impact on the global and local environment and community, society and economy. So the business which is protecting the economy, they are working for the economy, they are working for the society, and as with besides that, simultaneously they are also look at the environment, and they should work for the improvement of the environment, or they should reduce the environmental degradation. So that kind of business, we can say that this is the green business management. So now, like characteristics of the big green business management, that it should be a triple bottom line, and like a triple bottom line, that what does it mean that because the organizations are the enterprises, they should create social values, ecological values, as well as economic values. They should take care about the people, and they should take care about their profits, and they should take about their stakeholders. So this is a kind of triple bottom line, that it should be the characteristics, or this is the characteristics of the green business management. And another one is the nature-based knowledge and technology. The products of services and the product to the consumption, it should be think about that from the very start to the end, how much they can make the products, and they can deliver the products. They can actually advertise the products, for example. So in each and every department, in each and every section of the production to the consumption, that they should think about how to minimize the wastages, how to minimize the environmental degradation. And it should be a local-based organization and economies, and it should be continuous improvement process should be there, and they should think about that how we can improve from present to in the future. So what will be the functions and of these green businesses? That green businesses are socially and environmentally responsible. They are responsible for the environment, and they should take care. The green businesses care for their workers actually, and green businesses protect their customers and clients, and green businesses improve in their communities. So like the social environmental combination and the profits of the organizations, they three will go simultaneously with each other. And these are the prime functions of the green businesses. And now what will be actually in the scope, like in common examples, how these businesses can be, we can see that, like for example, the green business management in green foods, like in garden parks, small seed trays, for example, and the smart cities are now the best examples of the urban agriculture is one of the example of the green business management, that it can be done in that way. And green consulting, for example, like the low budget businesses, the best advertising techniques or methods, for example, we should go to emails, we should go to the e-advertising like on Facebooks and different advertising agencies, that it should be in not at paper, it should be in in that way we should develop it. So by this way, how much like papers we can save, how much trees we can save, and how much leaves we can save. So it can be done like that. And the green vehicles, for example, electric scooters, cars, and solar systems in this way, and it becoming very popular around the world as well, that organizations should work on this, and even the policymakers on the government level, if they can work on these things, so then it can be improved. Particularly, I'm the witness of from one of the company in Norway, that they were producing cars and electric cars actually, and in Sweden and in Norway, those cars were actually tax-free. So then these kind of like strategies the government can adopt, and then they can encourage these things. So these are some of the weak examples of the scope of the green management. And green appliances use, for example, the how much like we should think that how can how much we can reduce the pollution, how much we can like solar appliances are there, and even if we are using in our homes like different appliances, so how much actually the fuel consumption we can reduce, and in this way we can like care of the environment, and we can do their practices. So these were some of the things which I wanted to discuss with the audience. And one of the my actually advice to the management sciences students as well, that why we are only stuck to the like pure finance, like the FDI is going, and there is these issues are also very interesting, that we should do research on that, like stock exchange and the fluctuations, and then we want to see the impact of different variables on these things. So why we not do research on the green business management sides, and why we should not link the businesses with the environment? Why should not we link the finance with the environment? Why should not we link the the marketing with the environment? Why should not we link the HR as a discipline with the environment? So these actually, for particularly for the audience and particularly for those who are in the research phases, maybe there will be students from the PhD, there will be students from the master level in today's conference. So actually, we have to work on these issues as well, and think about it and find your interest areas and find see around in your locality and in the field and in your society, and then find some environmental issues and link that with your coursework and do business on these, and then you will have no problem even in research publications, and you will have no problem if you produce a very good output and your product of outcome of the thesis is very good, so it can be published in a very good journals. And these were some of the issues that I wanted to discuss, particularly with the researchers and with the students as well, that why we don't go to multidisciplinary research, why we are only stuck with the only a very small area that we have to work on that. So green business management, and I also appreciate the Alham International Islamic University, this conference, that whatever they put the talks were very interesting, and every talk which I gone through the list, so that everyone was very interesting, and the new emerging areas and very hot issues. So just think about these hot issues, different speakers, what the speakers they have talked about it, and you can do that. So thank you very much. I can't hear you.
Now I'm audible. Thank you very much. Dr. Shahab.
Yes.
It was a great, informative talk from your side. Thank you very much from Alham Islamic University, from the Department of Management Sciences and Commerce. Without taking any more time, I'd like to request. So, one more thing. Are there any questions from anyone? If someone asks to ask any question, you can ask, please.
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Saab, how can we relate or connect CSR with green management?
Sorry?
How can we relate and connect CSR with green management, please?
Okay. So CSR is actually, if I just specify that. So CSR is actually, the green management is one of the part can be of the CSR. CSR can be just like if we do the CSR activities, CSR can be the charity funds and the help with to the community. But the green management will particularly come to how much you are protecting the environment. So like the CSR and the green management are interlinked with each other, but there will be some CSR activities that can be included in the environmental side.
Anyone else? If anyone wants to ask any question, Dr. Shahab Saqib is here and he can answer your questions. I think there's no more questions from anyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Shahab Saqib, for your time and for your precious words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Without taking any more time, I'd like to request Professor Makayu for an invited talk. The topic of the talk is tourism entrepreneurship, SME management, and innovativeness. Dr. Makayu is a professor in the University of East Caloocan, Metro Manila, Philippines. He holds a PhD in educational leadership and administration and PhD in international hospitality and tourism management. He has been invited as a speaker, keynote speaker, resource person, and honorable speaker in Indonesia, India, and Nepal for more than 25 times. Dr. Makario, over to you. Dr. Makario, are you there?
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. Am I audible, loud and clear?
Yes,
Am I?
you're
Can you hear my
audible.
voice?
Yes, you're visible as well.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, you're audible. Kindly share full screen.
Audible. Hello. Okay, so okay, thank you. So okay, thank you very much. Sure, sorry. So good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Macario G. Gayeda from the University of the East in Caloocan, Metro Manila, in the Philippines. So at this moment, I would like.
Excuse me, Dr. Makario. Sir, we can't hear you. Could you please speak loudly?
Sorry for the interruption. All right, so this time, this is two, sorry.
Excuse me, doctor, you're not audible. Sir, you're not audible.
I'm not audible. Hello.
Now it's fine. Now it's fine, sir. Kindly share the full screen so
Hello?
audience can view your screen as well.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
All right, can you see my
No, sir. It's not visible. Hello, Dr. Makario?
Or can you see my presentation?
No, sir, it's not properly visible. Kindly share your full screen so audience will be your screen will be visible. It's not visible at all.
Yes. Or can you see my presentation now?
No, sir, it's not visible till now. It's not properly visible.
Can you see?
So till the time Dr. Macarius sets all the issues, we'll move on for the next speaker. I'm going to invite Mr. Abdul Basit Rahil, Flight Lieutenant retired. He's going to present his research article. The title of the article is The Impact of Sales Promotion on Purchase Intention of Packaged Spice Brands in Pakistan, an empirical study. Mr. Abdul Basit Rahil, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. I am very thankful to the organizers of Alhamd conference, Dr. Shakil Roshan and Ms. Anita Akhlaq Abbasi and other organizers. So thank you for my nomination. Please, sir.
Sir, continue, please.
My topic today, I'm going to talk about my presentation, which is on impact of packaged spice brands in Pakistan. First of all, can you see my screen?
Sir, no, it's not properly shared till now.
Okay. Can you see it now?
No, sir, it's not even now. It's not visible. Sir, if you want, we can run your in absentia presentation as well. Okay, now it's fine, I think. Your screen sharing started.
Okay, if you can.
It is fine. No, sir, it is fine now. Now it's working. It's visible.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My topic today, I'm going to talk about the impact of sale promotion on purchase intentions of packaged spice brands in Pakistan. My name is Abdul Basit Rahil. I'm MS Marketing from Arid Agriculture University. And first, the background of the study. In November 2012, there was a report by Dawn which said national food sales grew by 29% for that year. Even with conservative growth of 15% per year between 2010 and 20, the category is set to touch 100 billion in 2020. And if a new player gets 10% market share, it could make it to a 10 billion company. Spice category in Pakistan is just same as other commodity-based industries. Pakistan is among the top 5 spice producers in the world after India, Bangladesh, Turkey, and China. Previous research was focused on sale promotion and purchase intentions in different scenarios such as airlines and hoteling, but none of them inquired the effect of sale promotion on consumer purchase intentions in packaged spice industry. According to Simon and Sullivan, brand equity when solely measured is a good metric for evaluating the strategic impact of marketing decisions. The problem statement is in an effort to explore the relationship between one dimension of Acker's 1991 model, that is sale promotion and purchase intention, this study is carried out. in Pakistan, there is no previous study regarding the measuring the effect of sale promotion to purchase intentions of packaged spices. I hope all of you can hear me.
Yes, sir, you're audible. You're audible.
Okay, thank you. The problem identification is that impact of brand equity on purchase intentions is playing essential role to measure consumer behavior. The need is felt to highlight those factors which have a significant impact on purchase intention, so as to take measures to enhance the individual brand equity with consumers. The problem statement is we have to measure the brand equity and the purchase intentions of packaged spices. The present study will give insight to stakeholders to improve brand equity in this specific sector. The rationale of the study is keeping in view the suggestions of the researchers Christodoulis and Di Giannantonio, Torres, Augusto, and Lesboa, 2015. Future research will be to investigate the relationship between marketing elements and brand equity with its effect on purchase intention. The objective is a study of effect of sale, promotion, or purchase intentions of consumer in packaged spice industry of Pakistan. And the research question will be, what is the effect of sale promotion on purchase intention in case of packaged spices? The significance this research will be valuable to managers in determining the impact of marketing elements, that is sale promotion, to the purchase intention in a specific sector of packaged spices. And it will be helpful to educational sector as well, that they can further enlighten and enhance their knowledge about the brand equity. The scope of the research is the study will be applicable to all the stakeholders, not only business managers, but also to all the other researchers within the packaged spice industry. Now, coming toward the materials and methods, the research tool was used for this research is questionnaire used, and it was calculated from the female population of Rawalpindi, Islamabad, and from the cash and carry stores, major cash and carry stores were used for the survey, and the questionnaire were filled with the 5-point Likert scale, and 400 questionnaires were filled from 10 major cash and carries of Pakistan, and the data was analyzed statistically on SPSS 17, and the results were calculated. This is my model, which shows that sale promotion has a direct and positive influence on purchase intentions, and it is adopted from the research of Yu, Dontu, and Tai. The hypothesis statement H1 is sales promotion significantly influences the purchase intentions of female shoppers in Pakistan. This research instrument were taken from researches of Yu and Dontu and James L. Brock and Vichraya, 2017. In this, first of all, pilot studies were carried out, and the questionnaire reliability and validity was checked, and all the Cronbach alpha values were within range, that is more than 0.6 and 7. And also the CFA was carried out, which showed the overall model fitness. These are some values which are showing the model fitness validity. Instrument reliability and the Cronbach alpha values are then more than 0.6 and 7, which shows that it is reliable. And all the model fitness values, including RMCA, was showing a good fit model, which shows a positive significance with the intentions to the sale promotion. Also, the structural equationary modeling was done, and which shows that H1 is accepted. Now, discussing about the my research is that this hypothesis was confirming the model of Acker and Keller, Kapferer and Baker et al. That sale promotion has a positive correlation with the purchase intention, and these findings are incongruous with the following researchers. Now, concluding my talk is purchase intention is significantly and positively influenced by marketing elements, that is sale promotion, and this study is found to have positive effect of spice industries brand equity on the purchase intention, and package industry has a long potential in building brand equity, and managers and marketers need to focus their efforts on building long-term equity by promoting marketing activities. Now, some of the limitations, as this research was conducted only in Rawalpindi and Islamabad region, so in a future it can be domain can be more expanded to the other regions, and it is conducted on the only one segment, that is female population. In future studies, other sampling techniques can be used. In this sampling, in this research, I use the convenience sampling technique, but in other in the future researches, it can be improved to the other sampling techniques, and it can be conducted on the longitudinal design to enhance generalizability of the model. Also, more understanding of the model can be developed when it is conducted on other segments like other commodities and items. These are some references from which my main research has been quoted. So it is shown on the screen. Thank you very much. I once again offer my thanks to organizers of Alham conference, and in future I will welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Mr. Abdul Basit? Anyone? If you want to ask any question from Mr. Abdul Basit, he's here to answer the questions as well. I think there are no questions from anyone in the audience. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Basit. Kindly turn off your screen sharing. Thank you very much. So I would like to request once again to Mr. Macario, if your internet connectivity issues are fixed, kindly rejoin us. Dr. Macario.
Yes.
Abdul Basit, kindly turn off your screen sharing. Dr. Macario, if you're, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So kindly start your presentation and share your screen. So it is all fine. You can start now.
Is my PowerPoint okay?
Yes, sir. It is fine. You can start.
Is it okay? No.
Yes, it is okay. You can start.
Hello. Okay.
Yes, sir. It is okay. You can start.
Sorry for the occurrences. So, yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. My presentation is all about tourism entrepreneurship. Yes, yes. So my topic is about tourism entrepreneurship, SMA management, and innovativeness. So we all know that there is a problem when it comes to COVID-19 outbreak, but the tourism entrepreneurship has been, in the first quarter of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic had brought international travel to an abrupt halt and significantly impacted the tourism industry. For many developed and developing countries, the tourism changed earnings. Without the vital lifeline, many countries may experience a dramatic contraction in the gross domestic product and the rise of unemployment. The direct and indirect costs of the shutdown for 65 individual countries and regions and 65 sectors covering the global economy put GDP in a hot spot. In some countries, unemployment could rise more than 20 percentage points. In some sectors, could nearly
Hello, Dr. Makario, are you there?
the government need to avert the worst effects and facilitate recovery of COVID-19 outbreak to rise the tourism entrepreneurship. And for this, sorry.
Sorry to the audience. I think
According to the United Nations Tourism Organization, they reported that during the second quarter of 2020,
Dr. Makario, you're not visible.
ever that
The screen is not
100%
visible.
global destination introduced the different travel restriction.
Excuse me, Dr. Makario, your screen is not visible to the audience.
The spread of COVID-19 shows no sign of abatement.
Excuse me, doctor, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Your screen is not visible. Kindly please share your screen.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes, please continue now.
Continue.
Please continue.
Is it okay?
Yes, please continue.
So I think the connectivity issues of Dr. Makario are not still solved. So the time we are running out of time. So I'm going to request Ms. Noreen Ajmal, Assistant Professor at Al Islamic University, to present a research article with the title, "What Does It Take for Married Women to Create Work-Life Balance in a Collective Society?" Ms. Noreen, please. Dr. Makario, please turn off your screen sharing.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Do you hear me, Adnan sir?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I am Noreen Ajmal, Assistant Professor, Al Islamic University. And I'm really thankful to all of you people to give me a chance to participate in this valuable conference. Topic of this my research is, as you know, that what does it take for married women to create work-life balance in a collective society? My co-authors are also there. As all you know, traditionally in collective societies, people were living in a joint family system where the role of men and women were predefined. And with the emergence of globalization, access to social media, and women's rights, proponents have been that women should perform a role as earner beside their household activities. Due to inflation, both husband and wife are required to work to obtain standard of life and living as well. So women are getting education and have ambition for their careers and also obliged to manage their family responsibilities. The woman being an employee and being a household lady has to switch their roles, responsibilities, priorities from one domain to another domain that lowers their level of energy. So these all pressures make tougher for married women to manage their work-life balance that make more vulnerability to attain a healthy and prosperous life. Nowadays, women rights activities based on social justice called for organization to enhance their role as helping hand for its employees and to manage their work-life balance and live a happy and prosperous life. In a banking sector in Pakistan, it has flourished over a period of time and reached to rural, far-long areas and become a key stakeholder in providing jobs to men and women equally. The timing of banking sector is from 9 to 5 non-stop, and that has increased the pressure on their employees. One key observation is that women leave banking sector as get married because they fail to manage their work-life balance. So it is imperative to study married women who are successfully managing work-life balance in banking sector. Theoretically, work-life balance has been studied extensively from various perspectives like management, intervention to reduce conflict, strategies to reduce stress, supervisor support, flexibility in working hours, resources accumulations, and etc. etc. However, how married women in non-stop banking experience changing culture, modern roles, now need to understand within his context what strategies are required. The basic purpose of this research is to gain an insight into the lives of married women working in the banking sector in Quetta with respect to their professional and personal life. The basic main research questions are: what factors influence or challenge in managing work-life balance? What support factors are being followed by married women to achieve their work-life balance? And how do married women manage their work-life balance? Objective of this research is to identify sources of support and hindrance to work-life balance among married females working in banking sector. To study the work-life balance strategies utilized by married female employees working in banking sector. Significance of this research: it would contribute in existing literature empirically by exploring the comparing the work-life balance strategies adopted in local context with earlier documented strategies. And it would also be beneficial to female students by understanding the work-life balance strategies who wish to join banking sector as their career within local context. As time is shortage, so I skip the main literature review, but some of the basic theories which are used in this research is segmentation theory, compensation theory, spillover theory, and work-family border theory. It's most important that spillover theory, negative spillover refers if the employee is undergoing stress in one domain, they may feel a sense of dissatisfaction in the other domain. And the positive spillover refers to when an employee is happy and successful in one domain, they feel a sense of satisfaction and contented in the other domain as well. As Kellieth and Bro in their study have defined work-life balance as work-life balance is the individual perception that work and non-work activities are compatible and promote growth in accordance with an individual's current life priorities. The basic methodology of this research is the qualitative research design is followed because nature of study is to find the strategies adopted by married females to manage their work-life balance in their real life context. The philosophy of research is the interpretive epistemology is followed, being a qualitative research because interpretive approach emphasizes on interpretation of informant's point of view, as they have created their own reality within real-world context. The work-life balance strategies can best be identified with discussion to married females being an informant in real world. The case study approach is used in this research because nature of work for married females in banking sector are different, such as have long working hours, continuous interaction with customers, and managing their cash if they are in operations. Thus, case is interesting to explore the strategies followed by married women working in banking sector of Quetta, especially in the traditional society where females are more oriented toward household activities. Target population, of course, the married females working in banking sector. Sampling approach is used, a purpose sampling design is used because it seeks a sample people who are relevant to the research questions and can provide rich information. Further, snowball technique also used to reach the target population because it would facilitate. There is criteria for sample selection. 5 banks according to the number of branches is shortlisted. Address and contact number of branches was obtained through their websites, and also permission letter was sent, and 10 branch managers approved, in which purpose of research, participants requirement, or with married females with child and without child from any department would be selected. And information regarding confidentiality and anonymity for those that wish to participate in the study would be mentioned. Appropriate time for interview from participant would be requested, and 7 branches was included in the study. Data collection, data was collected between May-June 2019, and 6 semi-structured interview was conducted with married women until reach the point of saturation. The language of interview would be English face-to-face, audio recorded, and conducted within the branch with approval of branch manager. Duration of interview would be at least 45 minutes, and questions are open-ended, non-judgmental about work-related issues, family-related issues, self-related issues, and other issues grouping strategies. 2 FGDs with married women was conducted. The informants were invited on tea after their working hours or on holidays. Total 12 informants were present in FGDs, and duration of each FGD was at least 45 minutes. Language was English and Urdu. Questions were open-ended and non-judgmental. Thematic analysis will be used by categorizing the items into themes, and the responses of the participants was analyzed under those themes with the assistance of NVivo 11 software. Result of this research, the main factors which we drive that affect work-life balance are: number 1 is work schedule. Majority of participants highlighted major constraints in managing work-life balance is their work schedule that has affected their life aspects. One participant said that though our working time is 9 to 5, but our duties start early around 5 o'clock, where we have to prepare lunch for kids and then have leave home around 8:30 to reach office, and then we leave office around 5:30 and reach home back 6. I wish I could spend more time with my kids. Another participant, due to non-stop customer service, we have to reach on time, but at time of closing, we have to wait until record is clear. Second factor is time constraints. Another important issue that was highlighted in poor work-life balance is the time constraints to meet the demands. For instance, one participant said, we don't have much time to meet all our demands because of long working hours. Another participant said, when I reach back to home, I don't find much time to help kids in their homework, prepared for next day like bathing and summer season and cleaning home. Third factor is exhaustion. Another individual factor that has been highlighted by participant is the exhaustion that has affected their physical, emotional, and spiritual health. That bad health has outcome in shape of aggression in kid. For instance, one participant with sad expression highlighted, I complete all my responsibilities at the expense of my poor health. Another participant, I usually get tired when do home and office work. I feel pain in my body. Factors of support system for work-life balance. There's a major support of their spouse support, husband support. The three primary support actors were identified: husband, family, and boss, and other allied support persons like co-workers, mentors, and grandparents. A participant said, my husband provides support at morning in preparation of kids' activities related to school. Another participant said, I have many family members at home and I have to do a domestic activity. But in managing my work and life, my husband is emotional and mental support. Second factor is supervisor support. My boss, a participant said, my boss usually provides support in my work whenever I have family issues. He takes care of my work. Work-life balance strategies. The first one is planning. The planning strategy includes the listing of all responsibilities related to work and life matters ahead for smooth functioning and accomplishing of tasks. The most of participants highlighted the management of time is key for achieving targets. In this regard, one participant highlighted that I prepare at night the forthcoming day before to save my time and manage all unforeseen issues like traffic or other things out of my control. Another participant, I usually make weekly schedule of activities and then work accordingly based on home and office requirements. The second strategy for work-life balance is faith. Another very important element that highlighted by respondents is the gratitude and feeling of prayer for their work. Apparently, it doesn't seem the resource accumulation, but the intangible resource prayer forms, key where females were continuously engaged in prayers that reduces their stress and enhance their focus and concentration. For instance, one participant said, whenever I feel myself down, I pray to Allah, please help me and take me out from situation and give power to manage work. Another participant said, beside my husband's support, what I believe is really prayer due to which I am able to manage my life with enthusiasm and focus. Another participant, whenever I am stuck in any work or failing to manage them, I pray to God that kindly help me to solve and give strength to overcome. Another strategy is accepting limitations. The participant highlighted another psychological element is the accepting limitations and then accordingly design schedule and support system. Accepting limitations at work life and home life can help to manage work-life balance. For instance, one participant said, at the end of the day, I realized my limitations and then try to complete my task accordingly. I know my strength and weakness and the requirements of daily tasks, so I manage according to my strength. That helped me to remain smooth. Model outcome after this research, as you all see, that there are three factors: work schedule, time constraint, exhaustion, and there are three factors: planning, faith, accepting limitation strategies, and the supporting actors are husband, mother-in-law, supervisor. To conclude my study, participants had eager to work for their family's sustainability and growth. That was main driving force to overcome challenges and design their work-life balance strategies. Planning found key moderating effect between work schedule and work-life balance. Faith is the practices of gratitude that help to see the positivity and calm the nervous to achieve work-life balance. The accepting limitations can determine the areas of weakness and strength by which the pressure of work schedule, time constraints, and exhaustion can be moderated by understanding the practices required to improve strength and overcome weakness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Noreen. If anyone wants to ask any question, you can ask, please. Anyone from the audience wants to ask any question, he can ask. I don't think there's any question from anyone.
Thank you, Adnan sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please turn
Thank
off your screen sharing. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Now we'll proceed and I'll request Mr. Andy Ashrifan for an invited talk on the topic ICT and multiple intelligence. Dr. Ashrifan is assistant professor at Muhammadiyah University, Indonesia. He received his PhD language education consideration, language consideration in English language from the State University of Makassar. He's an editorial board member and reviewer of some national and international journals. Dr. Ashrafan, over to you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Indonesia, and thank you so much for. Is it audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah,
you can continue.
It's my honor today. Yes, thank you. It's my honor today for joining this wonderful invitation in the first Al-Hamd International Conference on Advancing Management Science today in 2020 and 2020. I'm a lecturer as an assistant professor in a graduate program of Universitas Muhammadiyah Sdn Rapang, that's located in South Sulawesi province. That's the island that form like alphabet in Indonesia. Today, I'm going to present about the multiple intelligence and also integrated with ICT. This is a part of my dissertation a couple of years ago. This picture are the problem actually not only in EFL or ESL classroom, but also almost in many subjects. I think we have found as a teacher or as a lecturer, I think some of students feel bored to join our classroom. Sometimes they play another activity and not focus on our explanation on the classroom, and then some of them they play behind the classroom when we are in the face-to-face, and also in our online classroom, like by using Zoom or another platform that we use for the conference online like today. Before I start for some slides forward, here I just remind that we are now in education 4.0, where as we know that in education 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 is quite different with today, where today learner as connector, creator, and constructivist. A learner can open the access to information. Learner as a teacher, and we are as educators just a resource guide. And the learner can access the really to their expert, and learner as a content producer and share, and also learner as connection maker. And also learner can access the web as in the curriculum and diversity of the work. This is the objective of education 4.0 that we are now in. So what we will cover today, we have for main discussion today. The first one is guideline for designing effective teaching material, and then the 8 multiple intelligence and career, and then some useful ICT tool in some useful ICT tool in education, and then the way of teaching. So here the very simple guideline for designing effective teaching material. I just focus on in the factor to consider as a teacher or as a lecturer in the classroom. Before designing the effective teaching material, we have to consider about the learner itself. Is it about the need analysis, the target need and learning needs? Is it about the knowledge about the learner, their experiences, their first language, level of literacy, aspiration, interest, and purposes? The curriculum and the context. Here, cover the value to be taught, a goal and objective, and then the resource and the facilities. Here, the teacher must be realistic. Access to resource will impact on decision in material design, and then the personal confidence and competence. Here, cover about the knowledge of who want to deliver the material, experiences, attitude, and how to use the guideline correctly. And then the copyright and compliance, restriction, implementation, and awareness. And the last one is sharing material, working in team, and organizing the material. Why multiple intelligence theory? So I think most of us here know about the whole Howard Gardner. That's the expert about the multiple intelligence. So multiple intelligence develop to a different degree. They are potential capability, and everyone can active by doing variety activity, and the level of their development depends on the chain available. Yeah. Yes.
No, sir. Continue. Continue, please.
Available in the specific culture or on the decision taken by people, their family and teacher. And also, Howard Gardner show that one intelligence is multidimensional and dynamic, and it's not only about logical and linguistic comprehension, which only studied at school. And then the teacher task is to help the student develop each of the intelligence, and also find out what kind of activity make their learning easiest and most enjoyable. And then here the eight multiple intelligence and career. I just give one sample here because the limitation of time for my presentation. Let me see for this intelligence area, for example, word smart or verbal linguistic. Someone who has the characteristic of this one will strong in reading, writing, telling story, memorizing dates, thinking in word, and then exactly they love or likes to read, write, tell story, talk, memorize, work in puzzle, and then they learn best through reading, hearing, and seeing word, speaking, writing, discussing, and debating. And then the most famous example of the people who has this intelligence, for example, Edward Allan Poe, Maya Angelou, Rick Riordan, and Shakespeare. And then here the possible career that can as a teacher and learner, or as a coach, we can lead them and then sharpen their intelligence to be a lawyer, editor, interpreter, translator, journalist, playwright, poet, public relation, reporter, a teacher, historian, librarian, and so on. So here's some useful ICT tool in education that can help them to train and also to sharpen their intelligence. But before we choose the best platform that can be useful in their intelligence, but as we know that I think we found there are 100 and almost maybe 1,000 kind of platform that can easily in our remote teaching right now. But we cannot choose all of and use all the platform. So we have to classify first what kind of platform that is in progress monitoring and manage and data management. We have to classify into the content specific tool what kind of platform that can help us to manage their study through LMS or learning management system. What kind of platform that can easy to manage our conferencing and communication tool. For example, today like Zoom, like Skype or Google Meet and so on. And then after that, we classify then to what kind of a platform that can use in deductive or being taught, in doing or engaging in activity, or in discourse or interacting with other, and then the last in discovery or finding out for oneself. Here, just example, someone who has this device like iPad or iPhone or Android. I think all of the application that this device offer to us has a different guide, different use, and then can help us to sharpen our intelligence. For example, in interpersonal, in iPad application, we can find WordPress, mobile, RSS, iBook, and Day One. In interpersonal, we have Skype, VoiceThread, Facebook, visual, facial. We have Google Earth, and so on. In musical, we have like music for Little Mozart. Notability. In linguistic, we have a screenshot, audiobook, iMovie, and the last in logical mathematical, we have like cut, draw, number, and so on. So why ICT tool? It has been proved that using ICT in the classroom student educational success. ICT tool improves student memory of new information, help them better understand complex instruction, and ensure their comprehension. They make learning more enjoyable and foster student concentration. And the student take more responsibility for what they learn while by using ICT tool, especially when they use them for project, and technology change rapidly and is omnipresent, showing students how to use ICT tool for practicing purposes. We reassure their success in future professional development. And then here's some ICT tool that can useful for our or for our student also, and ourselves in logical mathematical intelligence. For example, in Jigsaw Planet.com, in Puplet, for how to make the mind map in timeline. We have a timetoast.com. In making the diagram, I think PowerPoint like this can help our student to sharp their logical. And then in computer game, we can use for free purpose games.com. In linguistic intelligence, we can, for example, in crossword, we can use this platform like learning application.org. Invite them to read or to download a free book. We can invite them to access bok.asia. And then in vocabulary exercise, we can invite them in spellingcity.com. And then in speaking, we can invite them to join the voki.com or voki.com to train their speaking. And then to train their writing, we can invite them to access phrasey.com. In visual intelligence, For example, in poster, we can invite them to access glogster.com to make the poster free, and in map we can invite them to Google Earth, I think, too, and then at tripleline.net. In design in a video, I think there are many application or platform that can use to design or to edit our video, but one of them is Microsoft Photo Story. And then in bodily and kinesthetic, for example, making think, we can invite in the public.com. In acting, for example, we can instruct them to download it, some video in YouTube, and then make a mirror of the in the action of the YouTube for the student. And then in eye-hand coordination, we can invite them to access jigsawplanet.com and also the pzap.com. In interpersonal or emotional intelligence, for example, peer mediation, role play, moral dilemma, discussion, we can invite them to access Skype, Windows Movie Maker, or Glogster. And then in intrapersonal independent study, self-reflection and analysis, pedal.com, and then also wordpress.com.org, I think will help us more to do or to express our emotion or our student emotion in their writing. In musical or listening or music-based activity, we can use Windows Movie Maker, and also thinglink.com, and also YouTube, I think, will help them to enrich our classroom and material. In naturalistic, for example, survey of flora and fauna, field notes, experience of natural world, environmental project. So we can invite them to design the material in Glogster, and also by using Google Earth, by visiting different part of the world with a virtual map. And then the last one is the way of teaching. I think just skip this one, and then I just take one of type of intelligence in linguistic. The teaching activity that we can serve to our classroom and our student, like lecturer discussing, word games, storytelling, choral reading, journal writing. And then the teaching material here, we can prepare book, tape recorder, a typewriter, stamp, step, book on type. And then instructional strategy, we can make our lesson plan. For example, please read about this one, and then write about it, talk about it, and listen to it. And then here some classroom activity where when we combine between Garner multiple intelligence and Bloom taxonomy in remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. So the next question is how to assess our multiple intelligence. I think we can find a free to help our research, and also our observation, or to know our student multiple intelligence, and then help us to do the need analysis and designing the material. We can find our strength were developed by Dr. Terry Armstrong in www.literacynet.org, where you may see the slide. And then also we have personalitymax.com multiple intelligence test. Then and the last, we can download it, one application, useful application, I think, free in our device, in our iPad or iPhone, and also in Android. There's type multiple intelligence test, and then this application, I think, can help us to know our student and ourselves multiple intelligence. I think, thank you for this wonderful invitation. Thank you so much for the faculty and staff, and also the leader of Islamic University. Nasrul minallah wa fathul qarib wa bashir mu'minin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andy. You explained your topic in a very effective and a very good manner. Thank you very much for being the part of ACAMS 2020.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
I'm sorry, I have to leave because now we have a Maghrib prayer in
I
Indonesia.
need a couple of your minutes. If anyone wants to ask any question from you, from the audience.
Sure.
Anyone from the audience wants to ask any question, please, you can ask from Dr. Andy. I think there is no question. You explained your topic in really a good manner. Thank you very much for being the part of ACAMS.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Once again, we are trying to connect to Mr. Macario. Sir, can you hear us? And if you are available, kindly join in again.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Please share your slide and continue. Doctor, please continue.
Okay, is it okay now?
Yes, please continue.
Rush. Yes. Okay, so once good afternoon. I look forward that my presentation will be fine. So it's all about entrepreneurship and employment. This is what's happening in the world. So I'm now here in the World Tourism Organization. My slides are okay.
Excuse me, doctor. Are you hearing me? Excuse me, doctor.
Yes.
Yes, please continue.
Am I audible?
I think there is a network issue.
Yes, this is the network. Sorry. I will share it again. Sorry.
Excuse me, audience. Dr. Macario is with us till morning, and he is very committed professor. And as you know, his topic is related to entrepreneurship and very hot topic. That's why we are trying again and again to take him again. Hopefully, he will deliver his talk very smoothly. But I don't know what's the problem in network. I hope it will be okay with soon.
Okay, till the time Dr. Macario fixed his issues, I think he's online. Dr. Macario, are you there?
Hello.
Hello,
Is it
sir.
okay now?
Yes, you're audible now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Please continue.
So I'm, I'm here. It's most impacted by the COVID-19.
I think there are a lot of network issues on the Dr. Macario's side. We'll try to proceed to the next presentation.
Doctor, if you are hearing us, please you continue your presentation.
Here for 6 hours already.
Yes, please. Now we can see your presentation. You can continue.
Here for quite a long time. Oh. Okay, so to move on in my presentation, I wanted to finish this. So let's now proceed to the COVID-19 that hits the crisis, wherein the reason is the fastest growing sector and driver of economic growth and development. So in 2018, there were 1,407 million tourist arrivals, with 6% in the previous years. So $250 billion passengers transport, and there's tourism export of the global trade in services of $1.7 trillion. So according to UNWTO, there are 850 million to 1.1 billion international tourist arrivals, 910 million to 1.1.
Hello, again, the connection is lost, Dr. Macario. I think we should proceed to the next presentation. The next presentation is an in absentia presentation by Mr. Shahryar Shabir Khan from University of Gothenburg, Sweden. The topic of the presentation is sustainable marketing management.
I'm doing my master's from University of Gothenburg. So today I would be talking about the sustainable marketing strategies, and I've chosen product outlay, which is a very precise example of sustainable marketing. So before we start, I'm going to give you a short introduction and history of sustainable marketing. So the intensification of environmental problems these days, consumers have now realized that the global warming, the pollution to our world is now increasing. So more and more consumers are showing environmental protection needs for companies and their products. So the evolution of marketing is basically, it dates back to early 90s when the sales era started. The main focus was on batch processing to just produce and not to consider the consumer demands. Henry Ford's quote, which sums it all, Henry Ford said, "You can have any color as long as it's black." So then after the sales era comes the marketing era, between 1950s to 1990s. So in this era, basically now the producers realize that the consumer demand should be taken into consideration. So They produced products according to customer needs and demands. And after 1990s, the main focus was on customer. So after this customer relationship, after 1990s, now in early 20th century, now the more focus is on market sustainability, because as you can see in the slides, from 1930 till 1990s is now traditional paradigm. And traditional paradigm, as it's a research by John and 2012, Dane and John by 2012, they stated that this traditional paradigm of marketing focused more on profit maximization, and with the assumption that the world has unlimited resources, which included land, labor, and capital. Now, due to these faulty and assumptions and these traditional paradigms of business in general and marketing in specific, is no longer in support of natural and human systems today that provide foundations of life today, or Earth has scarce resources. So now let's start with our chosen company. And before I begin with the company's background, I should mention a research by my fellow member, my colleagues. It's by Daniel and Mariam in 2019. They stated that food industry received significant attention as the consumption and production of food significantly impacted the environment. As the sustainability concepts gains popularity, consumers increasingly expect food companies to combat climate change. At the same time, companies have gradually realized the long-term significance of sustainable development. So the company I've chosen is also a food company, Oatly. Oatly is basically a milk product made from oat. That's right, milk from oat milk, basically. So Oatly was basically started by students of Lund University, Sweden, in their master's research. So they were basically researching something. They should come up with the idea of food that would be eco-friendly, that would be sustainable. So they came up with this oat milk, and then after successful testing, the product was successfully launched. Oatly was very much appreciated by the vegan community and the vegetarians as well. Other than that, in the West culture, as people are more concerned about the sustainability, so this oat milk uses very less amount of water, land, and other resources, and very importantly, it has very less greenhouse gas emissions than soy milk or dairy milk. Now, these days, Oatly is basically facing three major challenges. That is the renewable energy production. They have declined, the percentage of the renewable energy has declined because they are now a growing company. They have started their new venture with back in China and USA. So because of their increase and the growth, so they were not able to control the renewable production. So renewable energy has declined. Other than that, their transportation between the factories and now more long distances from raw materials till the end product. So it has a very long distance. So the more distance, more emissions from the transportation. And the third is that the residues from the production of oat milk. Now, research questions that I choose basically were very simple yet very effective. They were: what kind of sustainable marketing strategies can a firm within the food industry apply, and what challenges can be faced within the sustainable marketing in the food industry?
All right. My theoretical framework was started with the legitimacy theory, the consumer actual buying behavior intentions, and the green marketing. So starting off with the legitimacy theory by Deegan in 2002, legitimacy theory is basically the how to use the stakeholders' influence, because stakeholders' influence is very important. It can not only influence the society, but the company as well. So it has a mutual impact. Now, the second one was the gap between consumer intentions and actual buying behavior. As Carrington and his study found out that out of 100 customers, if 100 customers say that we are eco-friendly and we use sustainable products, now 100 of the customers have the intention to use it and they are using it, but only out of 100, only 20 of them actually buy the product. So there's very less fraction of people who actually take the action. Now the third is green marketing from product as strategies on how to conduct green marketing. I'll be discussing in the next upcoming slides. So marketing strategy and marketing communication. Oatly's current sustainable marketing strategy is to be resource efficient and super suppliers. Oatly has a very close eye on its suppliers, starting from the raw materials. They have very strong checks regarding their suppliers, whether they're using renewable energy or not. Do they have a healthy environment? They give a healthy environment to their employees. Are their employees happy? And same Oatly has within the company some strict checks regarding the co-workers and society. Oatly is to their packaging as a direct platform to communicate with consumers, because in the market, the producer is not physically present to promote its product, to tell people about the product, consumers about the product. So basically, product itself has to tell the consumers what it actually is and has to build a perception in the consumer's mind. Second is the street posters and promotional videos. I'm going to show you in the next slide the anti-milk campaign and the social media. Now these are a few examples of look how they portray their sustainability. All their packaging is eco-friendly. So this one you see, and the first picture, "Wow, no cow." Basically, the slogan made them, the few farmers sued the company. They were dragged to the court for this because there was a fight between two fellow farmers. One was having his dairy business, other was the farmer of oats. So they went to the court and they said the oat although we are gaining profits from Oatly, the farmer of oats said that, but we are in a fight between our fellow cousins because they are losing everything, the ones who sold milk. And so coming up to the product development and supply chain, product development, and Oatly, it has a continuous research projects going on. They also facilitate new students to come and as internees to do research. And other than that, they have their own research unit which is continuously researching on more sustainable ideas, how to implement those sustainable ideas, technological solutions, developing products that last long. About the supply chain, as I mentioned earlier, also they have a very close eye on their suppliers. So it's to become a supplier of Oatley, you have to, it's a very long and difficult process. You have to assure each and everything that is in parallel with sustainability. So to minimize the climate footprint during transportation, Oatley is now working, because they had their problem of transportation because of their expansion. So they're now working on transportation using vehicles which are eco-friendly electronic vehicles, and they have evaluation checks of suppliers whether they are also using the same transportation or not. Now, coming toward the conclusion, as we all know, our Earth is our Mother Earth is now in danger because we people should now stand up, because it's enough, because of pollution and the carbon emissions and all. Now time has come to save our Earth for the future generations, and how to do this is I've enlisted 3 points, but there can be many, is to use the stakeholder influence. Now I'll be talking about specifically about my own country, Pakistan. The stakeholder can be the government, can be any politician, can be celebrity, any state which has an influence should give knowledge to the consumers, to the general public, how sustainability is important. So they should be they can be seminars, or they can be or there should be a general rule, and a rule should be introduced regarding the sustainability. For businesses, they should use packaging as a source of conveying the sustainability to their consumers, and it's not only it will promote the sustainability, but their sales will also boost if consumers start acting on or buying or started buying products which are more eco-friendly and sustainable. So I have mentioned again that educating your customers. In Pakistan, it's very important to educate our general public, our consumers, about the sustainability, about how important it is to use products which are eco-friendly. I'm not specifically talking about the dairy products, because in Pakistan we have I myself drink milk which is taza doodh, bhens ka, gaay ka taza doodh. So I don't think Oatley would work in Pakistan, but we have a lot other products which should now use sustainability concepts. In restaurants in Pakistan, we can reduce the food waste by introducing new technologies and all. So this is also a sustainable move. So thank you so much. This was all from my side.
This was a case study from Shahryar Shabir Khan on sustainable marketing management. Without taking your more time, I'd like to invite Mr. Abdul Mateen Khan for an invited talk, and the topic of the talk is remote working becoming the new normal. What are the skills and techniques need to become more effective manager in today's virtual world? Mr. Mateen is a HR leader, IBM CIC East Africa. Mr. Mateen has more than 16 years of experience in all spheres of HR, ranging from recruitment and selection, employee branding, benefits administration, employee relation, etc. Mr. Mateen have been serving different national and multinational organizations at different managerial posts in human resource department. Those included Tesla Technologies, Ovix Technologies, SNL Financial, Ufone, Lafarge, Jazz, and IBM. So I request Mr. Mateen to please continue with his topic. Sir Abdul Mateen Khan, am I audible? Can you hear me?
Thank you, Adnan, for unmuting me. I was on mute.
All right, thank you.
Just give me 1 second. Let me put my slides on here and then, sure. Just a sound tech. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Abdul Mateen, as Adnan mentioned. A very brief overview. I didn't have a long one for me. But thank you so much for having me again. And I'm really glad to talk to the students. It's always near to my heart. And the topic that is given to me is to speak about what are the skills required in the new normal. So I just wanted to give you an overview on what has changed actually. So remember this picture? It was there on Google. A lot of times you have seen it. It was for fun, but nowadays it has become normal. So whoever has conducted those training sessions or whatever we do, we take pictures like that. So this is one change that came in. Another one I want you all to pay attention to the video is, just give me 1 second. Let me put that on. So this was one viral video a couple of years back with one professor who was having a BBC interview and people laughed at it a lot. I'm not going to play the original video, but this was a follow-up. Somebody has dissected and look at the views that we had. So it was fairly odd thing that happened. So now let me know if the video is audible or not.
Yes, you're audible. It's audible.
Okay, great.
But now the sound is stopped.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I think I need to stop share and share it again. Maybe I'm not the host, that's why, but I think I know the problem. Okay.
Seen that video? It's everywhere. It's the one with the two kids that interrupt the dad's interview. No matter how many times you see it, it just is always fun to watch again. So let's all watch it again right now.
Scandals happen all the time. The question is, how do democracies respond to those scandals?
And what will it mean for the wider region? I think one of your children has just walked in. I mean, shifting sands in the region. Do you think relations with the North may change?
I would be surprised if they do. Pardon me. My apologies.
What's this going to mean for the region?
My apologies. North Korea, South Korea's policy choices on North Korea.
Oh, I've never laughed so hard at a video about North Korea in my life. All right, this is so good. Let's take a look at it. I want to break it down piece by piece because when you really look at it, okay, so it starts off and there's
I'm not going to invest, a lot of other my minutes that I have on this conversation. You can watch it on YouTube. It's fairly easy and accessible. But the point I want to make here is look at what this lady is doing. This act was so odd that everyone was excited to watch it again and again and again, and people have started channeling on this. And what was so when this thing has happened to Professor, what was his family's reactions? They were on the BBC again. So let me show you what happened to them. Listen to what they responded when the host asked them what was in your mind when this thing happened to them.
Yeah, we were worried actually that the BBC would never call us again. Actually, that was actually our first response, was sort of mortification that we had just sort of completely blown our relationship with you.
Well, here we are again anyway.
So I'm just giving you some perspective that what happened in the past was, these things were so abnormal at that point in time that people were thinking that they have committed a sin or they have breached something. But now it's so normal that everyone is taking it so easy. We work in the environment where companies encourage this. So if you have kids, shouting in the background or playing or coming into the view of the camera, it's fairly okay. Okay, so this is what is this happening? It's change. Okay, so change. So coming to change, what I wanted you all to pay attention to, and one thing that'll be very as a student, I would recommend you that you should have an ability or agility to change and be relevant to what's going on around you. Okay, and there's a model that says about adoption of change. Okay, so they say there are 22.5% people who innovate, and then there are 13.5 people who are early adopters. 34% people are early majority, and the rest of the ones are who keeps on saying that this innovation is not going to work. I mean, imagine when TV came in, people rejected it. When internet came in, still there's a huge population who's saying that we shouldn't be doing this. So a couple of years back, when we were in the old normal, when we proposed being in multinational, that we should have a work from home policies or we should connect virtually, there's a huge bunch of people who were saying that it's not possible, it's not workable. Nonetheless, this has been enforced on us. So, but whosoever has adopted that change prior COVID is really enjoying his work, staying back at home. And believe me, I'm part of an organization that allows me to work from home, and I've been doing that from the past 2 years. And in the last 1 year that everybody was struggling, it was so smooth for me because I was used to that. Okay, so when you're okay with the change, when you're relevant, resilient, so coming back to your skill set, I think you should be thirsty and curious to see what's in the future. Stay relevant and strive for more. Innovate. Look at the companies who are still in the business. Why are they still in the business? The companies who have not innovated, who have not gotten the new things or have not coped up with the new technologies have faded out. So I've lots of examples, but I think you guys, since you guys are students and you love the phones, believe me, when we were kids, we used to have Ericsson in our hands, and at least in our parents' hands. But we don't see this in the market because they have not optimized themselves. Look at BlackBerry. It was a status symbol at that point in time when we started our career. It has faded away because they have not innovated. Okay, so one thing which was it's been said that the only constant we have is change. So are you, if you're okay working with change, adopting to the change as much as you are, so are you successful. So one point. Second thing is, when Adnan reached out to me and asked me what are the core skills that one should focus on, so I thought to generalize something for the students, and that can be applicable in this dynamic as well as moving forward too. So I came up with the idea of 4 core areas, and I'm going to touch base on that one by one. One's the mindset. We as Pakistanis, we have a tendency to be negative all the time. I'm assuming lots of people, we don't have somebody who does not understand Urdu. So we used to say, Mar gaye, pit gaye, pata nahi kya ho gaya hamare saath. But frankly, where we had lots of job losses, we have business losses, but there are industries, there are companies who have mint profit in this area, who have grown enormously. Probably you might not agree with me, but let me tell you the names and you will agree to me. जो घर पे delivery करते हैं, their business has increased. Telecom, they have grown enormous. Internet connection, हर बंदे को force कर दिया गया कि वो उसने लेना ही लेना, जो पहले नहीं भी ले रहा था वो ले रहा है, ठीक है. The equipments, although their prices are steep high because we're not manufacturing here in Pakistan, but you're bound to buy it. People who are not willing to buy tablets or laptops or PCs for the children, now they have to, because they have to have online classes. So there are areas that have grown. So
ultimately what we need to have is positive mindset and find out those opportunities where the business is growing, yourself is growing. As a student, I'm not expecting you to have a license for a telecom company and open it, but everything is available for you. Go search it, equip yourself with those skill set, and sky is your limit. Second thing is mindfulness. Why I've written it here is because this is something that I struggled a lot with my current employees as well as the kids that I see. They're not present in what's going on. Class में क्या हो रहा होता है? अपनी बारी आनी है अभी, अब अपना लेक्चर पढ़ी जा रहे हैं और जो प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहा है उसको नहीं सुन रहे. You don't live in present, and frankly this has become so normal for us. मैं बच्चों को अक्सर देखता हूँ तो उनके दिमाग में गेम चल रही होती है. आप उसे पानी लेने भेजें वो चम्मच उठा के ले आता है. Why? Because they're not present in the moment. I think this will become a disaster if we'll not focus on this. So 2 things in terms of your mindset, positive mindset, and then mindfulness. Second thing, very important, and this will not limit. I mean, why I'm saying so is because I don't want you to consider this this trait because you are working from home or you're in pandemic. That's communication. Communication का एक model है. Okay, so when I say something, और communication होती क्या है? Let me explain you first. एक बंदे ने क्या कहा है, दूसरे बंदे ने क्या समझा है. इसमें जितना कम डिफरेंस होगा कम्युनिकेशन उतनी ही ज्यादा सक्सेसफुल होगी. और रिसर्च says कि कम्युनिकेशन के क्या, अगर उसको ब्रेक डाउन करें तो what are the core elements? Only 7% will be impacted by the words that I choose. 38% will go by how I have pronounced, what emotions do I have in my vocals, and 55 is the non-verbal communication, my facial expressions, my body language, my inclination towards the addressee. So keeping this model in mind, aajkal kya ho raha hai? You guys are sitting far away from me. I can only see wall behind the camera. Okay, but if I wanted to communicate my message to you, I will only have 7%. Okay, 7% का 100% share मेरे पास है because words मैंने खुद से बोलने हैं. Vocal behavior is dependent on the internet connection as well, so I would discount 38 with something. 55 without camera, it's 0. So with this, if you work from home and we do not have a fair connection, what we'll do is our communication will lag. So as a manager, as a student, as a teacher, I feel it's a great responsibility on us. If we want to communicate, our communication should go with clarity. And believe you me, when I was thinking through it, this is something that we as an organization miss, as a nation miss, as you know, parent teacher relationship, parent student relationship, student relationship, we take a hit on that. So I think that's a great area of improvement that we should focus on. Communicate more oftenly. During this tough time, I have been kept on pushing my managers as well to talk to their team members so that their mindset is positive. They know what's going on in the company, in the industry. If they have some concerns, they should reach out to you. Okay. Similarly, if I pick and implement this whole philosophy on you as student teachers, so more clarity, more communication would help student-teacher relationship more foster. Okay. Third thing is empathy. I would relate this part with the video that I've shown. Understand that the other person has a life as well. Okay. If you're a teacher, do not expect that the student will be available. With a heavy heart, I have a complaint this from you as well, and I've written this on multiple forums whereby teachers were not happy with me. One of my the youngest brother, he's a student and he was taking his class at 11 p.m. at night. I know he's a late sleeper, he doesn't have any problem, but I was thinking if that would be me, that would be a huge problem for me. So, you know, it's not a complaint, but just I'm just picking an example which is more relevant to you. If you want me to go to the organization or the corporate sector, I can give you references where managers ask people to join in meetings after 6 o'clock or after office hours, which we tend to mellow down and give pushback. However, as managers, as teachers, as people who have an upper hand in the relationship, we need to be sure that we understand others' point of views and others' problem as well. Rather take that hit on your own self and organize yourself. I mean, I didn't have any time to spend the entire day with the conference, with you, apologies, but because I have to do other stuff as well. And we cannot expect every presenter to be, to still be there and look for this. So with this, I'm going to move ahead and go for the fourth pillar, which I believe is very, very relevant to the students. And I do feel that as a corporate organization, we're struggling hard on that. And prior to COVID, COVID has actually helped us in finding successful, but prior to that, it was really, really difficult because people were not coping up with that, which is being digital tech savvy. Okay, as a professional, if you want to be successful, this is digital life. It's evident as a sun in a day. Okay, so if you want to be successful, please be digital. I was there in the morning. Our beloved scientist, he wasn't able to open his laptop or whatsoever was problem. I don't have any complaint, but as an individual living in the digital era, you should be a master of what it is. And it's fairly very, very easy. Believe me, I've learned a lot of stuff on YouTube. Everything is there and then, and you can find it. The two things that I've listed over here is Coursera. I don't know if my pointer is working or no, but let me do that. Coursera is a platform that has over 1,400 plus free courses. That is from photography, designing, computer programming, management sciences, accounting, whatsoever. Go to LinkedIn Learning and you'll find tons of free courses. Don't invest. I will not expect you to go and spend dollars on buying those courses. However, on Coursera, you'll find $10 course, $20 course, but the learning is free. If you don't want to go to the portals, you can YouTube it, you can Google it. A lot of stuff is over there. Be friends with virtual conferencing, and find smart way of getting connected. I was really happy that somebody took an initiative to connect all presenters on WhatsApp, and we were talking over there, addressing our concerns as well. So that's a smarter way, instead of picking a phone and calling one person and the rest 20 are left alone. So once you have an opportunity, complement on, bank on that, and then get the fruit out of it. And frankly, it's very easy. These gone are those days when you have to invent and struggle on this. Okay, so with this, I don't know if I'm overrunning the time or okay, so I didn't have any alarm from the organizers. So that's all from my side. I'd love to take questions if you guys have any. Feel free to reach out to me on my LinkedIn. I'm all available. It's as prompt as on WhatsApp. Please don't ask for job referrals. It's just joking, because being in HR, the every second question that you get is, can you hire me? So apart from that, I'm more than happy to help you. Of course, we can support you in finding a job as well, but that's not always in our hands. Feel free to reach me out if you have any questions, concerns, feedback. I'll be happy to attend. Okay. I don't know how are we going to take this, if we have questions or what. Let me see chat box. And
thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Mateen Khan. Anyone from the audience, if you want to ask any question from Abdul Mateen Khan, he's on the board. You can ask anything you want, except the job referrals.
Thank you for supporting on that, Adnan. My man.
So
I think so. Either they loved my content or they didn't even listen to it. So
they love your content, but they remember your job referral thing.
Oh, that's so bad. I was just joking, guys. You can reach me out on that. One thing, Adnan, if you allow me, I'm sure I'm not overrunning time, but there's some interesting that I've seen in the morning, which was somebody was talking about industry academia breakage. That hits my heart, and because I've been working a lot on that. And he said that, whose fault is this? Is this academia or it's industry? And I'll be very bluntly answering you that, and don't mind this, because घर में जो बात करते हैं ना भाई, so consider me as your brother. So बाहर जाके मार खाने से बेहतर है कि हम दोनों आपस में लड़ लें.
Right.
प्यासा कुएं के पास जाता है मेरे भाई, कुआं कभी प्यासे के पास नहीं आता. Believe you me, the organization's objective is to make money. They're not there to secure jobs of your students. And frankly, with the globalization, I strongly feel, I've been working with different nationalities as well, and I've exposed to their talent as well. We Pakistanis are a blessed nation. Be it their accent, be it their IQ. The problem is the opportunity. And the reason why I picked up those skills for all of you students is you can do that. You don't need it from anyone else. For academia, I just wanted to respond that, the biggest block that I feel with my peers as well, you ask for degrees from the professionals to come. Frankly, academia will never be able to pay as much the organization does, because academia is there to tame. They're not there to make money. So the man who makes money will buy your talent with more strength. Okay, so understand this fact. The only thing that you can do is find people who have courage and who have a zeal to give back to the society. And for that, don't ask for the degrees. Someone else told me that you have to have an MS degree to be a visiting lecturer, for example. Frankly, man, nobody will come to you and start teaching for some bucks or do an MS degree for that. Good professionals, they're very occupied. And I can tell you, where we do not worry about attrition of people, by we, I don't mean myself, I'm talking on behalf of the corporate. Good talent is a problem. The organization will never let them go. So you need to be very smart to buy them. By buy, I mean you need to hook them with whatever you call it, a good relationship, good incentive, whatsoever it is. I think the intent is not to get the number of hours. The intent should be to get the experiences. Let me take you to the West. Who are the professors? They spend 15 to 20 years in industry and then they go back to academia. What happened to us? I remember in our business class, we were around 50 people who graduated. Whosoever is teaching in the university has never worked in the corporate. So that's the disconnect. Guys, I'm sorry if I'm running out of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Mateen Khan. It was really an informative session and it was entertaining as well. Thank you very much for being the part of ACAMS 2020. We hope we see you for the next time, inshallah, in our conference. Without wasting any more time, I'll move to the next research article by Inayat Khudabakhsh. He's the faculty member of Al-Hamd Islamic University. He's going to present his research work with the title Operations of Etab Al-Ijara Thumma Alba, Investment and its Understanding with Sharia Law. Mr. Inayat Khudabakhsh, it's over to you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone.
Walaikum salam, sir. A bit loud, please.
Thank you so much.
Maria,
Islamic University. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you are now.
Okay. Well, let me loud. My screen is visible.
Sir, we are waiting for, yes, it is visible now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Well, today my topic is about the research article topic, which is about the operation of Ihtab al-Ijara Tami al-Bay investment and its understanding with Sharia law, which is a case study has been done on the Islamia Bank of Pakistan. Well, Al-Ijara Tami al-Bay is actually a product which is offered in Islamic banking of all over the Pakistan. Actually, Ijara is actually a type of a lease, and here we are talking about the product, a lease which is provided on the basis of the car. Well, any customer.
Excuse me, sir. Can you speak a bit loud, please?
Okay, can you hear me?
It is fine, I think now. Thank you. You can continue.
Okay. Well, I will start once again. Well, ijara actually is a type of a lease. It is an Arabic word. Actually, ihtab is actually a product which is offered by the all over the Islamic banking of Pakistan. Well, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible, but your voice is still low. You need to speak a little bit louder.
Okay, ijara actually is a lease, a product which is offered all over Pakistan. Ihtab is a product actually. Here we are talking about a lease product, a car which is being provided in all over the Pakistan. However, the lease contract would begin while a customer needs car but cannot afford a car completely fully, so he would goes to the bank and would demand the from the bank and from the lease, and the contract began from the bank, and the first of all the bank would purchase a car and becomes the owner and then provide the car to the customer. And here the bank become the owner and become the that is a leaser, and when he provides the cars to the customer become the leasee. And that install begins while the customer, the leasee, can give the installment on monthly basis or can give to the yearly basis. And the leasee has to pay the amount with the principal amount plus the profit amount. Well, here actually, and this research actually, I look towards the issue which has been faced with the Sharia framework, with Sharia regularity, that whether the ihtab product actually is abiding the Sharia framework or not. Particularly, we here face here a problem in the Islamia bank where we could find out the similarity between the hire purchase product and the ihtab. Well, here hire purchase products are those products where the conventional banks are actually giving those products in the conventional bankings. Well, here actually after this research, actually still we have the question whether the ihtab is fully abiding the Sharia principles or not. The purpose of this research was to know the insight of ihtab practices where from the perspective of the provider and from the practitioner of Islamia Bank. And we also wanted to know the difference between the theory and the practices of ihtab. And here from the theory, we means to the Sharia laws that is being provided to the Islamia Bank, whether they are actually practicing those or not. And also we want to know the all the issues which was being faced by the ihtab product under the HPI Act 1967. Well, in my research article, actually, there were a lot of literature review which was supporting my topic. But here I put some of the literature review. The first one, the issue can be seen in the Islamic bank, that is ihtab Sharia framework, which is yet not defined, and all Islamic banks are following the framework of hire purchase. And from the next one, it is described that only the name of ihtab is Arabic, but all the rules and regulation followed like conventional bank. And from the last one, it is mentioned not only customer lack awareness about the product, even the Islamic bank officers are confused with the product and they even don't know how to represent in front of the customer. Well, here I applied the methodology that is a qualitative approach where I have analysis the content of Sharia law, and also we have analysis the all and rules and regulations of the Islamia bank. We had the interview session with the banking officer, face-to-face conversation were there for the 60 minutes. Well, my all of the key findings I could find out during my research, that we could find out that there is a similarity between the ihtab product and the conventional car financing. That there is no difference between the both of the product. just the name is given by the Arabic name, but the practices which has been practicing in the banking sector of Islamic banking, that is actually the same as that is being practiced in the conventional bankings. Also, we could find out that there is a complete difference between the theory, means the Sharia law, and also the practices while the Islamic bank officers are practicing. That is completely different between the theory and the practices. As the same, we could find out that the cost insurance is who's the responsibility of the cost insurance. While the Sharia law says that the responsible for the cost insurance is the owner. Mean the owner here is the bank. But while it comes to the practices, the leasee means the customer who is using the lease, he is bearing all of the cost of the insurances. It is actually completely against of the Sharia law, where Sharia law says that the owner should be the responsible. But here, while it comes to practices, the bank actually is throwing to the customer. While we ask these questions to the bank officer, so he says that the all benefits is being used by the lease, so surely he has to bear the insurance. From the second thing, we could find out that the profit margin, or we call say the turn charges, where here the scholars actually suggest that actually the profit margin should be on the basis of rental charges. But while we see the practices here in Islamia Bank, we could find out that it is based on the interest rate. The interest rate is calculated directly, which is matching to the conventional banking. As conventional banking actually takes their calculation of interest rate as the same, the Islamia banking is doing the same thing here. From the next one, the option of the defects in the contract. Here we could find out that a completely contract has a two customer. One is Al-Ijara and the second one is Al-Bay. Al-Ijara is the lease contract and Al-Bay is the sale contract. Now here it makes a customer compel actually to complete the lease from the hand. Customer has to complete the lease till the hand. Well, we come to the Sharia law. The Sharia law says that leasee has the authority to use the lease and has the authority to leave the lease in any time of the period. But while here we were asked the bank officers why it has been practiced like so. So they says that they are actually want to save the contract. Actually, if they want to have the serious customer while they are having the Can you hear me?
Sir, you are audible. Please continue.
Can you see my screen because I have internet issue here?
Kindly share your screen again. Thank you.
While from the termination, it says that to leave the contract in any time from the usage of the product with the consultation of the owner, but and has not to pay any kind of penalty or charges. But Sharia says when it comes to the practices in the Islamia bank, the Islamia banks actually compel to the leasee to pay the penalties while he wants to leave the contract, which is completely contrary or which is completely against of the Sharia law. conclusion. Certain practices of ETA facility by Islamia Bank seem contrary to Sharia principles. The information given to the clients on the actual ETA operation by the Islamic Bank is not enough. That actually the information which is given to the clients about the ETA product, they do not actually give the complete information about the ETA product. So they need to give the full information about the ETA product, how they calculate the interest rate, and who is going to bear the insurance, and who is going to bear the defects. The respondent admit that most of the bank officers failed to explain the distinguish between the ETA and conventional hire purchase accurately. We could find out that most of the opponents who were included in the research, they actually were confused about the ETA and the conventional hire purchase. Generalizing the difference of ETA in theory and practical for the case of Islamia Bank, there are several unresolved issues in ETA that does not abide to the true Ijara concept. Actually, if we would look over the true Ijara concept, so we could find out that ETA product is actually not abiding the true Sharia law or true Ijara concept. Well, my recommendations about this ETA product, both government and the Islamia Bank should more be transparent in educating the society about the ETA facility in the Pakistan. And also, we could find out that the ETA is a very unique product, and also this facility would have a rapid growth in the future in the economy. So this is.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, respected Anaid Khudabash. Very informative session by you. Any question from audience? If you have any question, please ask from the respected Anaid Khudabash. I think there is no question from audience. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving toward the fourth session of our conference. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. Syed Kazim Ali Shahir, lecturer in Management Sciences, Alhamd Islamic University, Islamabad. I'm here for the fourth session of this conference, that is a panel discussion. A topic of discussion is exploring the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on organizations and their people. We are facing this pandemic from last 1 year. You know it very well. The whole world is affected by it. For panel discussion, we have experts from different domains. Firstly, we have Dr. Naveed Ahmed, who is Deputy Director QAC at National College of Arts, Lahore. Then we have Dr. Mudassir from Harbin Institute of Technology, China. To carry out the discussion, I would like to invite Barrister Ali Tahir, a well-known lawyer, practices at Sindh High Court under his own name, as well as a partner of GM Karshila's associate. He is articulate in his thoughts, because of which he has been invited to speak as a guest speaker at national and international forums as a and also in different TV talk shows. He routinely appears on current affairs shows on Pakistani channels as a political commentator and legal expert. Over to you, respected sir, Barrister Ali Tahir, for conducting panel discussion.
I am very grateful for your kind words. First of all, that was a very appropriate introduction as well. Thank you a lot for your kindness. It was very, very, very kind of you. I will be hosting a very good panel today with lots of experts surrounding me. And for that, first of all, I would like to thank Alhamd Islamic University, as well as Ms. Anita Abbasi, who did invite me and coordinated everything. Thank you so much for having me here. Now, getting right at the topic. My understanding is that we do have
Excuse me, Barrister Ali Tahir. Just I
Yes.
want to introduce, I would like to request Professor Dr. Sayyid Tahir Hijazi and Dr. Muhammad Ishwaq Khan to be a part of our panel discussion as well. Sir, please, you can be a part of panel discussion. Professor Dr. Sayyid Tahir Hijazi and Professor Muhammad Ishwaq Khan.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Over to you, Barrister Ali Tahir.
Thank you very much. So starting off, what I believe I would do is, because it's a huge session, and I think if I would go on and ask individual sessions, it would be, or individual questions rather, it would be something that might get out of place. So I would just request my panelists that I would be putting forward a few questions, and the panelists then may take it upon themselves to answer it. Of course, we do have people who are from the pinnacle of their fields, and I think we'll, inshallah, we'll very smoothly flow through this session. So you see, we've been in this pandemic since I would say the start of this year. Of course, when we talk about Pakistan, it was in the mid of March that we actually felt the heat of the pandemic, and we went through a lockdown in late March. And of course, all of us in all fields, whether it be the judicial side or the administrative side or education, wherever we were, we have had to adapt. Because of those long lockdowns, we've had to adopt. And I understand that we have educationists with us. We have people who manage quality control at universities. Now, starting it out, because I belong to the legal field, I'll tell you that the response of the judicial system has been very, very, very slow. It has been very inappropriate. It has been very inadequate in dealing with the pandemic. Even after nearly an entire year of the pandemic, we have not been able to set up or use technology to really bring justice to the doorstep of the individual. Now, I understand we do have a few people from the educational sector here as well. My question, first of all, from the esteemed panelists would be, do you think educational institutes in Pakistan have been able to do enough? And especially those educational institutes that you belong to, individually or specifically, have they done enough in trying to combat and adapt to the challenges that have been put forth by the pandemic? Could I please request Mr. Naveed Ahmed to answer the question? Dr. Naveed?
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, first of all, Alhamd University, for inviting me in this panel discussion. And the topic is very sensitive in current days, because specifically when you see after the COVID wave, the education system in Pakistan is not is not grooming very well. As we all well aware about that, we are a developing country. So when we talk about the digital learning, this means we should have a technology, a proper technology for the online education system. And if we don't have a proper technology, proper medium, proper gadgets for the students, proper technology, proper training, and then we cannot meet the minimum benchmarks for the online education system. Like your question is very, very important. Like we should have seen many things, first of all, the teachers training, online teachers training, and how to teachers teach online with the students. This is very important, first thing. And on the other hand, the second important thing is the student training regarding to get the class online. This is also a very important thing. So if the institutions basically are doing these things, this means they are considered to be well. Second thing is very important, that is a curriculum that the teacher teach in the online classes is very important. We can mainly divide the curriculum into two components. Like one is the theoretical nature of courses, and second one is a practical nature of courses. If you see the theoretical courses are seems very easy to teach online rather than the practical courses. So what about the portion of the practical courses? This is still a question mark after 1 year. I think so, as per my best knowledge, the specific practical or laboratory courses are not being taught by the universities properly because of the pandemic situation. Third point can be considered as I early said that as a developing nation, we have a connectivity issues as well. Like we have students from the remote areas, like northern areas, so they may face these kinds of the issues as well. In addition to this, the students, few students also doesn't have the proper gadgets to take the online classes. So this is also some kind of the issue. And the last but not the least thing is the student assessment. Like when you teach online, the teacher teach online, and I'm talking about the midterm and the final terms examination. So how we conduct the online examination system, as my best knowledge, this is still a question mark. There is no proper mechanism we have currently developed in Pakistan. Maybe a few universities which have a proper LMS system. Many universities have LMS system, so I'm not talking about those universities. I'm talking about the universities which have not properly LMS system, so they are basically facing the problems. I want to add something. I'm currently working on one research paper regarding the impact of digital learning on the students' satisfaction. So I'm just on the first phase to getting the data from the students. So I get almost 300 responses, around 300 responses from the different universities students. So mainly students exhibited that the online teaching that we are currently doing is not proper. Proper means they are facing the medium issues. They are facing the connectivity issues. Like if we have a class of 100 students, like, so if 5 students or 5% students out of 100% student are unable to join the class properly, this means they are facing the problems. So we need to resolve these kinds of issues before getting online system properly. I think so.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naveed. That was a very good perspective, bringing forth the problems that we were currently facing. And as far as your statements about student training goes, I think that I will fully agree with this. I teach at the Shaheed Zulfikar Ali Bhutto University of Law, and what I've seen, what I've experienced is that even though they put up a very good LMS system, they were using Microsoft Teams, and because we do not have any practicals on the legal side, we only have the theoretical study of the law, we were doing very well. but the students were facing issues in how to actually use that technology. This brings us to Dr. Ali Mudassar. Dr. Saab, how do you think can we ensure that students are adequately trained, first of all, in terms of online legal education, because we do not know whether this pandemic is ending anytime soon or not. We do not know when a vaccine is coming out. First of all, what about student training in terms of this online education system that we've started? And second of all, how do we deal with grievances that students may have, whether on the undergraduate level or on the graduate level? Over to you, Dr. Ali Mudassar. Dr. Ali, are you with us? Dr. Saab, we cannot hear you.
Hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
Thank you. I just pin out my headphone and continue from laptop. Thank you. First of all, I wish to thanks all of you, the organizers and the whole team. Actually, as initial of Corona, when it's just a epidemic, that time we also think it will be finished within few months, because as a human, most people think such kind of epidemic that can be controlled, because world is going too high in technology, and that Corona will be controlled within the wall of China, and the rest of the world don't prepare for the pandemic situation, especially in Pakistan. It's a developing country, and we have not enough resources like other countries, developed countries. And especially, as Dr. Naveed said, I'm just extending the further part of Dr. Naveed, because he's focusing on the training. We, in our culture, we have not a proper training for students, not proper training for teachers, because that can be, you can say, it can be the university teacher are well aware from new technology. But if you think in a school level till 12th grade, the teachers are not well aware about online classes, and same with the students. So I think first of all, they should conduct some training programs. They as I just give an example which is related to a real story of my sister. She's related to a medical field. She's a frontline employee in Pakistan Institute of Medicine, Islamabad, and they have not enough resources to give them to like a special dress for COVID. She purchased by her own pocket for a dress. They don't know how to deal. It's just like in a management term, there is a one term, the cutting throat term. You just cut the neck of a hen and put in a drum, and just like an execution of that hen, and is in our management, especially in Pakistan controlling system, they are just controlling the things like that. They just cut the things. They don't have a plan. They train their people. They must train their people. Conducting, for example, first of all, they must clear their goals, what they want to do and what they don't do and don't. They must understand their roles. What is the teacher role and what is the student's role? For example, if because I also that time I was switched from China to Pakistan while pandemic is on rise situation, and I came to Pakistan. But when my teacher asked me, there is a 3-hour difference from Beijing time to Islamabad time, but I'm always available on screen when my professor called me for meeting. But here I have seen my wife, she's also a teacher. Most of time she has more than 30 students in a class, but only 10 or 13 students are available for attending the class. It's really what I can say, but it's not a good for student and not for the motivation of teacher, because they must take some serious action, like a punishment, like some fines. And I also trained to my wife. She's a federal government lecturer, and I trained my wife about how to create the Zoom classes, how to develop the problem solving techniques, how to because I think the resources and training is must in educational sector, in medical sector, every sector which is really suffer from COVID, and they are turn from manual system to online system. From my side,
you.
training.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. Complete your thought.
Element.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank
Ali. I agree with you as well. I think this is the season of agreeing with each other. I do, however, I would have a small explanation to make. You see, at times what happens with the low attendance is that, especially in the southern region of, let's say, Balochistan, or the mid-central region of Sindh, students just do not have access to data networks. They do not have access to internet. And I think that is one of the major problems that online classes have caused. Insofar as I remember that, I think 4 or 5 months ago, I was engaged for a legal opinion by an NGO in Balochistan, and I was surprised on what the legal opinion was about. It was about students who had been arrested by the district police for protesting against online classes. Now, I was very surprised. I was very, very, very surprised. And my first idea was, I will not be defending students who are against online classes, because this is something that we will all suffer with ultimately. Why would students not take online classes? But it completely changed my perspective when I went in there and I had a chat with them, and they cried in front of me. Their grievance with the online classes was that they do not have any network in their areas. And because, let's talk about District Avaran, there is just no internet there. Even the Zong devices that we usually work with in Lahore or in Karachi, they do not work there. And the main grievance that they had was, why are we unjustly being denied of education while the rest of the country and the students from the rest of the country keep going forward and forward? So I think with that with that little but strong explanation, I would completely agree with what you had to say, Dr. Ali. Continuing forward, we have Dr. Tahir Ijazi with us as well.
Can I add one point more? Can I add one
Of
point
course,
more?
sure. Go ahead, Dr. Saab, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, there are one more point, because some as extended of your point, because there are some families, they can't afford a mobile phone, more than one smartphone, and if they have 3 kids or 4 kids and only one equipment in their home, how they attend? If a same class there of 3 students on the same timing, there is a clash and only one instrument is there, how they attended the class? It is really very damage for a student, especially for a student, because their behavior is totally changed now. their routines, their behaviors, their approaches, it's totally changed. And I think the trainings and resources, especially if a government is serious about the COVID, because I don't like the in previous days the students, they celebrated, especially they celebrated the vacations, and they are giving some applaudable remarks to ministers. And after their enjoyment, the minister said, I'm going to free net, I don't know the exact name of that, which contain a different kind of movies, that database I don't know. बच्चों मैं आपके लिए वो ले देता हूँ फ्री, वो पता नहीं क्या होता, वो YouTube की तरह का, मुझे उसका नाम नहीं आता. That is the damage.
Dr. Saab, thank you so much. I see the pro-rector has actually raised their hand. If there's something that the pro-rector would like to say.
To the students, government should provide the resources to the students, like a previous government, a current government give the laptops. The government should provide such resources to the student to meet these problems. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Can I say something, Dr. Saab, with your kind permission?
Sir, please go on. Please go on.
Urwa Javed here. Right now working at Al-Hamd Islamic University as a pro-rector, as you are familiar with my name. The thing is, I'm not going to have any argument with you people right now, but as I'm working in educational administration, particularly in Balochistan and Islamabad too, so I have a bit different opinion. The stat which we are having right now in Balochistan, we are at least having 2 to 3% of our that youth, they are in universities, because a lot of the youth are used to be in Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad for their higher studies. But still, we have 3 to 4% of youth in Quetta who want to learn at university level. And from those 2 to 3%, majority of the youth are in hostels, or they are having their homes in cities where they can have the access of internet, they have the access of their mobile 4Gs at least. So I think so, it's my opinion that majority of the students who are having their strike over there for against that online system and all these, they don't want to learn. They don't want to change. Even before that pandemic, have you been through the attendance of these all students? I think so throughout the Quetta city, in Barkhan, in Kolu, even now we have multiple universities in different districts of Balochistan. The attendance percentage before pandemic was also very low. It was not up to the mark as it used to be in Lahore or in Punjab or in Islamabad. So maybe we can say this thing, that it is an issue that in very certain and particular areas of Balochistan, we are having the issue of that Wi-Fi system and all those things and the internet. But for majority of the areas in Balochistan, we all do have proper access, and definitely we are having internet connectivity problem. Even in Islamabad, we are having this meeting from the morning, and from morning till to this time, we are facing certain technical difficulties. Even our chief guest, Dr. Qadir Khan, he was also facing certain difficulties. But the thing is, if we want to do, then we can. And as far as government or HEC is concerned, being a private sector university, I can owe this thing, that government is not supporting private sector universities because they have having this type of mindset that private sector universities mean they are earning a lot from the student. But as far as government sector universities is concerned, recently HEC had granted 10 million to each public university of the Pakistan. As you were saying, that government should help us out. Government should help the people of that's Pakistan. So they are doing their job, and I think so. 5 days before, it was the notification by Higher Education Commission that they are going to give 10 million to each public sector university only for the betterment of their internet connections or for their online system. And what I think so, actually, if we were not having in this pandemic. So we should need 15 to 20 years more to be a hi-fi technician, right? As right now, after this pandemic, we are jumping toward technology in Pakistan. So it is an opportunity for us too. We can go through this opportunity during this pandemic. And the last one point, which I do want to clarify, that during this whole pandemic situation and the management of these educational institutions, I would have learned that we are very much good. We are very much good being a Pakistani to learn something. We are very much talented to change our mindset. And we are also very much good to adopt the change. We are not too much stubborn. So that is why I'm very much hopeful. And I think so that we all are working well and we are grabbing our opportunities, just like this conference. It is also the same power show that Alhamdulillah Islamic University is going to do right now. That if we are not having this opportunity of online facility,
Sir, I cannot hear you anymore. I think I might be having some, ironically, I might be having some internet issues on my own. Can I be heard?
yes, you are very much loud and clear.
Sir, I would completely, and with all due respect, I would completely agree with what you have to say. Of course, as a nation, we have to move forward, and with the situation that we have been moving forward, especially the example of the conference today. We can take that as a very good example of how we are adopting, and congratulations to Alhamdulillah Islamic University for really managing such a good conference, which has really connected so many academicians from all over the country and globally. However, sir, because I teach jurisprudence, Joseph Raz, about 50 years ago, he said that the basic notion of equality rests in the idea of being treated equally. The idea that I have to be treated at par with everybody else. And so I had the same opinion as you did. We have to fight. There are students from Balochistan who are ready to take online classes. Why do you want to stop them from taking online classes? And I really did share that feeling. But what really changed my perspective was that when I talked to those people, these people who were arrested during a protest, and this was quite a few months ago, there were women arrested as well, illegally, may I add. And when I did ask them, their entire grievance was कि अगर हम exams नहीं दे सकते तो बाकी लोगों से क्यों लिए जा रहे हैं? Now I understand there's not a lot of merit in that argument, and I will completely agree with you that as a developing nation, we really have to stop on our excuses and really go forward and do everything that we have to do. But at the same time, I also believe that the youth, especially from far-flung areas, they have to be taken on board. And in doing so, as you very rightly said, I would completely agree with you, and I think most of our participants would. The government needs to do more. It needs to subsidize education. And I think with that point in hand, we'll move towards Dr. Ishfaq. Dr. Saab, would you like to add a few words on how the government, and especially with the sort of financial situation that Pakistan is in, $51 trillion of loans still owing to the world, can we subsidize education? Can we really help out those people in terms of education who are still left far behind the rest of the country? Dr. Ishfaq. If anybody from the audience would like to add on this point, what is the best option to really go forward with subsidizing education? Should we go with some sort of stipend? Should we go with fee reductions by paying funds to the universities? Should we go out by providing technological equipment like the Prime Minister laptop scheme to the deserving students? How should we subsidize education? Dr. Naveed, would you like to add on this?
Yes, I want to add something related to COVID, and specifically government or the Higher Education Commission should, or I want to say the right word, must subsidize the things. You see that the students, मतलब being the student, अब जब हम भी पढ़ते होते थे तो हमारे पास भी obviously इतने resources नहीं होते थे, तो resources, technology related resources जो हैं, it does matter. Like as already someone said that कि अगर gadget घर में एक है तो सारे कैसे online पढ़ सकते हैं. This is very important thing. अब अगर ऑनलाइन गैजेट एक है और घर में पढ़ने वाले 2 या 3 स्टूडेंट्स हैं, तो दिस मीन्स कि देयर इज समथिंग अ प्रॉब्लम. वन थिंग. सेकंड, पेंडेमिक नॉट ओनली डिस्ट्रॉयड द एजुकेशन सिस्टम एट अर्लियर स्टेज, बट आप ये देखें उसने इकोनॉमी को भी डैमेज किया. लाइक जो जॉब होल्डर्स हैं दे बिकम unemployed, और जब वो unemployed हुए तो this means कि they are unable to pay their fees of their children's of schools or colleges or universities. जब वो नहीं कर सके तो मैं खुद कई ऐसे लोगों को जानता हूँ जिन्होंने होल्ड कर लिया, सेमेस्टर्स फ्रीज करवा लिए स्टूडेंट्स के because they are unable to pay their fees. और when they are unable to pay their fees, this means कि they have nothing to spend. वो उनकी अपनी employment नहीं रही, उनकी employment disturb हुई and they are continue basically. तो कहने का मकसद ये है कि जब आप खाली एजुकेशन नहीं इसमें आती, इसमें एक पूरा सिस्टम है कि when you are unable to pay something, this means कि आप अपने चिल्ड्रन को ना फी पे कर सकते हो, ना आप उसके टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड गैजेट्स को देख सकते हो, ना ट्रैवलिंग एक्सपेंसेस को देख सकते हो, ना हॉस्टल एक्सपेंसेस को देख सकते हो. तो फिर हम जब बात करते हैं स्पेसिफिकली जी क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन की, तो क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन एज आई अर्लियर सेड कि इट इज़ कंप्रोमाइज्ड. क्यों? क्योंकि सिस्टम के अंदर हमारे जो है वो प्रॉपर एक ये कहना चाहिए कि वो लैकनेस एक पाई जाती है कि हम प्रॉपरली जो है वो सिस्टम को चला नहीं पा रहे, और स्टिल आफ्टर 1 ईयर हम नहीं चला पा रहे. देखें, मैं बीइंग द क्वालिटी पर्सन, हम यही मॉनिटर कर रहे होते हैं चीज़ों को कि प्रॉब्लम्स कहाँ पे आ रही हैं. तो यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स को प्रॉब्लम है. मैं एक चीज़ फिर हाईलाइट बड़ी करना चाहता हूँ, थोड़ी अगर इफ़ यू हैव अ टाइम, मैं इसमें क्योंकि एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है एंड इसमें एक चीज़ अगर मैं हाईलाइट करूँ, इफ़ यू परमिट मी, तो
श्योर सर, यू कैन.
जी. सो देखें, कहने का मकसद ये है कि व्हेन वी टॉकिंग अबाउट द क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन, तो हमें उसको हर एंगल में देखना है. यहाँ पे वन थिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, दैट द स्टूडेंट असेसमेंट, ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट असेसमेंट. ओके, यू हैव अ Zoom, ओके यू हैव अ Meet, ओके यू हैव अदर मीडियम, बट one thing is important कि how you assess the student in mid-term, in final terms, how you. So that is a question mark also. वहाँ पे मैं ये अभी तक मेरा जितना नॉलेज है, जितना मैं जानता हूँ, इस वक्त हम एक असेसमेंट लेवल पे बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे हैं. स्टूडेंट्स नॉर्मली, जब हम स्टूडेंट्स से कहते हैं कि जी वो पेपर कंडक्ट करें, तो पेपर जब कंडक्ट होता है ऑनलाइन, तो ज़्यादातर जो है वो कॉपी पेस्ट मटेरियल आ रहा होता है. हम उस चीज को नहीं रोक पा रहे अभी तक, हम उस चीज को नहीं देख पा रहे कि अगर एक जगह पे पेपर हो रहा है तो मे बी 10 स्टूडेंट एक साथ बैठ के पेपर दे रहे हैं, सेम आंसर्स आ रहे हैं, उनको हम कैसे दें? दैट इज व्हाई आई सेड अर्लियर कि LMS सिस्टम, जिनके पास LMS सिस्टम है शायद वो इसी लेवल पे सही हो, बट अदर देन दिस मोस्टली LMS नहीं है यूनिवर्सिटीज के पास, स्कूल्स के पास, कॉलेजेस के पास, क्योंकि उनके भी अपने फाइनेंशियल इश्यूज हैं। खासतौर पे जो प्रोरेक्टर साहब ने कहा, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग कि फंडिंग की बड़ी ज़रूरत है, तो गवर्नमेंट को इस पूरे लेवल को, अगर आपने क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन को देखना है तो फिर आपको लाजमी तौर पे सब्सिडाइज करना पड़ेगा, स्टूडेंट्स की फीसेस को भी करना पड़ेगा, प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंस्टीट्यूट्स को भी सब्सिडाइज करना पड़ेगा, और आपको गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर के इंस्टीट्यूट्स को भी सब्सिडाइज करना पड़ेगा हर लेवल पे, देन आप क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन को देख सकेंगे। इसी से रिलेटेड मेरी एक हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट है, क्योंकि सारे एकेडमिशियंस यहाँ पे हैं, कि जब हम बात करते हैं लर्निंग, क्योंकि द अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ the university is the students learning. This is the ultimate objective of the university. So if we want to achieve that objective, this means we have to focus on the curriculum also. हम वो curriculum पढ़ा रहे हैं जो market based needs requirements को meet नहीं कर पा रहा, unfortunately most cases, in the most cases. लाइक अगर हम कुछ पढ़ा रहे हैं तो स्टूडेंट जो जब मार्केट में जाता है तो बेसिकली दे आर अनअवेयर अबाउट ऑल द प्रैक्टिकल नेचर थिंग्स। सो फिर वो क्वेश्चन मार्क इज दिस कि फिर हम कैसे कह सकते हैं कि जी हम क्वालिटी को अचीव करें? सो वी हैव टू फोकस ऑन द मार्केट बेस्ड करिकुलम डिजाइन, वी शुड फोकस ऑन दिस, otherwise हम क्वालिटी को अचीव नहीं कर सकेंगे।
Sir, absolutely, and with your permission, if I could add, this is especially true for legal education. The jurisprudence that we are teaching in our institutions is 25 years old curriculum from British and American universities. We have not updated our jurisprudence curriculum in 20-25 years. And you see, your point just did strike me right at the heart, because being a lawyer, this is something that I feel the lawyers who are coming right fresh off the university, they do not know anything about litigation, primarily because they are being not taught the recent developments. And then after their LLB, they have to take 5 or 7 years from their practical life in just trying to come up to a stage which the university should have them ready for. The universities, in that sense, at least I believe, and in terms of legal education, because I've been teaching at 4 universities since the last 6-7 years, I can categorically state, sir, that this is a real issue with legal education. Sorry for cutting you off. You may continue.
Yes, you are absolutely right. I endorse your point. So, in nutshell or in a crux, I want to suggest all the academicians, please work on the curriculum. Please work on the curriculum, because without curriculum, without proper education, we cannot enhance our economy, we cannot enhance our technology, we cannot compete in international level. So we should focus on our curriculum. So this is all about myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naveed. Dr. Hijazi, are you with us?
Ji, I just joined.
Ji, Dr. Saab, welcome first of all. I would like to ask you a question as well, since you have bestowed us with your presence here today. I would just like to ask you, in terms of the fact that according to the new government directives, 50% of the workforce has to work from home, whether it is educational institutes or industry, construction, whatsoever, 50% has to work from home. Do you think this is manageable in terms of discipline, in terms of really not stopping productivity or output? Is it something that we should be looking forward to, or is it something that will ultimately destroy standards for all industries, including education?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. No, actually, it depends on the type of job, because there are very few jobs in Pakistan which could be done online. Teaching is one of that, which is possible. मेरा ख्याल है teaching में तो quality के ऊपर डिपेंड उसी तरीके से करता है जिस तरह टीचर की क्वालिटी क्लास में होती है. अगर टीचर की क्वालिटी अच्छी है तो ये ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स की लर्निंग ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव है. दिस इज व्हाट आई हैव नोटिस इन द लास्ट 1 सेमेस्टर, बल्कि 2 सेमेस्टर, समर भी हो गया, और आई रियलाइज के स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं उनकी ग्रास्प ज़्यादा बेहतर हुई है ऑनलाइन. सो एज फार एज ऑनलाइन इज कंसर्न, वो कोई ऐसा एजुकेशन में तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. डिपेंड करता है कि टीचर ट्रेन है, टीचर को ऑनलाइन कराने के लिए जूम और गूगल क्लासरूम वगैरह जो भी सॉफ्टवेयर वगैरह यूज़ कर रहा है उसकी अच्छी ट्रेनिंग है, और प्लस ही इज़ रियली मोटिवेटेड टू डू दैट. क्योंकि मैंने देखा कुछ टीचर्स जो हैं वो दे आर हाईली नॉन मोटिवेटेड व्हेन दे सिट इन फ्रंट ऑफ अ कंप्यूटर. जब क्लास में होते हैं तो वो बड़े अच्छे होते हैं, लेकिन कंप्यूटर के सामने वो डम हो जाते हैं. तो ये भी एक इशू है, प्रॉब्लम है. बाकी जॉब्स में तो आपको पता है पाकिस्तान की जो गवर्नमेंट पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिवर्सिटीज फॉर इंस्टेंस अगर आप देखें तो आई वाज रियली सरप्राइज कि जब फर्स्ट टाइम कोविड आया तो 80 यूनिवर्सिटियों ने फौरन ही ऑनलाइन चले गए. उस 80 यूनिवर्सिटियों में से 76 यूनिवर्सिटीज प्राइवेट सेक्टर की थी और 4 पब्लिक सेक्टर की थी. और जहाँ तक मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, पब्लिक सेक्टर की यूनिवर्सिटी जिन्होंने शुरू भी किया उन्होंने पार्शल किया. अभी समर सेमेस्टर जो स्प्रिंग हुआ है वो किस तरीके से जो भी पार्टली हुआ है, लेकिन अभी भी पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिवर्सिटियां जो हैं वो ऑनलाइन टीचिंग के ऊपर अभी सही नहीं आई. बल्कि वो मेरा अपना ख्याल तो ये है कि 10-15% से ज़्यादा दे हैवंट गॉन ऑन दैट, क्योंकि जो एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट है वो करने को पब्लिक सेक्टर का टीचर तैयार नहीं. तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर में ये ज़्यादा हुआ है. और अभी तक वो एक इशू, यही क्वेश्चन HEC भी देख रही है कि आप ऑनलाइन जाए एंड सो ऑन, दे आर डूइंग इट, बट इट्स लाइक अ स्टेप वाइज चल रहा है. सो बाकी जो आपके डिपार्टमेंट्स है, मिसाल के तौर पे यू टॉक अबाउट गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स, तो गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में तो एक फेडरल गवर्नमेंट के एक सेक्रेटरी को या डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी को या जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी को तो कंप्यूटर ऑपरेट करना ही नहीं आता. जूम पे जाएगा और वो बात करेगा, तो वो आएगा सेक्टर जो उसका पीए आएगा फिट करेगा उसके लिए और थोड़ा सा वो बात करेगा और फिर पीए चला जाएगा, और यू नो दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग. इट्स नॉट लाइक यू नो वी स्विच ऑन एंड वी कैन टॉक टू देम. तो गवर्नमेंट तो इस मामले में आई थिंक इट विल बी हाईली इनएफिशिएंट. गवर्नमेंट के पास पिछले 10-12 साल से वो सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप किया हुआ है ऑनलाइन फाइलिंग सिस्टम का, जो उन्होंने अभी तक नहीं यूज़ किया. गवर्नमेंट का कोई प्रोग्राम अभी तक मेरी नज़र से नहीं गुजरा जिसमें उन्होंने कहा हो कि हमने ऑनलाइन के ऊपर काम करना शुरू कर दिया. हाँ, बाकी जो आपकी कॉर्पोरेशंस हैं, पब्लिक सेक्टर की ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, NGOs हैं, वो सारे ऑनलाइन बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं और दैट्स गोइंग. तो प्रैक्टिकली ये जो एक लिमिटेड क्लास, I cannot exactly say it's 15% or 18%, but I think it's a very small class who are actually working online. The rest of them are trying to do, you know, and not doing effectively.
Dr. Saab, before we go on towards the general participants for comments, we still have some time left. I think we can ask you another question. In terms of government regulation, what sort of legislation or regulation do you think that the government must bring forward now to ensure both public and private sector universities work in an efficient manner and in a way where grievances of the students are sorted out, where the salaries of the teachers, because from at least from the private sector, we've seen they have cut down, and not maybe on the postgraduate level, but on the graduate and on the undergraduate and the college level, they've been slashing salaries, they've been making people redundant. What sort of regulation or legislation do you think the government needs to bring forward? One, to save the education system within this pandemic. Two, to ensure the rights of the faculty, 3, to ensure the rights of the students.
Coming to government legislation, no, government does not need any sort of legislation. और गवर्नमेंट की किसी लेजिस्लेशन का प्राइवेट सेक्टर पे कभी कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ, नुकसान ही हुआ है. अब अगर प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटियां जो हैं वो दे आर रनिंग ऑन ऑप्टिमल, उनके स्टूडेंट्स हैं तो वो दे नीड टीचर्स, तो वो टीचर्स को अट्रैक्ट करते हैं. जब उनके पास ऐसे हालात आ जाते हैं कि स्टूडेंट्स नहीं हैं तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर ने शेड आउट करना. ये तो सारी दुनिया में होता है, ये तो कोई पाकिस्तान में नहीं है या सिर्फ एजुकेशन इंडस्ट्री में नहीं है, बल्कि हर इंडस्ट्री के अंदर ही है. घी मिल में आप देखें, आप फ्लोर मिल में देखें या किसी और फैक्ट्री में देखें, जब प्रोडक्शन बढ़ जाती है तो हायरिंग शुरू हो जाती है, जब प्रोडक्शन फॉल कर जाती है, मार्केट में डिमांड गिर जाती है तो वो शेडिंग शुरू हो जाती है एम्प्लॉइज की. तो वो उसके लिए लेजिस्लेशन करने की तो कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है और लेजिस्लेशन हो भी नहीं सकता. और गवर्नमेंट का इसमें इंटरफेयर करने से सिवाय इसके कि इट विल क्रिएट मोर प्रॉब्लम्स और कुछ भी नहीं होगा. पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिवर्सिटियों के अंदर अलबत्ता चूँकि जॉब परमानेंट होती है, वहाँ से निकाला नहीं जाता, तो वो वहाँ पर लोग रिलेटिवली सेफर है. लेकिन अब आप बेसिकली सोचें कि जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर की फैकल्टी है उसके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज बढ़ गई हैं. इट्स अ ग्लोबल वर्ल्ड. वन ऑफ द फैकल्टी मेंबर जो मैं हायर कर रहा था, एक प्रोफेसर को, डॉक्टर PhD को मैं हायर कर रहा था, ही मैंने उसको कॉल किया, यार तुमने तो आना था इंटरव्यू के लिए और ज्वाइन करना था, आई वांटेड टू हायर यू. उसने कहा नहीं जी मैं अभी नहीं हायर हो रहा क्योंकि मुझे लंदन की यूनिवर्सिटी ने 3 कोर्सेज दे दिए हैं ऑनलाइन एंड आई एम बिजी फॉर नेक्स्ट 6 months, यू नो. तो अब इंटरनेशनल मार्केट खुल गई है बल्कि, और हमें ये नई ट्रेड सीखनी पड़ेगी, तमाम टीचर्स को सीखना पड़ेगा. दे शुड बिकम अ मास्टर्स ऑफ टीचिंग ऑनलाइन और वो इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में जाएं, मिडल ईस्ट की मार्केट में जाएं, क्या कहते हैं, अफ्रीका की मार्केट में जाएं, इवन वेस्टर्न, यू नो, इंग्लैंड, UK, wherever. So job opportunities are always there. आप सिर्फ ये फोकस कर दें कि यहाँ से निकाल दिया तो यहाँ क्या हो जाएगा, उसके लिए लेजिस्लेशन बिल्कुल भी नहीं होना चाहिए और बिल्कुल इनको फ्री फॉर मूवमेंट होनी चाहिए.
ओके सर, क्योंकि आपकी प्रेजेंस यहाँ पे है तो थोड़ा सा हम फायदा और ले लेते हैं एंड देन वील मूव टू द जनरल पार्टिसिपेंट्स. I, sir, am a strong proponent of legislation in terms of 3 things. Number 1 तो ये है कि क्योंकि पेंडेमिक में जैसे एक पार्टिसिपेंट बात कर रहे थे, I completely agree with him. First of all, it has affected the economy as well. So the flour mill or the sugar mill that we were talking about, they're making people redundant. Maybe today I do not have the same amount of money to pay fees for my child, the one that I had maybe before the pandemic. Do you not think that the private sector universities, public sector में तो चलें फिर भी वो फीस नहीं भी देते, तो मैंने ये पर्सनली देखा है कि 3-3, 4-4 महीने के भी जो डिफॉल्टर्स होते हैं वो आके बैठते हैं. प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस वाले 1 महीने की फीस का डिले बर्दाश्त नहीं करते, अगले महीने वो उनको ब्लैकलिस्ट कर देते हैं. Some sort of regulation in terms that students cannot be kicked out in between a pandemic just because for late payment of fees. Second, sir, would be the idea that जिस तरह से मैंने, और ये भी मैंने पर्सनली प्राइवेट सेक्टर में मैंने देखा है, तो मैं आपसे सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ कि faculty is mistreated in Pakistani institutes. This is something that I've seen, especially in private. They have no tenure track system. वो जैसे आप कह रहे हैं पब्लिक सेक्टर में तो परमानेंट है, एक बंदा पिछले 10 साल से पढ़ा रहा है, आप उसे कागज पकड़ा के नहीं कह सकते बेटा कल से नहीं आना. बट ऑन द प्राइवेट सेक्टर there's a Setiana culture. They're like, okay, do not come from the morning. Do you not think that some sort of controls in those terms is very, very necessary for private sector universities as well as happens in the US or in the UK?
US, UK में ऐसी कोई चीज नहीं होती, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में कोई रेगुलेटेड नहीं है. जहां पर आप ये सेठ वाली बात की है, जहां पर सेठ आप कह रहे हैं कि निकाल देता है, वहां सेठ को मैंने बड़े परेशान बैठा देखा है कि यार फैकल्टी मिल नहीं रही. ऐसी बात नहीं है, सेठ डिपेंडेंट है फैकल्टी के ऊपर, फैकल्टी के बगैर तो यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं चल सकती. अब अगर कोई बंदा निकल जाता है तो वो किस वजह से निकलेगा? नंबर 1 इनएफिशिएंसी पे निकलेगा, नंबर 2 रिडंडेंसी पे निकलेगा. अगर इनएफिशिएंसी पे निकला तो एक इनएफिशिएंट पर्सन को कोई भी निकाल सकता है. पब्लिक सेक्टर से अगर नहीं निकाल रहे तो इसका ये मतलब तो नहीं कि पब्लिक सेक्टर बहुत अच्छा जा रहा है. इनएफिशिएंसी पे कोई भी निकाल सकते हैं. आई बीइंग माई सेल्फ एज अ वाइस चांसलर, कई मुझे ऐसे लोगों को फारग करना पड़ा जो पता चला कि गलत सिलेक्शन हो गई. हालांकि ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए. सिलेक्शन के वक्त हमें केयर करना चाहिए कि सही बंदे को लें. नंबर 2 जो है वो ये जो सरप्लस का है इशू, ये तो होता है फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम. आपने बीबीए के लिए प्रोग्राम शुरू किया, आपके आ रहे थे 100 स्टूडेंट्स, आपके एडमिशन हो रही थी, सडनली ड्रॉप हो गया, आपके स्टूडेंट सिर्फ 60 आए. अभी हमारे देखिए सिविल इंजीनियरिंग और इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग बहुत ज्यादा ऊपर जा रहा था. इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग में अब एडमिशन नहीं है अक्सर यूनिवर्सिटियों में. अब ऑब्वियसली यूनिवर्सिटी में जहाँ 4-4 बैचेस चल रहे थे वहां एक बैच आ गया. अब वो सरप्लस टीचर्स को क्या करेंगे? अब उनको बिठा के तो नहीं खिला सकते ना, कि ना उनको पढ़ाने के लिए कोर्स है, ना उनका कोई और काम है यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर, और वो आप सैलरी किस तरह देते रहे. तो दे हैव टू फाइंड आउट देयर वे कि आपने इंडस्ट्री में जाना है या आपने कुछ और करना है. सो ये तो इस पे कोई रेगुलेशन नहीं हो सकता, इस पे कोई प्रोटेक्शन नहीं हो सकता. हाँ, एक बात बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है जो मैं समझता हूँ कि जो मैंने HEC को भी पर्सनली भी बात की और मैंने एक दफ़ा प्रेजेंटेशन में भी दी, कि जब कोई यूनिवर्सिटी खुले, नई यूनिवर्सिटी खुले और वो 5 डिपार्टमेंट अगर शुरू कर रहा है तो, या 4 डिपार्टमेंट शुरू कर रहा है, तो यूनिवर्सिटी जहाँ पर हायर एजुकेशन कमीशन कहती है कि बिल्डिंग होनी चाहिए, फर्नीचर होना चाहिए, वहाँ हायर एजुकेशन कमीशन को चाहिए वो कहे कि आपके हर प्रोग्राम के अंदर 1 या 2 प्रोफेसर वो कौन से हैं जिनको आपने 5 साल का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिया हुआ है और 5 साल तक आप उनको नहीं निकाल सकते. कि मतलब आपने एक प्रोग्राम, मतलब आपने बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन शुरू किया है तो आपके पास एक PhD हो जो 5 साल तक आपके साथ हो. ये रेगुलेशंस मेरे ख्याल इंपॉर्टेंट है, ताकि जहां आप बिल्डिंग की बात कर रहे होते हैं, जहां फर्नीचर की बात कर रहे होते हैं, लैब्स की बात कर रहे हैं, इक्विपमेंट की बात कर रहे होते हैं, वहां आपका सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट जो है वो प्रोफेसर है. वो आपके पास 5 साल के लिए एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होना चाहिए, और उससे प्रोफेसर प्रोटेक्ट भी होगा और उससे प्रोफेसर जो है उसकी क्वालिटी भी इम्प्रूव करेगी. और अदरवाइज सरप्लस जहां भी होंगे वहां पर you have to get rid of them.
All right, thank you so much. I think thoda bahut I will agree to disagree. Otherwise, thank you so much, sir, for your answers. And I think this is because we have 5 minutes left, and I was specifically told that we have to take a few comments from the audience as well. If somebody would like to make a comment right now, I think if you could raise your hand, we will take you on board. Dr. Naveed, you'd like to add something?
जी बिल्कुल, मैं इसमें ऐड करना चाहूँगा. जिस तरह अभी वाइस चांसलर साहब ने बड़ी एक सिग्निफिकेंट बात की अबाउट द सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस ऑफ द टीचर्स, इसमें मैं कुछ चीज़ें 1-2 ऐड करना चाह रहा हूँ. देखिए, मिसाल के तौर पे हम कोई भी अदर देन एजुकेशन सेक्टर की बात करते हैं, लाइक एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है, एक हमारे पास टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर की बात करते हैं. अगर हम वहाँ पे एक रॉन्ग सिलेक्शन करते हैं तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जो वर्किंग प्रोसेस है, जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एक लेवल की कर रहा है, वो डिस्टर्ब हो जाएगी. तो एक थोड़ा बहुत नुकसान हो जाएगा कंपनी को. वो वक्त के साथ साथ शायद बेहतर हो जाए और या उसको वो वहाँ से निकाल दें, जो भी हो. बट अगर आप एक मैं गलत तो वर्ड नहीं इस्तेमाल करूँगा, मैं कहूँगा कि अगर आपने इनअप्रोप्रिएट टीचर, जो एक टीचर नहीं था लेकिन वो टीचिंग फील्ड में आ गया और आपने उसको सेलेक्ट कर लिया एज अ टीचर, तो फिर होगा क्या? मिसाल के तौर पे एक पर्सन है जो 25 इयर्स का है, 30 इयर्स का है, इसका मतलब है उसने एटलीस्ट 30 इयर्स जो है वो सर्व करना है एज अ टीचर. और अगर बीइंग अ प्रोफेशनल टीचर नहीं है तो दिस मीन्स के वो 30 साल तक क्या कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है स्टूडेंट्स के दरमियान में, ये एक बहुत
Dr.
बड़ा
Saab,
क्वेश्चन
I'll just have to make a slight request with due apologies, is that we only have 2 minutes left. If you could conclude in the next 1 minute, I would be very grateful to you.
Okay, but just I want to add something that we must focus on the selections of the teacher. بیکاز ٹیچر جو ہے وہ قوم کو بناتا ہے. ہم یہ بات بچپن سے سنتے ہوئے آئے ہیں اور یہ بات ریالٹی بھی ہے. تو اگر ہم ایک اچھا ٹیچر کو سلیکٹ کریں گے, آئدر وہ پرائیویٹ سیکٹر ہو, وہ پبلک سیکٹر ہو, تو دس مینس کہ ہماری جو الٹیمیٹ آبجیکٹیو ہے اسٹوڈنٹس لرننگ کا وہ اچیو ہوگا. سو سلیکشن پروسیس شوڈ بی ری ہولڈ.
ڈاکٹر صاحب تھینک یو سو مچ.
صاحب ایک چھوٹی
شور
سی
سر
بات
گو
کریں.
اہیڈ. جی
یہ
سر
جو
شور گو
سلیکشن کی بات کی ہے یہ بڑی امپورٹنٹ ہے. میں نے بہت دفعہ دیکھا ہے انٹرویو کے اندر ایک کینڈیڈیٹ بہت اچھا بولا اور ہم نے اس کو شارٹ لسٹ کر دیا. جب ڈیمو میں گئے ہیں تو پتہ چلا کہ یار ہی از ناٹ اے ٹیچر. یہ ہوتا ہے, اس وجہ سے بڑی صحیح کہہ رہے ہیں کہ سلیکشن پروسیس بہت صحیح ہونا چاہیے. تھینک یو.
اینڈ سر تیسرا بندہ میں اس بات کو انفرم اور انڈورس کر دیتا ہوں جو آپ لوگوں نے بات کیا. I completely agree with this. Thank you to all of our panelists for being with us. Dr. Hijazi, thank you so much. Dr. Naveed, thank you so much. Dr. Ali Mudassir, thank you so much. It was a great pleasure for me to be here today and being the host of this panel discussion. This is the first time that I've actually hosted a panel. I'm generally one of the persons on the panel, so this was my first experience as well. کوئی غلطی ہو گئی ہو تو میں اس کی معذرت چاہتا ہوں. But thank you to Al-Hamd University and especially Miss Anita Basi for inviting me to be a part of such a beautiful conference. I'm very grateful back over to the staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Barrister Ali Tahir, for being with us. You have conducted a very good session. Once again, thank you so much. Now, I would like to thank all the respected participants who joined us today. I am extremely thankful to all the respected participants who joined us today, and your cooperation and the patience is very valuable for us. Now, I move to the Professor Urwa Javed, Pro-Rector, Al-Hamd Islamic University, for the end notes. Sir, over to you, please.
جزاک اللہ. آپ تمام حضرات کا, تمام سامعین کا, تمام ساتھیوں کا, تمام ڈاکٹرز کا, اور خاص طور پر میرے تمام کے تمام کولیگز کا جنہوں نے یہ ACAM کی پہلی ملٹی ڈسپلنری کانفرنس کو منعقد کیا. میں شکر گزار ہوں. اور ان کے ساتھ ساتھ اپنے ان تمام ڈاکٹر حضرات کا جنہوں نے ہمیں وقت دیا اور ہماری مختلف جو مراحل تھے اس کانفرنس کے اس میں ہمارے ساتھ رہے. اس کے ساتھ ساتھ میں خاص طور پر شکیل صاحب کا اور ہمارے اسلام آباد کی ٹیم کا, مینجمنٹ سائنس کے HOD کا, کوآرڈینیٹرز کا اور تمام کے تمام ٹیکنیکل سٹاف کا بھی شکر گزار ہوں جنہوں نے بڑی خوش اسلوبی سے اپنے اس فرض کو نبھایا. اور تمام ریسرچرز کا, تمام کے تمام کو ریسرچرز کا, آتھرز کا, پریزنٹرز کا, ان تمام کا بھی شکر گزار ہوں جنہوں نے ہمیں سیر حاصل بحث کے بعد کم از کم یہ ضرور سمجھا دیا کہ اس وقت نیڈ آف دا ٹائم جو ہے وہ ہمیں ہائبریشن کی طرف یا ہائبرڈ سسٹم کی طرف لے جانا ہے. اور ایک دفعہ پھر میں ڈاکٹر صاحب کا, وائس چانسلر سرمایہ یونیورسٹی کا, ڈاکٹر قدیر خان صاحب کا, اور باقی تمام ساتھیوں کا, کیونکہ فرداً تمام کے نام نہیں لے جا سکتے, سب کا شکر گزار ہوں جنہوں نے ہمیں وقت دیا, ہمیں بہت کچھ ایسا بتایا جو ہمیں نہیں پتا تھا اور ہماری معلومات میں اضافہ ہوا. انشاءاللہ میں امید کرتا ہوں کہ مستقبل میں ہم اسی طریقے سے ایسی کانفرنسز منعقد کرواتے رہیں گے اور آپ حضرات کی علمی استعداد سے مستفید ہوتے رہیں گے. جزاک اللہ. پاکستان زندہ باد.
Thank you so much everyone for being with us. I hope it will be a great honor for us to have another conference in future. Thank you so much everyone.
Thank you. एंड करें ना